Ren and Ron sprint toward the station and arrive out of breath to find their professor already waiting with an angry look on his face. Olgan Rentry isn't in the mood for excuses on the day of their first monster hunt and warns the twins that being on time is actually more vital than any skill they have with the blade. As the group finally moves out to find a fanged boar, the girls realize they only overslept because Korn wasn't there to wake them up like he usually does every morning. While his friends are getting in trouble back at the academy, our protagonist is already miles away, standing before a burning house where an instructor is trapped in the flames. He isn't there to talk or negotiate, so he looks at the enemies gathered around the fire and decides it's the perfect time to start a fight. Josephine can't believe her eyes as she asks how he found her. He was ready for this, and after using a tracking rune, he steps into the light to address Elder Admalek with a look of pure disappointment. He tells the old man he belongs with his fallen students, not here on the front lines, and recognition hits the elder like a hammer as he realizes exactly which clown has returned to haunt him. Admalek sneers at the boy, claiming he's overconfident just because he blocked one mid-level spell. Admalek thinks he's finally ended Corinlock with his ultimate move, but he's about to learn that pride is the only thing that actually burns. He draws on his followers to fuel a heat that promises to turn the world into a graveyard of ash. This is the Sky of Muspelheim, the ultimate move of his faction, and it hangs over the battlefield like a final sentence. Admalek is already celebrating, certain that absolutely nothing can survive the coming fire. The order to perish lands with the weight of the spell directly on Corinlock. But as the fire rushes down, the air between them feels heavy with more than just heat. Corinlock doesn't flinch. He meets the Elder's pride with one knowing smirk. The world stops for Elder Admalek when his greatest spell fails to leave a scratch, proving that every rule he knows about magic is useless against Corinlock, who takes control of the field and explains that he has an elemental advantage. He warns the mages that anyone using fire against him has already lost, admitting that while he couldn't make this much power alone, the elders have given him enough fuel for a solar genesis that erases the entire battlefield. A blinding flash of light rips through the ranks of the Red faction, leaving Elder Admalek staring in shock at a result he never thought possible. As the smoke clears, the damage becomes obvious, with dozens of mages laying scorched across the dirt. Corinlock stands at the center of the fresh crater, leaning on his spear as he finally catches his breath. From the edge of the blast, Josephine watches him, her voice cutting through the quiet to offer a rare bit of praise. Corin tries to brush it off. He credits the power of his ancient treasures, but she stops him. She isn't talking about the weapons. Josephine is looking at him, the man who actually survived the impossible. Our hero explains how his light power is the perfect counter for fire magic, but her gaze lingers. She's finally seeing the person behind the power. Josephine watches him, realizing she should be careful around a boy who sees the future, but she can't ignore his vow to protect the world. He carries a burden far heavier than any student should ever know. His shadow is starting to overlap with the legendary symbols of justice. She offers her full support and asks for the next plan, while Corin identifies Mariette as the next target he's already prepared to face. The Mage Tower has two very simple goals: kill Chairman Ario Kassar and capture Mariette Dunalev. Corinlock had originally planned to be the target himself, but Princess Miriam stepped in and ruined that chance. Luckily, he always keeps a backup plan ready, and on the day Dunalev distribution officially opens, Mariette spends her time out in the open, charming the crowd and letting herself be seen. She plays her part perfectly, walking toward a quiet street where the shadows grow longer. It's the perfect spot for an ambush, and while the hidden watchers hesitate, Mariette stays still. She's just waiting for the trap to finally snap shut. Mariette moves into position and bets everything on a specific spot in the city. Corin warned her that a carriage would be the fastest way for kidnappers to vanish, so she calls on Deoku and waits for the trap to spring. She challenges the shadows to reveal themselves, but the sight of her opponents catches her off guard. Instead of mages, she finds the girl and the nun who were told to wait for the same threat, and the silence only deepens when no one shows up. Deep in the Western Valley, a loud growl breaks the silence of the trees. Ron stands over his catch and calls for Ren to see his work, though a strange feeling starts to bother him because he heard this forest was supposed to be crawling with test subjects from Professor Dana's lab. And the deeper they go, the more the silence feels like a trap. When he asks Ren if she can smell it too, she goes still as she catches a scent that turns her blood cold, realizing it is the heavy smell of rotting corpses. As a dark shape watches them from behind a tree, Ren shouts a challenge into the woods. The playful bond they shared a moment ago is gone, replaced by the sudden realization that they are being hunted. Arkai weighs the value of an elder vampire, but the wolves with golden pelts are the real prizes. To him, Ron and Ren are just treasures waiting to be caught. He reveals the mountain is already his, with every Fangbor under his command and closing in on his test subjects. But Ron and Ren share a look that says they won't go quietly, and he sends the beast forward to collect his prizes in one piece. Ron and Ren find themselves back to back as a sea of red eyes closes in. A shockwave tears through the distant trees and signals that the battle at the Western Valley entrance has officially spiraled out of control. Olgin Rentry fights to keep his trainees from breaking, barking orders for them to protect each other, as more fanged boars charge into the fight. He had brought his students here for a simple training exercise, but he never expected the creatures to start rising again after being killed. The truth reveals itself as three hooded figures emerge from the shadows. Black mages. They violated a long-standing treaty specifically to target the students, and now Olgin has to find a way to get everyone out alive. The enemy passed over the academy to hunt for the students. The mages offer Olgin a simple deal to stop fighting back, but the answer to his questions turns his stomach. The mages are hunting the two monster wolves. The lead mage sighs, bored with the talk and hating that he has to explain himself as a flash of gold light tears through the pack. The mage notes that while the kids are clumsy, they're still growing, and Ron's hand warps into a claw that doesn't look human anymore. The boy he used to be is disappearing, and the change might be the only thing that keeps him alive. So he stands alone against the snarling beast to prove that his love for his class is stronger than any fear of the mage tower. When he prepares to strike, he doesn't see powerful rivals, but only the people who made the mistake of hurting the kids he considers his own. This isn't about the law or the tower anymore. He is hunting the men who touched the students, and he intends to collect that debt right now. Back at the special dormitory, the silence is broken when Marie and Corin finally find each other. She's clearly worried, reporting that she followed his plan to the letter, but the ambush they were bracing for never actually happened. It's a massive blow to their defense, especially since their whole strategy was built on the enemy attacking all the academy leaders at the same time. Corin had traps set for everyone, but while he managed to catch the red faction, 30 other mages have vanished into thin air. The two of them turn to see a silhouette in the doorway, and Corin's heart stops when he realizes it's Princess Miram. She looks far too confident for an uninvited guest, watching him with a look that says she knows exactly how much trouble they're in. Ren didn't think twice about the warning, not when a monster built from corpses was already slamming him into the dirt. Eyeing the golden wolves as a prize that rivals the strength of the highest vampires, but they claim to have tamed death itself. The lead mage unleashes Havel's band, fusing the fallen into a single, towering beast as Ren shares a silent, loaded look with his companion and shouts for them to run. A blast of energy catches them mid-stride and slams them both into the dirt. Ren and her partner brace themselves. The air turns heavy, leaving her staring up at a beast with more power than she can possibly understand. The exhausted mage mocks them, calling them simple creatures who will never understand his magic. Then, a sudden blur of motion ends in a clash that feels like hitting a mountain. Strength is only the beginning of their problem. Their effort bounces off a hide that has become twice as hard as anything they have ever fought before. She stands close to her companion and offers a silent nod, grounding herself in his presence for a fight that has just become impossible. Ren pushes through the chaos of the hunt, his mind still anchored to a memory of Olgin Rentry cornering him in the training hall, where the man admitted that the world was full of people far faster and stronger than he was. Even with those odds, his playful smirk never faded as he made a claim that left the young students wondering how he always won. Ren realizes now that everything depends on the opening move, so he locks onto his prey with a gaze that is almost too heavy to hold. He draws the beast's focus just long enough to signal that the trap is finally ready to snap shut. He hunts for an opening, using his jaws when his claws aren't enough to keep the steady rhythm that forces the Abyss Shrieker to scream. He launches forward for the hit that puts victory in his reach, but the wind vanishes the second he hears Ren scream. Something dark is pulling at her. A shadow is rising from her own body that shouldn't be there. The wolf hybrid freezes as the horror lands. The person he's been fighting for is already slipping away. Desperation takes over as the wolf hybrid lunges, but the creature's counterstrike carries a deadly poison that catches Ren instead. Her partner screams as she collapses, her body already shutting down. One of the mages mocks the hybrid's hunger, noting that the beast's flesh is toxic, while his partner only cares about their project. The massive shrieker silences them both until a strange, golden light begins to glow from the hybrid's fur. Havel's founder towers over the field with a primal fury that sends the black mage into a panic, though his greed still drives him to demand the beast be taken alive. The golden bindings strike and pin the creature in a web of light, but victory is short-lived when the prize shatters into nothing. The shock of the failure hits the mage just as Ren finally awakens in the wreckage, his power flaring into a state of divine fury. The wolf hybrid finally snaps, his voice dropping into a promise of total slaughter for every living thing in the clearing, and Professor Arkai panics the moment he feels the intent, screaming for his mages to abandon the experiment and just kill the creature. The mages scramble to obey, but their magic is too slow for a predator that's already seen his opening to tear through their ranks with primal fury, leaving nothing but broken bodies in the dirt. Arkai hits the ground in shock, watching his students get dismantled in seconds, and realizes the monster is already closing the distance for the final strike. Korin finally breaks through the chaos, only to find a wall of raw, screaming grief. The brother yells that Ren is already dead, blaming Korin for arriving too late, as the bond between the siblings begins to pull him into a wild, berserk rage. Korin refuses to strike back. He pulls the boy into a hug instead, taking the blame and apologizing for failing him. But then he drops the news that pulls the brother back from the edge. Ren is still alive. Nearby, Mariette is already working to treat the serious wounds, barely keeping Ren from slipping away after a battle that almost cost her life. The worst of the danger has passed, and Mariette says Ren has only lost consciousness while his body starts to heal. A wave of relief hits the wolf hybrid, sending him into Korin's arms while the protagonist stays steady to let the boy know the fighting is over for now. The immediate crisis is handled, but our hero is already looking toward the next moves on the board. Later, Princess Miriam drops a massive secret. The tower has already sent out mages to hunt down those wolves. Korin hesitates at the news, questioning why a princess supported by the tower would give up their location so easily until Miriam makes it clear she gave up a great deal for this info and won't be doing it again. He accepts the debt and walks away, and the princess watches him go with a look that says she fully intends to collect later. Princess Miriam leaves Korin with a heavy promise that she will be back to collect on this debt. Once she is gone, Korin focuses on rounding up the survivors, but as Professor Ogun reports that every first-year student made it through without injury, he rejects the credit Korin tries to give him. He knows the freshmen were only safe because they were better prepared than any class before them, protected by gear made from expensive mana stones that were provided by an upperclassman who spent a fortune to keep them safe. Korin can only laugh at being caught, admitting it was only half his money. But the weight of that sacrifice leaves the professor shouting his name in shock. Ogun thinks they've finished their work, but Madame Josephine cuts him off with a scream. She brings a warning that makes the world tilt. The headmaster's marker is finally reacting. Korin freezes because this wasn't supposed to happen yet. He had done everything right to change the future, but it wasn't enough. Every effort had been for nothing. A cold promise from Princess Miriam echoes back, a reminder that they were always going to pay for trying to hold on to the light. The pieces of the disaster fall into place as he recalls the chaos where the red faction hunted Josephine while the dark faction cornered Ren and Ron. Korin curses as the weight of the attacks hitting at once lands on him. He's a regressor who knows exactly how this ends, but despite every move he's made, the world is forcing itself back onto its original course and threatening to undo everything he's fought to save. Josephine warns the team that their luck is over, but Korin doesn't flinch, and since his allies refuse to be left behind, Korin Lork sizes up a group built to take down the Golden Adron. Josephine leads the way through the portal and finds exactly what they feared. The sight of Headmaster Ariu broken and bleeding in the dirt hits like a physical blow. Korin Locke stands frozen as he stares into the dark heart of the throne room. A suffocating pressure fills the air. The figures he hoped never to face again are right here, standing together in the gloom. Apparently, the four great treasures of the Tuatha De Danann have finally gathered in one place. The shadows pull back to reveal his nightmares in the flesh. Dun Skies offers a mocking hello, while the elder, Dun Norix, watches him with a cold, knowing gaze. They are the living weapons of a forgotten race, and they have finally come to end his journey. Then there is Ohad Breath. The beautiful king leans in with a look that is far too intimate for a battlefield. He treats their reunion like a tragic play, asking if they were brought together to kill or to die. The air between them thickens with a tension that refuses to break. Korin never imagined it would end like this, staring into the face of someone he once trusted while the weight of their shared history hangs heavy in the hall. It's a cruel reminder that some ties are just meant to break. The status screen shows the worst. These monsters are top-tier threats, led by a mocking grin from Dun Skies and enough power from Ohad Breath to put everyone else to shame. The reality finally hits Korin, pulling the air from his lungs as he asks why it had to be them. His voice breaks under the weight of a betrayal he never saw coming. But there is no turning back now, not after Ohad Breath declares that fate has finally bound their paths together and drawn the lines for a fight that will change everything. Every choice he made and every friend he left behind led to this heavy silence. Corin's breath hitches as the very man he feared steps forward with a smile that says he's been waiting for this moment. And though the spearman mocks him for getting in the way, Corin's focus stays on the fallen headmaster Aryu. The crushing weight of every previous failure returns. He has lived through this loss before, and he refuses to let it happen again. He won't lose them this time. Everything changed the moment Mariette's true body finally emerged into the world. Though Corin's warning allowed the Academy chairman to evacuate, the man could only offer a pained apology in his final moments, while Tate Balthazar arrived in person to watch them with the cold confidence of a predator. Corin sighed at how much the scenario had shifted, realizing this wasn't how their story was meant to unfold. So he tightened his grip and launched into the sky to twist the timeline into a better direction as the Venom Dragon emerged to clear a path. Corin enters the realm every warrior dreams of, only for Tates to strike the moment his guard slips and pull the Venom Dragon from the shadows. Admitting that Corin has finally reached the domain, while the boy realizes that even his best wasn't enough to touch him. Every year of training and hope just died against Tates' defense, leaving him to loom over his disciple and call forth the deadly serpent's ultimate form, just to twist the knife. Corin reels as his opponent chains techniques together with the speed of a demon, triggering a system backup that shows his affinity with Tates Balthazar has peaked with a massive 7-fold increase. He refuses to be outclassed, diving through the third and fourth domains to clash against his master as the duel reaches a fever pitch. Tates enters his Asura form and challenges the boy to speed it up, until Corin mirrors the technique and ignites his own Asura state to stay in the fight. Corin pushes himself to the limit, finding that final gear as he dives into a collision with Tates Balthazar that warps the air in a brutal dance where he fights for every inch. He tightens his grip and calls on the secret of the serpent, only for Tates to answer with an identical mirror image technique. With a weight so massive, the distance between them will not close. The fight didn't just start, it exploded. Within a single heartbeat, the line between training and a death match vanished. A single second is all it takes for the training session to turn into a slaughter, leaving a trail across the floor that marks the end of any hope for a fair fight. The terror on the sidelines is heavy, especially for Corin as he braces himself against a strike that was never meant for a student. And Mariette's cry only adds to the weight while the world around them warps into a new reality. Into this fractured world, the brown-haired girl finally steps forward, moving with the cold focus that proves she belongs here. She pulls every ounce of focus into her blade to launch her school's ultimate technique, which only makes the silver-haired man laugh as if he's finally found a new toy to play with. He hasn't felt a thrill like this in ages, and she realizes her mistake the second his power starts to surge. Tates Balthazar warns her that no domain is an invincible shield before his weight crushes the air from her lungs, driving the trainee into a protective rage as she lunges forward in a desperate blur to save her friend, only for the world to stop when his hand catches her, proving that her best effort wasn't even enough to make him blink. Tates brings his weight down on the trainees, crushing the air out of them until Rand can barely breathe. He is impressed by their strength and continues to hammer away, slowly grinding them into the dirt, while the trainee beside Rand refuses to let go, clinging to her friend. As the pressure becomes too much, she screams for him to stop. It is a final, desperate reach to bind the man trying to tear them apart. Tates finds himself suddenly anchored, his strength held fast by a binding he didn't see coming as the trainee looks him in the eye and declares his end. The air seems to thicken with the promise of a final goodbye, but he simply refuses. His quiet rejection shatters her control as he reminds her that his story is not hers to end. She tries to hold on, desperately doubling down on her power, but the sheer force of his will sends her crashing back. Rand watches the world blur into a haze, leaving Tates standing alone in the quiet center of the wreckage. The trainee can barely keep the world from spinning, but Tates Balthazar isn't the type to wait for her to recover, because he knows that once the head takes a hit like that, the fight is basically over. Just as he brings his weapon down, a sudden explosion of ice shatters in his path and stalls his momentum, forcing him to glare through the freezing mist as he recognizes the vampire who just interfered with his kill. Mariette is focused, her staff gripped tight despite the blood showing on her arm, and she doesn't waste a second before calling for Deagu to let the massive beast lead the charge. Tates Balthazar pulls out the Spear of Light, a legendary treasure that moves on its own and ignores every defense to ensure it never misses. Deaku snarls as the strike screams past him and leaves Mariette frozen, while Josephine watches the awful disaster unfold and screams a final warning just as the light catches the girl. The ground ripples as the spatial magic takes hold, forcing Tates Balthazar to watch his Spear of Light vanish into another dimension. He recognizes the magic of his old friend Josephine and watches as she turns her cold fury on him for his betrayal. She isn't the one stepping in. Locke is at his absolute limit, and as he pushes through, his hair turns a brilliant white while his power erupts as the solar manifestation. Tates admits the strike should have been fatal despite missing the heart. Still, his wounds stitched together far too fast for a human. This kind of recovery shouldn't be possible without a commandment, and Tates can see the grand ambition Corin has carved into his own soul. Corin Locke is burning his very soul just to buy his friends a few more seconds of life. He knows the power he is using will destroy him, but as he stands against the monsters of his past, he realizes he wouldn't have it any other way. Tates can see the cost written on his face. The power Corin is pulling is enough to burn him from the inside out, and as Marriott completes the magic circle, the enemies realize their prey is slipping away behind a flare of light that becomes a wall they can't cross. Corin shouts for everyone to hurry as the group scrambles through the portal to safety. His strength finally slips, the glow fading from his hair as Park Sihu drops a mocking farewell and disappears, leaving a heavy silence in the empty air. Corin Locke spits out one last curse as he slips through the gateway, barely escaping before the portal snaps shut, while back in the shadows, Park Sihu asks for the order to chase him. Tates Balthazar refuses to move because his weapon never misses and was never meant for the boy anyway. The strike was aimed at Marie, forcing Corin to throw himself into the path of the blow as the memory of every failed regression flashes before his eyes, and even with his chest torn open, he watches her with a desperate resolve, refusing to let this world break. Corin thought he had finally turned the tide, but the chairman steps into the path of the blow with the final smile, leaving the boy to scream out as the world begins to break apart into digital static. Their hands reach for each other, and fingers brush for one heartbeat before the connection snaps and the light fades into nothing, leaving him grabbing at empty space. The silence is absolute, and as he kneels in the ruin of his hopes, the truth finally lands. He hadn't changed a single thing. In the beginning, the only ones to walk the earth were the Sky Titans, but when their time ended, new life took root in the silence they left behind and gave rise to the Danan. Born from the sun and the sea, they were the beings this world would call gods, and in the paradise they built, a new weak species finally arrived to look up at the giants in wonder. Long ago, the Danan looked at humans and saw a species full of fire and wonder. They loved the Goydale so much they gave them magic and tools to build a world of their own. But humanity didn't stop there. Using their exploding numbers, they took land by force and pushed the Danan back with the magic they'd been gifted. The age of the Danan ended at the hands of the people they fostered, leaving nothing behind but fading light. There was once a dream for humans and the world to live in peace together, a wish belonging to the last of her kind, sleeping inside a crystal while the ages drifted past. As the Danan of Justice, Erin Danua spent her life guiding her students down the path of heroes, but she could never shake the heavy weight of being the last of her people left alive. Erin spent her life searching through the ruins her kind had left behind, until she finally found a reason to stop looking in the roots of Gorius. Another Danan had been left behind there, sealed away from a world that had moved on. The child was named Tates Balthazar. He was the end of her long silence, becoming the single spark in a heart that had grown used to being alone. She gave him everything. Erin taught him her love and her skill with a spear, watching as the boy she raised became her friend, and eventually, the lover she can never let go. Erin reflects on the mystery of her kind, realizing one side fought for justice, while the others wanted humanity to end. This dark legacy was the Danan of revenge, a power meant to bring about the coming of paradise. And once Tates Balthazar learned his history, he used his power against everyone to serve his gods. Erin fought to stop his crusade and killed the traitor 80 years ago, but the victory left her scarred and locked away in the Shadow Castle. In this place, she lived with the belief that her enemy was dead. For a lifetime, the man who nearly destroyed the world was supposed to be a memory. Now, that comfort has just crumbled. Corin Locke recognizes the dialogue instantly, knowing that in the original game, Erin Daniel walks out of this castle only to die. Watching this happen again is hard to take, and it makes no sense for her to share these secrets when the world stops the moment her answer lands. She doesn't see an enemy standing in her hall. She sees her own student, a child from the future, who is trying to save everyone by himself. Corin Locke wonders how she could possibly know his secret, and he pushes the thought away because if she knows he is from the future, he can finally skip the explanation. But Erin Danua reminds him she was a teacher first and will always be a hero. It's a bitter truth he has to face. He knows her heart well enough to realize she would give her life for the world, even if she knew the exact moment she would die. Corin Locke has spent his entire life trying to change the future, but none of his knowledge matters when the person he loves is already choosing her fate. He has seen every ending and every death, yet he is still powerless to stop her. Corin Locke knows exactly what happens if she leaves, but she meets his panic with a quiet strength that shuts him down. He tries to argue that he has control over history. He's convinced he can change the ending this time, but his voice is shaking. She stops the desperate flow of his excuses with a single touch and pulls him into an embrace that carries the weight of 3 centuries. She isn't just a girl who needs saving. She has stood by him in every past life, and now she is choosing to do it again. The truth finally lands. She isn't a victim of fate. She's the one deciding it. She is going to protect him, and there is nothing he can do to change her mind. Despite everything he knows about the future, Corinlock is still just a man holding on to a woman who is already choosing to leave him behind. It's only been a few days, but Corinlock is already back in the training hall, letting out strikes that look more like a desperate release than simple practice. The other trainees watch from the stands, relieved to see him moving again after everything he's been through, remembering how the grief at the chairman's funeral had looked heavy enough to break him. Back then, he'd stood in the pouring rain looking like a man who had truly lost his way, but seeing him back at his training so soon makes him look more like a machine than a man who just lost everything. Gossip travels fast through the academy as the circle around Tatez Valtazar falls apart, leaving only the nun steady enough to walk into the training hall and face a fury matching her own. Tatez doesn't seem to feel the blood staining his hands, only stopping when her grip catches his weapon and breaks a rhythm that looks more like self-destruction than practice. He orders her to let go, his voice tight with the wild need to keep moving. The nun's voice cuts through the heat, snapping Corinlock out of his trance. She doesn't wait for an answer, driving a strike forward that ends the practice session in a burst of light. Her boots crunch over the broken floor as she walks away, turning back just long enough to tell him to follow her. They stand apart in the rain, a heavy silence hanging between them before he asks what she wants, only for her to tell him the room inside was too small for what comes next. Without a word of warning, Huaren closes the distance and demands a fight, catching Corinlock off guard as she weaves through the sweep of his spear like a ghost, before meeting the metal of the shaft to turn his own strength against him. He watches in shock, recognizing the familiar rhythm of her movements as a reflection of the lessons he gave her long ago, back when her own body was still a cage she couldn't escape. As Huaran slips past the spear, Corinlock sees a lethal grace no one ever predicted, while Tatez chokes back the air. He searches her eyes for an answer you won't find. He thought he knew her limits, but those limits died the moment she moved. Huaren offers only cold focus as she slams him into the floor and pins him to the dirt, giving her the final word. He's weak. Tatez can't even process the blow before Huaren pins him down to explain that survival is the only goal he needs. He still wants the power visible on his own skin. She admits that her only goal is to keep him safe, a confession that stops him cold until he refuses to remain a child under her wing. Elsewhere, Danua stands against the flames, bound by the duty to put the young first. Tatez holds Huaren close in the pouring rain, refusing to give her a burden he thinks she is too talented to carry for her own good. Finally, he tells her the truth, that she isn't powerless. The words land with a weight she wasn't ready for right now. Deep in his own head, Corinlock questions the path he has taken and knows he spent too long acting like he could resolve everything on his own. Huanan holds him through the rain, her presence a silent anchor against the guilt of nearly pushing his burdens onto a child. Corinlock finally finds his voice to thank her. Deciding right then that he can't stay down forever, he tells her it's time to get up and pulls her close. He has found his center again, knowing that he still has work to do. 2 weeks have passed since the chaos at the Magic Tower, but the dust hasn't settled at Merkava Academy, where the instructors sit in a grim circle to face the reality of the ambush on Josephine and the attempted kidnapping of a student. And Josephine knows their protests will never reach the right ears without someone powerful to speak on their behalf. A heavy silence settles over the hall as she finally says what everyone has been avoiding. They need a new chairman. And that choice weighs on every soul in the room, as that seat has belonged only to the Ariu family for as long as anyone can remember. A red-braided instructor wonders if history is simply about to repeat itself. Josephine breaks the tension, however, by announcing that the next leader has already been chosen. The room expects another member of the Ariu family, though she confirms that the old cycle has finally broken. Between the recent assassination and the growing panic, she warns that this chaos is only the beginning of a grand war for human survival. The school now has a single, desperate mission: to forge the heroes who can actually win it. The world shifts as Danua steps forward to introduce herself as a teacher of those very heroes, claiming her office as the new chairman with a gaze that promises a very different future. High on the academy balcony, Josephine's warning carries a weight that the morning wind can't strip away. She makes it clear she still stands against the plan, reminding Aaron that the ancient threat Balthazar is no longer the lone monster he was 80 years ago. His shadow now stretches across the kingdoms and the magic tower alike, building a force far more vast than the one that nearly broke the world before. Josephine begins to protest further, but the air shifts when she sees the look in Aaron's eyes. At Merkava City Hospital, the nursing staff struggles to keep their most stubborn patient from climbing out of bed. Even with her arm locked in a cast, the young woman won't stop demanding her sword as she spirals into a frustration that the nurses simply can't understand. She can still hear her instructor's voice as he mocks her for thinking a domain technique made her invincible. The memory of the fight is even worse, a sharp reminder that she is the only one who ended up bedridden while others walked away, like Corin, who was back in the gym just a day after being run through with a massive spear. She sits in the quiet and trembles as the realization finally lands. While everyone else moves forward, she is just a useless person left behind. The world is moving on without her, and for the first time, she truly feels small. Frustration builds as she clenches her fist until a sudden visitor breaks the quiet, and Corinloc's casual greeting leaves her flushed as he moves in to help with a touch that pulls a sharp cry out of her. She admits that without any special powers, she's become a regular here, forced to rely on him for almost everything, though his only response is that it's a relief. Corinlock knows he is surrounded by heroes, but there is only one person whose presence truly matters to him now. Considering the legends backing him, our protagonist wonders if he actually deserves this much support. Despite the doubt, he wants to offer Rand whatever comfort he can. A warm smile follows as he admits that he'll need her by his side more than anyone else in the future. The raw sincerity catches Rand off guard, and the air between them suddenly feels much heavier. To hide her flustered heart, she makes a playful demand for some candy, asking for a bit of that help in advance. Corinlock stays close to look after Rand while she recovers in bed, and she accepts the attention with the deep blush during a moment that feels much more private than a simple meal. The tension in the room is thick enough to leave them both stunned by how awkward things have become, and while some are getting better, others like Huaran are finding new ways to be miserable as they fight off feelings of jealousy. Watching the noisy scene through a mirror, Josephine is just glad to see everyone healthy again. But Aaron Danua knows the peace won't last with the whole world facing a massive disaster. She was betrayed and lost all her strength, but that didn't change her goal. Her power might be gone, but her mission to save everyone never stopped. She was meant for this work, and she isn't finished yet. The Academy chairman looks back on the history of the school he built, seeing it as a place to raise heroes while our protagonist, Corin, finds himself caught in a small fight over food. The stakes are higher than a simple lunch fight, as the chairman warns Aaron Danua that the enemy forces are far more dangerous than they were 80 years ago. Despite the growing threat, he remains certain that the Academy can still find a way to win. It is the very reason this place was built. A few days pass, and the worry of the coming war is traded for the heat of a kitchen fire. Corin decides it is time for the group to finally enjoy themselves, so they set the coming war aside to throw a party while Huaran takes charge of the cooking. Huaran arrives at the dormitory with baskets of food to celebrate Arisha's recovery. She's proud of the haul, but the mood shifts when she reveals she spent 2 entire gold coins on the feast. Corin counts the cost and starts lecturing her on the budget, leaving Huaran standing there in total confusion. The guest list keeps growing as a new group arrives from the forest, bringing mushrooms and taking in the size of the special dormitory for the first time. A sudden call draws Warren's attention away from her shopping as a unit of suited guards marches into the room with practiced precision. He welcomes Runia with a polite greeting, but she isn't here for a warm reunion, immediately demanding the liquor. Runia makes it clear that the recent incident left a scar, and she plans on collecting a heavy debt with interest, as a massive feast is finally laid out across the long table. The group is immediately stunned by the incredible knife work on the fresh sashimi, and Arisha beams when they recognize it as her signature dish, followed by Huaran's own contributions that show off a master's level of heat control. Even the guards find themselves surprised by the gourmet quality, while the trainees tease Corin for having such talented help and ask the one question he definitely wasn't ready for. Which of the 2 girls does he actually like more? Corin is mid-bite when the question drops, pulling him into the feeling that he's just walked into a trap where the girls lean in with lingering gazes to ask him to pick the best dish. He swallows hard, knowing one wrong word could be his last, and he searches for any way out until his subordinates arrive and offer a bag of chicken. Giving him a reason for a desperate hug, Sihu is the first to break the silence because he knows a simple celebration wouldn't bring this many people together, forcing the air in the room to shift as Corinlock finally explains the future of the Corin Guardians and the secrets he's been carrying alone. It starts with the truth about the chairman's death and ends with the rise of Balthazar, a monster who intends to burn the world down just to build his own paradise. Corinlock starts laying out the truth to a room full of disbelief, though the news sinks in once he shares the details. Powerful groups like the Old Church and Mage Tower have joined Balthazar, and even the Pope has fallen. The instructor stands in denial until Runia cuts her off to confirm the boy's words. When she asks how they're supposed to fight such a massive force, Corin is blunt. Their strength is real, but it isn't enough. Corinlock gathers the recruits with a promise to make them even stronger, and he's finally ready to introduce the person he brought here to help them win. A woman steps through the light to greet the group with a gaze that lingers long enough to make everyone go still, introducing herself as Erin Danua before declaring that she is here to lead the counterattack. Corin brings his allies together for a tough look at the facts, admitting they are currently outmatched in weapons and raw power. While their enemies already wield powerful magic items, our hero has a gamble of his own, raiding the god's treasure vault before summer ends. This vault holds gear that can rewrite a war, and since Erin is the only one who can lead them there, her soft touch catches him completely off guard. Corin flushes as she tells him not to worry. This moment shouldn't even be possible. In the original timeline, the vault only opened after the academy fell and his master died. By keeping her alive, he has pulled the future a full year ahead of schedule. Corinmach clears his throat, cutting through the chatter to bring the focus back to business, because he needs an army, and Runia Adin is the first to voice the doubt about whether he can really turn them into a real fighting force. Duran Warsky, the mercenary vice captain, cuts straight to the cost, but the promise of access to the God's Vault is enough to seal his loyalty, because our hero knows the offer is enough to tempt even the most stubborn leaders. Runia isn't just looking for a payout, though, as she leans into the tension of their fake engagement and offers herself up with a look that dares him to finally take her seriously. Even with money on the table, Duran draws a line when it comes to the lives of his men, a pressure Runia feels as she looks toward the treacherous north where her soldiers hold the line. She wonders if her people are being sacrificed just so the new guardians have room to grow. Runia Adin makes her stance clear, refusing to risk her pavilion regardless of any reward. Erin Danua suggests they discuss actual power first, making Runia realize that the young man had walked into their district effortlessly. Runia leaps up in a defensive flash, demanding to know how her family could possibly find more strength, until Erin looks over the shocked group, claiming the authority she needs by naming herself as their new mentor. Runia realizes that the boy's growth wasn't an accident, it was the work of a master. The word fiancé feels heavier than ever as she turns her back on the conversation. A new deal has been made, and the stakes for House Aiden have never been higher. Runia Aiden isn't sure about the plan. Still, she realizes now that Erin Danua will do anything to push the boy to his limit. The air in the hall grows heavy as the deal lands. Runia settles her hand against her blade as a sign of surrender before turning to leave and leaving Corinlock behind. As she walks away, the word fiancé hangs between them like a heavy chain. She stops long enough to admit his growth finally makes sense with a mentor like that watching over him. Runia gathers her Elite 5 swords as their pavilion lord to reorganize and prepare for Corinlock's request. As they move through the halls, the warriors question the alliance, especially after she had the nerve to offer herself as a teacher, is enough to make Runia's hand tighten on her blade. Runia Aiden is at a level most can't even imagine, a master who has walked through more battles than the students have seen days. But back at the academy, Erin Danua is about to prove that a real master doesn't care how many students are in the room. Her command is simple: come all at once. Corinlock watches Runia Aiden as she enters a state of pure focus, while one of her elite guards wonders if Corinne could ever be a match for a woman at that level. Runia's silence is heavy until she drops her cold verdict. To her, the boy isn't worth a second thought. Later at the academy, Josephine checks in on the group after they've finished eating, and as the table grows quiet, Corin feels the pressure of seeing who will be brave enough to step up first. Erin catches their hesitation and feels a bit of amusement, drawing her spear to issue a challenge that wipes the doubt off their faces by ordering the entire class to attack her together. Swords litter the dirt alongside shattered magic stones. Marking the end of a one-sided slaughter, Erin Danua finally calls for a halt. Doran watches the gap between their skill and hers stretch into an ocean as Erin turns her focus toward the back of the grounds. Ren and Ron are already clinging to each other in fear, finding comfort in the only person they have left. The air between them is thick with a protective instinct born from years of survival. Erin offers a soft critique instead of a strike, noting that Ron's mind is moving faster than her feet can carry her. It's a gentle moment in the wreckage, leaving the girl to wonder if she'll ever close that distance. Erin doesn't pull any punches with her critique, telling Ron and Ren that their reflexes move long before their brains catch up, before warning Duran that using too many swords is leaving his defense wide open. Precise corrections flow from her like second nature, and she looks truly happy as her advice takes root in the trainees. Corin watches from the sidelines, waiting for a gap to ask if he can try his luck before she tells him to wait for the final slot. Her voice drops as she leans in closer, catching him completely off guard as a sudden heat rushes to his face, just as a glow begins to gather at her feet to signal that the real lesson is finally starting. Arisha and the nun-like warrior arrive as the first two contenders. Arisha immediately launches herself forward, betting that a fast opening strike will decide the fight before the domain can fully activate. But Aaron Danua draws her blade to effortlessly read the attack, noting that the girl still has a habit of charging blindly into danger. The critique lands harder than the steel, triggering a flash of memory that leaves Arisha wondering if she is making the same mistake she did once before. Before the real power even comes out, Corin realizes the gap between them is wider than any ocean. Erin makes it clear she doesn't care about flashy moves when her students' basics are this weak, and she fixes Arisha's stance with a move so sharp it sends a shock through her core that pulls a scream of pain as the girl is forced into the right shape. The teacher doesn't stop as she already looks for her next target, and Huaran lunges with everything she has left in a wild attack until the training ground vanishes in a burst of light. The girl drops to the dirt and gasps for air under Aaron's cold, lingering gaze as the master tells her she hasn't even touched the true secrets of this path. Aaron treats the frantic attack like a simple lesson, calmly explaining that power is nothing without technique, before asking why Huaran is so upset, because the answer is buried in the memory of a lingering gaze. The way Aaron looked at Corinne with a softness she never showed anyone else. That quiet moment fuels a sharp, ugly jealousy that finally makes Huaran snap. Josephine watches the eruption in horror, but before the girl can lose herself completely, Aaron closes the distance and catches her by the throat to shut the whole thing down. The rush of the battle suddenly breaks as Huaran finds herself pulled back, her hand reaching out into the empty air while Aaron pulls her into a steady embrace, whispering that there's no need to rush anymore because the closeness of the touch is already bringing up a memory Huaran hasn't felt in a long time. The name finally surfaces, Corin Lork. He was the one who was always there when things got heavy, standing bloodstained and smiling even while the world fell apart. And now he's standing there in the light with his spear in hand. He looks a bit bashful as he asks if it's finally his turn to step in, ready to show her exactly how much he's grown after all his training. Erin explains she's been watching his journey through another's eyes. Now, she is ready to help him unlock the core of a man named Savansia Duke. The name carries a heavy weight, pulling her back 8 centuries to a student she hasn't heard of in ages. Duke was a monstrous talent, and she needs to know if Corin is really confident he can handle it. Corin doesn't hesitate. He gives her a simple answer and takes a stance that shows he's ready. Erin watches him, thinking of the students she lost to the dark side over the centuries. She's never been more sure of anyone, and she decides to give him everything she has to complete him. As their spears clash, she vows to make him a hero stronger than anyone who came before. Erin finally speaks the words that change everything between them, naming Corin as her last student. He stands ready to take on the heavy weight of her hope. This moment marks the end of their training, and now he must carry her legacy into the battle ahead. The masked man watches the escape and asks why they aren't giving chase, but the dark spearman is distracted by a deeper hunger for worthy foes and the danger carved into his soul, rejecting the idea of a quiet murder entirely. It is shameful to kill without battle, as he looks down at the man who taught him everything, calling the academy chairman his beloved master, in a voice that holds a heavy broken history. He lets the silence stretch as he looks over the fallen legend, only to find that fate has chosen a half-baked student named Corin to stand in his master's place. Now, he can only wait for the day they finally meet in a final battle that will decide the fate of the world. Even as the chairman whispers the name of the monster he helped create, it's a sharp contrast to the training fields, where the air felt different and his master watched his progress with a gaze that lingered just a second too long. Though Corin was never satisfied with simple praise. Even as he gasps for air on one knee, he forces his hands to tighten on his polearm for one more round, triggering a dark strength that doesn't care about human limits. The demonic nature of the Duke, passed down like a curse he's finally ready to embrace. Corin admits he's still stuck using the first demon spear, and his master sees the flaw right away. He lacks control because he doesn't understand the nature of the aura he's trying to use. She points to the legend of a warrior who used the same power to slay 5 dragons, explaining that she spent her whole life honing this strength for one single purpose. She unleashes the second demon spear. The scale of the attack leaves Corin stunned, though his master tells him not to worry about mastering it immediately. He finally sees the true potential of the Duke's core, and as she walks away, he watches her and wonders if he can ever catch up to her. Corin asks if she's talking about Tate's Balthazar. The name clearly haunts Aaron as she warns him never to follow in that man's footsteps because he was her greatest mistake. She's decided to fix it herself, refusing to hide behind children anymore, but as Korn calls out her name, he pulls her back to talk about the future he saw. It was a vision of fallen friends and the heavy cost of every life he couldn't save, but he isn't staking his life on regret alone. Korn finally reveals the real reason he came back. He admits he only wants a world where every single person makes it to the finish line. He refuses to let his master be left out as he launches his peak technique, and he asks her to trust him to finally become the hero she always saw in him. Korn makes a promise that carries the weight of a lifetime. This isn't just a kind word. He's vowing to rewrite the tragedy he's already watched play out. The silver-haired master feels the burden of her long years finally start to lift, but Korn isn't interested in a sentimental goodbye. He has no time for her talk about dying. In his eyes, as long as someone believes the future is bright, they are still in their youth. The lesson lands, and for the first time in centuries, she isn't just waiting for the end to come. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, the brown-haired girl is reaching her breaking point. She's desperate to close the gap between them, begging the nun for one more lesson no matter how much her body screams to stop. He is not just here to study, he is a spy for a hidden faith that others have forgotten. His mission depends on getting close to Corin Lork, a man whose power is only matched by his sharp eyes. Corin watches Germaine closely as they walk together through the sunlit hallway, and the boy clutches his brass rosary tight while refusing to let his faith be called old or outdated. But the tension finally breaks when he admits the answer was obvious from the start. He keeps his tone light as he praises the humility the simple brass cross represents, and the move works. Germaine is left off balance, surprised by how much this man actually knows about the world of faith. Corin is more than just a talented knight. He is the heart of a new group that could change everything. Behind every move Germaine makes is the heavy shadow of Bishop Li Zhang, the blindfolded giant who sent him here with a single goal. And he has to get close to key figures like Corin if he wants to finish his mission for the church. Corin doesn't waste any time reaching out with a sudden invitation to tackle a mission far from the academy. Corin doesn't hesitate to reach out, offering a spot on a mission to investigate a village. He promises they will be back before the day's final prayers, leaving Germaine to feel a magnetic charm from his target, the sort of person he might have followed as a brother if he weren't bound by secret orders. A sudden impact jolts the air, and Corin calls out to Huaran, searching for some sign of the girl he once knew behind those cold eyes. But she's already gone, lost to a hatred so deep she sees her enemies as nothing more than bugs to be crushed under her heel. Germaine turns away with a heavy silence, so lost in his own bitterness that he almost misses the frantic warning to look ahead. A massive creature looms over him from the dark and drips slime onto his shoulder until the weight of his own fear finally registers. The monster's jaws open wide, and Germaine Luther can only stand there and wait for the end. But the death blow never lands. A sudden surge of power tears through the air and stops his breath. The woman in the middle of the wreckage isn't who he thought she was. Her focus is sharp and cold as she drops a final word. The monster falls into ruins, yet the silence that follows feels even heavier when she turns back to ask if he's okay. Germaine Luther can barely breathe, thanking his senpai for the save as the terror of the fight lingers in the long moment between them. But Corin Lork is already focused on the next problem. The worm he killed is far too large for a goblin nest, which tells him a dark secret is hidden deeper in the shadows. He follows the trail until the stone gives way to metal, and discovers a massive laboratory where mages use the goblin den to hide their twisted research on fusing familiars. Corin connects the dots as he stares at the tanks, realizing the truth as Germaine whispers that these aren't just monsters but humans who have been fused together, and the boy stumbles back in fear while Corin finds a letter with a crest and handwriting he knows all too well. It belongs to Bishop Li Zhang, and the realization that a man of the cloth is behind this lands like a hammer, leaving him to give Huaran a quick, urgent order to guard the broken Germaine before he sprints into the dark to run down the mage Jeram. Corin doesn't give him a second to breathe, forcing the man back into a state of pure disbelief as he screams out a question that Corin has no intention of answering. And as the weight in the air shifts, it drowns out the mage's last cry long enough for Corin to savor the fact that his setup is finally done. This was the first of his 3 plans to show the church spy Germaine the truth about the corruption he had been serving. With the laboratory in ruins, Corin checks the second goal off his list and turns his gaze toward the third requirement. It sits in the dirt where the severed head of Mata waits. The monster's death was the key to everything. With the trophy secured, a dark smile spreads across his face. The preparations are finished, and the doors to Danan's treasury are finally ready to be opened. Today, our hero is going to do the impossible by raiding the treasury of the gods. The Corrin Guardians are the most reliable team he has. Cornlock knows he can't win a fight this unfair with just skill, so he prepares to steal an edge that no one else can reach. He travels to the hidden island of Magmel to find the secret vault. His master is the last royal in the world with the power to get him inside. Corrin knows that even his master has gaps in her understanding of the Danon history. She had to find the ancient ruins on her own, including the mysterious Balthazar and the secret realms hidden within the world. These hidden places usually require a specific event to unlock them, and this one is no different. In the original timeline, the only way to unlock this path was the Master's own death. The thought is heavy. The woman he cares for had to die just for the world to move forward. Today, Aaron agrees to stay behind as Corrin prepares to venture ahead alone. She worries he won't manage without her help, her concern written clearly in a gaze that lingers just a bit too long. Corrin promises to handle everything himself. He is moving a full year earlier than planned, but with the knowledge he carries, he is already ready for whatever lies inside. Corrin isn't heading into this alone, and with the team that has trained together for weeks, Marie drops from the sky to report that the path is safe and prove that this is the strongest force they can bring to the fight. He feels unstoppable until a sudden weight hits his arm, and Orisha clings to him, admitting through a shaky breath that she's always hated creepy places. While Marie quickly grabs his other side to leave him caught in the middle of a tension he didn't see coming. Corrin finds himself caught in a different kind of storm. While Huaren watches from the edge, her silence heavy. Marie refuses to let anyone feel like an outsider. She claims Huaren is just as terrified as the rest of them, as she reaches out to drag the girl into the circle. She decides they'll all face the dark together, even as Orisha panics over ghosts in the shadows. Corrin settles the room with a quiet gravity. He explains that they're dealing with the lingering thoughts of ancient gods, but his mysterious knowledge doesn't escape Orisha's notice. Corrin knows this tomb like the back of his hand from his days in the game. It's a graveyard for the thoughts of dead gods, a place where failing the first stage bars the group from the treasures waiting at the end. The game makes the difficulty look random, flipping between simple riddles and missions where the world goes dark. Orisha starts to panic, but Corrin keeps his head. He knows a secret about how these gods choose their players. They aren't random at all, and he's brought a gift to make sure he gets their attention first. Corrin presents his prize, the head of a four-headed centipede taken down by the god king Dagda, hoping the king's legendary appetite for roasted meat will lure him out first. He knows Dagda's trial is just a simple request for a delicious meal. As the dorm cook, Corrin is confident he can pass while leading the group into the thick mist, until Orisha stops short when the air shifts and a soft melody replaces the silence as the dungeon turns into a bright, colorful landscape. A pair of hands pluck at golden strings as a handsome man with pink-marked skin welcomes the heroes with a lingering gaze. Our protagonist stares in disbelief as his plan falls apart, realizing he summoned a completely different god. Luck explains that since the trophy belonged to his father, any of the brothers could answer the call. Corrin starts to connect the dots, realizing his opponent is actually one of Dagda's sons, but the god dismisses the title as nothing more than a convenient excuse to be here. He isn't interested in ancient family ties, choosing instead to focus on something specific. Corrin brought with him into this trial. The pink light surges around Marie, Huaren, and Orisha as the god targets what he calls the girls in love. Formally introducing himself as Angus, the god of love, he claims authority over the very hearts that have begun to lean toward our protagonist. The spell settles in, and Marie's eyes drift shut while Huaren and Orisha follow her into the trance. Corrin lunges forward and screams their names, but the distance between them stretches into an impossible void. His hand reaches out to catch even a single fingertip, but the space where they stood is already empty, leaving behind a sudden, heavy silence. Orisha's sister asks for a goodbye kiss before he leaves, and as Corrin pulls her into his arms, Orisha watches from the shadows. To her, he looks like the perfect husband while he holds their child. But the dream is shattered when a voice calls it a lovely scene, and she realizes she isn't alone. Love catches her spying and suggests she should find her own love, and the teasing leaves her speechless. There is no way to explain why she was peeking at a life that was never meant to be hers. Angus looms over the boy and mocks the private feelings Orisha has been hiding, warning that she better forget them because the trap has already been sprung. He reveals 3 glowing orbs and explains that the girls are currently being bewitched by the one thing they want most, a realization that stops Corrin in his tracks. He is the central figure in all their secret fantasies. Their shared memories are being warped into a version of love that can only end in pain, part of a heartless plan to preserve a version of love that God finds pure. Unless the girls can reject these false visions of their friend, they will be lost in a world of illusion forever. leaving Angus to laugh when Corin asks how anyone could possibly survive. Angus drops the cruel condition. The only way for our protagonist to win is for everyone he knows to give up on him. He feigns a benevolent hope that they'll overcome the trial, but he's already leaning in to enjoy the spectacle. The first test falls on Arisha, who finds herself caught in a dream filled with wine and a version of Corin who shouldn't be hers. She reaches out, calling him her brother-in-law, as the boundaries she's built finally start to crumble. And with her sister out of the way, she gives in to the vulgar temptation without a single thought of resistance. That lack of will is exactly what the god was looking for. The dream shatters, and Arisha is the first to be eliminated. He thought his own room was safe, but the weight on his chest tells a different story. Horan has him pinned, and she isn't looking for a friendly chat. She's heard the news about his wedding, and now she's decided to claim him before he can ever say I do. The line between a dream and a disaster just vanished. Struggling against the grip that won't budge, Corin finds himself pinned down by a woman driven by the news of his wedding as he tries to joke his way out of the tension. Her relief makes it clear she is drowning in a dream of the snowy north as she whispers a request that finally pushes the fantasy too far. The scene shatters when Angus screams at the top of his lungs, ending the trial and removing Horan before he turns his gaze to Corin, labeling him a womanizer and leaving our hero to wonder what he even did to deserve the blame. Angus is losing patience with the modern world, disgusted by how girls seem to have lost all sense of shame. So he decides to run one final test to see if a pure love still exists, with Isabel as the next girl to confess her feelings for Corin in a setup that turns into a story of wrong love where Marie realizes her own friend likes the same guy. It is a classic drama built on guilt that leaves Marie struggling to understand how things got so messy. Then the shy act drops. Isabel turns cold, telling her friend to walk away from Corin. Angus decides to cut straight into Corin Lork's memories, bringing back a sunlit hallway and the sight of Senior Marie, who turns with a blush that tells him everything she's too shy to say. While the girl in the memory asks him to step aside, Park Si-hoo scoffs at the sentiment and drags himself back to his feet to face the endless swarm of enemies that never seem to stop. Thousands of years ago, a god fell for a woman who only existed in his dreams. She was a vision of perfection that refused to leave him, haunting his mind every night until the weight of his longing left him bedridden. He spent an eternity searching through paradise, driven by a hope that she might actually be real. Finally, he found her, a winged beauty hidden among a flock of swans, and reached out to claim her. Startled, she tried to vanish by shifting into the form of a bird, but he was a god, and his pursuit was relentless. He used his divine power to track her down. This was how Angus, the great god of love, finally seized the heart he desired and turned his obsession into a legend. Love wasn't something to be found. For him, it was something to be taken. Angus speaks with a chilling certainty, singling her out from everyone else. As Marie Donnereff flees through the trees, he judges her for the very human heart she still carries. To him, the act of giving up is just the final proof of a mortal soul, regardless of the demon blood she was born with. She cries out for a reason, but her only answer is a memory of the boy who once looked at her without fear. Back on that street, Corin Lork had smiled and accepted her invitation to dinner, as if they had all the time in the world. It was a simple dream, and now it's the only thing keeping her moving. Marie breaks. She searches his face for some sign of the person she once knew, but another shockwave slams into her before she can find an answer. It's a bitter truth to accept. She could handle the other girls, but Park Si-hoo is on a level she can't even touch. In this world made of memories, his love for Corin Lork is the only thing that still matters, and he proves it by unleashing a spatial severance that tears reality apart. At this point in time, he is the strongest. Marie collapses as the last of her memories fade, leaving her with a hollow ache where her love for Corin used to be, while Si-hoo watches from above with a cold interest, surprised she's even still breathing. He still plans to turn her into a blood pouch for his elixirs, but leans in anyway, offering her one final chance to escape this fate by leaving the academy and giving up on Corin forever. Marie looks back at them, battered and confused by the cruel choice, while the shadow of a massive monster rises behind them to show the impossible power Corin will have to face next. Angus drops a cruel warning. If Marie stays, she will only die alongside the man she wants to save. He claims his status as the strongest is the only thing that can bring Corin happiness, dismissing her feelings as a distraction. Marie sinks into a heavy silence. The hopelessness of the ruins is finally catching up to her as she looks up at Park Si-hoo and finally admits her love for Corin. It is a secret she has been carrying until everything else fades away. But the confession is not a sign that she is giving in. She follows it with a sharp, final refusal. Sihu stops using titles as he prepares for the end, his power taking the shape of a snarling red beast as he calls out for Korin. Sometimes a lie is so obvious it forces you to wake up. The illusion finally breaks. Marie's hidden nature claws its way to the surface, leaving Park Sihu to scramble for breath as her counterattack lands. He's stunned she can use a vampire's power. But the shift in her presence says everything. As it turns out, Sihu's own lies were the very thing that saved her. His stories were so wrong that this world finally reveals its true shape. A fake. Marie stays low, focused entirely on the man who tried to trick her into leaving the one person who actually matters. The truth was always simple. She remembers the warmth of Corin's arms and the way he looked at her when he said he just wanted her to be happy. That wish is her new anchor. She knows what he wants for her, and she's not letting anyone take that away. Marie reaches her final form as a fully awakened high vampire, raining down crystal shards to declare her power while staying locked on the person who matters and watching the world fade. She decides then that she is the only one who can make Corin truly happy, which hits Angus hard as his magic shatters, while Corin taunts him. Angus has seen enough, and to him, the devotion surrounding Corin isn't something to be celebrated. It's a sickness, a deadly obsession that has twisted every heart it touches. He dismisses the tender looks and the longing as a lie, stripping away the romance to reveal the frantic madness in the girl's eyes. His gaze settles on the center of it all, naming Corin as the one responsible for this rot. The battlefield vanishes, replaced by the impossible silence of a lake filled with swans, part of the same ancient trial Angus faced thousands of years ago to discover the meaning of true love. Angus speaks of a love so deep he chased it out of his dreams without hesitation, demanding to know if Corin can match that obsession, or if he's just another intruder in this world. The landscape shifts into a lake crowded with 150 swans. The challenge is simple: find the real girls buried among the birds in under 3 minutes. Corin doesn't look panicked. He sees the shortcut, and he is going to end this game before it even starts. Angus catches the change in his eyes. His frantic confidence flickers as the air turns cold. Before the god of love can finish his question, Corin raises his spear high. Corin doesn't waste another second, clearing the lake in one massive strike and standing firm until only his true targets are left. It takes him a moment to be sure, but their eyes give them away. These 3 swans are the girls he came to save, and since he finished in less than a minute, he expects them to be released right now, even though Angus only begins to shake with the low, twisted laughter that tells Corin the real nightmare is just starting. Angus mocks him, offering a choice he knows will break him: pick one girl to save, or lose them all to a permanent sleep. His laughter echoing with wild joy. Corin takes a quiet breath and explains that from the start, he never had the right to choose between them. The logic throws Angus for a second. Our hero didn't come here to play favorites, or give up one life for another. If the rules mean someone has to be abandoned, he'll just take down the man who started it. He isn't here to pick a winner, he's here to end the game. Angus falls into a heavy silence. He begins to recount the myth of the swan, because his beloved only fled out of fear. That failure led to a hard lesson, that love is about respect, not conquest. Angus confirms what he thought all along. Corin Lork is the man they've been waiting for, and he finally sees the loyalty in the women who refuse to abandon him. He asks Corin to leave them in safety, where they can wait for his return. The hero can't stand the thought of going on alone, until Angus insists this part of the path is his alone. The warning that the final trial is dangerous hits just as the artifact on his chest ignites. Someone else has found a way to activate Cleom Solas against his will, and Angus has no way to stop it. Only one hurdle remains before the end. The king of all gods descends to deliver the final trial, calling himself the sun's own successor, Nuada Ergetlam, with a gaze that suggests he has been waiting for this moment for a long time. The legends speak of 4 great treasures that define power in this world. They are Leofail, Aradva, Undri, and the legendary sword Cleom Solas. These treasures aren't just objects, and the owner of the Sun Sword has finally arrived to deliver the final trial. This is Nuada Ergetlam, the king of all gods, whose presence alone demands a level of strength most humans can't even imagine. For Park Sihu, this reveals a confirmation of everything he's been bracing for. His first attempt at manipulating these trials went sideways after his plan to lure out an easy opponent using a monster's head failed. Instead of a simple win, a wildcard named Angus appeared and vanished just as quickly, throwing the original strategy into the dirt. This final test is different because Sihu can actually predict the path forward since he holds the treasure of the sun himself. Corin Locke looks up at Nuada, the god who stands for the sun itself, knowing he'll need every bit of power from the 3 fighters he brought along to finish this. Seeing Angus watch from the side with popcorn, makes his blood boil. It's a distraction that Nuada immediately calls out. The god doesn't wait for him to recover, calling up a massive shadow warrior that lands a blow heavy enough to nearly break his spirit before the fight even starts. Nuada reaches back into a long forgotten age. He recounts the era of giants and the rise of the god race known as the Danan. He speaks of the demons that followed in the dark, and finally, the arrival of the humans. But among those ancient legends, one shadow looms larger than the rest. The great warrior Shreng was a demon of pure fury, and defeating him here on the Moitura plain cost Nuada his left arm. Looking at the legendary blade brought before him, he realizes the quest has led back to his lost limb. That piece of himself is the only way to wield the power of the sun perfectly. Corin Lork dives straight into the path of a monster, desperate to bridge the distance between himself and a warrior who looks through him like glass. He lunges forward, but a heavy blade swings through the air to intercept him, threatening to end the encounter before it begins. He holds his ground against the pressure, searching for the strength he was promised in these trials. The gods usually build these stages from the fragments of a peaceful past to guide a player forward, but as Nuada watches from beneath a blood-red sky, it's clear this is no simple lesson. It's a struggle Korn might not survive. Confronting the great warrior Shreng is like fighting a force of nature, a beast of pure strength who once heard a god. The weight of the power is crushing, but the point of this trial finally makes sense. It isn't just about living through the attack. It's about proving the martial power he has built up until now. To our protagonist, true martial power is more than just muscle. It is the focus of every skill he has. Korin dives deep into the fire, linking rune magic into a chain he trained until a sudden shift in the air pulls his focus, just as Shreng lunges through the heat with a roar that says he hasn't even felt it. The young man barely manages to dodge, noting the demon's simple moves are balanced by terrifying speed, and counters with the fierce serpent strike that connects directly with the giant's chest without actually sinking in. The truth lands hard. Shreng isn't using magic or a shield to protect himself. He's stopping a lethal spear strike with nothing but raw muscle. Korin has lost his spear, his magic is failing, and a monster is closing in for the kill. But as it turns out, being cornered is exactly what he planned. Korin skitters across the dirt as his momentum breaks, watching as the beast lunges forward with the spear it just stole. But he knows he wasn't just dodging. Every rune he used so far was a setup. His mind drifts back to a silver-haired woman who trained him to hold the sun's power for just a few heartbeats longer, a task that was only possible in Nazria because his master spent centuries carving runes. He wonders if the energy of this realm is doing the work for him, but her smile returns like a ghost, urging him to reach back and find the strength she already saw in his eyes. Shreng watches in disbelief as Korin reaches for a strength he was never meant to touch alone, guided by a voice reminding him that he already has the heart to wield the sun. And the announcement of his ultimate art activation echoes as a surge of energy forces Nuada to brace for a strike that should end everything. Korn has to push his body to the absolute breaking point to hold the heat together until the light suddenly snaps out of existence, leaving him reaching into the empty air as a single terrifying thought begins to crawl into his mind. Someone else just stole the sun right out of his hands. Korn screams the name of the man who has taken everything, but his defiance doesn't slow the god, as Nuada offers a cold reminder that he already warned him about this outcome. He tells Korn not to lose focus, yet the warning is useless with a massive shadow looming over our protagonist, leaving him frozen until a single strike cuts clean through his arm. He collapses into the dirt, his world dissolving into white-hot agony as the loss finally registers. Gasping for breath, he desperately calls on his fire magic to burn the wound shut, while Nuada mocks the pitiful attempt, asking if the boy really thinks he can stop him now. Nuada makes it clear that hope is a luxury he won't permit, looking down at Korin, who is pinned to the dirt by the weight of his own agony. The son's successor watches him struggle with the stump of his severed arm. Was this display of shattered desperation really the plan all along? He explains the law of his people. The throne of the Danan demands a perfect vessel, where even a single scar is enough to disqualify a king. Nuada had once crushed the demon hordes to usher in an era of light, but his own blood spilled in battle meant he had to watch his legacy from the sidelines. That peace lasted until the world changed and his glory was stripped away, leaving him with nothing but the bitter memory of ambitions that no longer matter. His fist tightens as the resentment he's been nursing for centuries starts to boil over. The truth lands like a blade. This entire trial was orchestrated by Erendanua, the woman Korin thought was on his side. She was the one who sent him into this nightmare. Their bond feels like nothing more than a cold calculation. Shreng drops a truth that changes everything. While most gods side with the current order, some have already turned away. Korin watches him, the blood on his face cooling as a dark realization lands. But Nuada offers no comfort. He voices a deep hatred for the age humans have built. The sun sword rises, its light claiming the sky as the god announces he serves neither the demons nor the mortals. The weight of that divine contempt pushes down on Corin, forcing him to watch as the god offers his heart to Tates Valtazar, the one he calls the final, true king. Nuada Ergetlem, the king of all gods, stands amidst the heat of the battlefield with a look of deep longing. He isn't just looking for a win. He is waiting for a whole new age to begin, a time that he believes will finally change their world forever. Nuada Ergetlem remembers how the Danan are beings more than just flesh, living as the heart of concepts like justice and love. He carried the weight of the throne in his soul, a ruler who seemed as bright as the sun to every god beneath him. For ages, he stood as the king of the gods, certain that his reign would never end. But a single fight against the demon warlord changed everything. In one stroke, his arm was gone, and the future he had built for himself was broken. Their laws were as hard as stone, caring nothing for his past glory or the life he had given to his people. To lead, a king had to be whole. The man who was meant to rule forever finally had to learn how to let go. Nuada looks back on a life defined by sacrifice, remembering how his people survived every nightmare from the sky or the abyss. And though he gave up his throne to keep the world turning, a single bitter regret surfaces. He only regrets that he didn't wipe out humanity when he had the chance. To him, humans are just thankless people who took the gift of fire and used it to forge weapons against the gods. Even after that betrayal, his people left a few behind to guide the world, an aching choice that Nuada no longer believes in. And now he lets his fury answer as he bears down on Corinlock. Corinlock can feel his life slipping away, and if he stalls any longer, the blood loss will kill him. He tries to reach across the gap with words while Nuada descends from the sky to finish the fight. Corinlock throws everything into his secret art to prove his people are finally different. Yet the god's eyes remain cold, holding his gaze with a dismissal that hurts worse than the steel. Nuada shatters the strike in a single movement, leaving the boy reeling under a lecture about human greed that will eventually turn the world into a hell worse than any ancient nightmare. Nuada is low and steady as he explains that naturally, peace can only be won through overwhelming power. His strike lands like a god's judgment. He remembers the flood and the desperate cries of people whose lives were cut short before they ever had a chance to say goodbye. The memory hits like a tidal wave, a city drowning while Corin is forced to watch his younger self stand frozen and useless. Park Sihu looms over the scene with a cruel smile. It isn't just a vision, and every detail returns with a weight that makes his skin crawl. Then the whisper lands, Erin calling his name one last time, her voice fading into the dark. Now the ghosts of his failure are clawing at him, begging for the help he was once too weak to give. The memories always start with the sound of his friends begging for their lives. Every scream feeds the terror that he would be the next one to die. He watched from the ground as a god of destruction reduced his world to ash. He was held down by a power he couldn't even hope to touch. But it's the quietest moments that hurt the most. He remembers the blood on the snow as his name finally left her lips. This woman was his destiny, but she only admitted it when her life was already draining away. Corin pulls his bloody hand tight against his weapon as he braces for one last push, triggering a pillar of energy that erupts and washes over the battlefield. Nuada stops cold as he watches the human push through the heat, insisting that he cannot die in this place. Nuada grinds his teeth and asks why the boy still refuses to stay down, but our lead only plants his foot firmly into the cracked earth. If he gives up now, the people still living on the surface won't stand a chance. He has finally found his reason to keep standing. Corin keeps his gaze fixed on the god, his body failing but his spirit refusing to break, knowing that dying here would mean giving up every burden he chose to carry for the people he loves. Nuada stares back with a silence that carries more weight than any strike. The king of gods has searched through the boy's very soul. He saw the memory of Corin killing Park Sihu, the man who was supposed to be the world's original hero. It is a heavy, blood-stained secret that reshapes everything they know about this timeline. Corin can only listen as his deepest failure is exposed in the light of the sun. Nuada raises his sword, his voice flat as he tells our protagonist that he is simply too weak to change his fate. The heat between them sharpens as the god prepares his final move, compressing the power of the sun into a single, blinding point, meant to burn everything away. The weight of the sun begins to settle into Nuada's left arm, preparing a strike meant to end the battle once and for all. Corinlock is barely holding on, his body broken and bleeding as he leans on his spear to stay upright. Nuada offers him a final moment of mercy. A bloody smile spreads across Corinlock's face as he admits his own weakness. He knows that great power isn't meant for forcing the world to be perfect. He digs his foot into the dirt one last time and lunges forward with everything he has left, fighting for the right of ordinary people to just live. Nuada loses his patience and screams a final curse as he brings his glowing fists down to crush him. Corinlock dares his opponent to bring everything he has, meeting the divine strike with a reckless charge that explodes into a blinding collision. And as the shock lands for Nuada, our MC reveals that he isn't holding on with his own strength alone. He carved the law into his soul to never look away when good people suffer, haunted by a memory of a woman in chains whose tears are the only thing he can see through the fire of the battle. Corinlock thinks back to the faces he's fought to save. He remembers the way even the smallest smiles felt like a victory worth winning. He carries the weight of every desperate plea, including the moment Aaron looked at him and called him a hero for the first time. This power isn't just a gift. It is the physical strength given to him by the people he protected when nobody else would stand in their way. His enemies have finally made their choice. Now, the world responds by granting him the strength he needs to end this. He pushes through the pain for one reason. He made a promise, and he refuses to break it. Corinlock refuses to let the good suffer anymore, triggering the release of his forbidden core, while Nuada watches with a cold curiosity as the boy forces himself through the energy. He promises to save the world with his very last breath. He plants his foot for one final strike, but his body begins to crumble under the strain, leaving him collapsed in the dirt while Nuada watches the hero fade away in the silence of the sunset. Nuada Ergetlam weighs the request to save what's left, looking down at a man who has barely enough life to ask for mercy. The silence of the wasteland is heavy, broken only when a hand grabs Nuada's wrist with the last surge of defiance. Though his cold belief that the world only respects strength remains unchanged, he watches the light wash over a hero who isn't ready for what's coming. He leaves the boy with the challenge to see how many lives he can save before the day of destiny arrives. Nuada Ergetlam has seen enough to finally feel a spark of curiosity about the mortal who stood before him. Corinlock might be broken, but the king grants the recognition the boy nearly died to earn. While a miracle begins to repair the damage, Nuada leaves the hero with the command to keep fighting against his fate. He officially commits the name to memory, the human who refused to break. Corin Lork. Corinlock opens his eyes and finds a healer watching over him. He tries to find the moment the world went dark, but the memory only returns in a haze of heat and the certainty of the final strike. Diane Chek delivers the message that flips his world, revealing he passed the trial, and Corinlock freezes as the realization lands. He was ready to die, but the king saw a strength in him worth saving, and now a golden light takes shape into a divine artifact built to hold endless power. This gauntlet wasn't just some hidden treasure found in a dungeon. In the game's original timeline, it belonged to the enemy's most terrifying fighter, Ohad Bress. This legendary piece was supposed to be impossible for any normal player to ever touch or own. Looking down at the metal, Corinlock knows every drop of blood he spilled was worth it just to keep that power out of the wrong hands. He studies the gauntlet as a quiet hope takes root, wondering if he really can be the one to master its legendary strength. Now that the trial is finished, he just wants his friends returned safely, but the god standing before him isn't ready to let them go. The silence between them stretches until Diane Chek stops him with the refusal that feels far too heavy. The sudden turn hits Corinlock like a physical blow. He had followed every rule of the game he remembered, and yet the world is starting to shift in ways he can't predict. Usually, this holy place only allows a visitor to meet a single god based on the specific item they carry. Even in his previous runs through this life, a player only ever walked away with one treasure. But as the air begins to shimmer, he realizes the old rules have been broken for good. As multiple godly figures appear in the light all at once, a moment he never saw in the game or in any of his past lives. Dagda, the massive Dinan of the earth, accepts that even a retired king's word still carries the weight of a command, and while the flashy Angus has already run off to reward the girls, our protagonist is left to face the rest of the gods on his own. Manhwa MacLear steps forward next, introducing herself as the wealthy goddess of the sea who wishes to gift a cherished item to the hero who survived the trial, sending a blue orb into his waiting hands as the shock finally lands. He isn't getting just one reward, but 3 legendary treasures at once, a haul that makes even the most dangerous trials worth the cost. Before he can celebrate, the sharp gaze of Lulavada fixes on him with a look that says the warrior god still isn't sure why the king chose this human over a legend like Tate's Feltazar. Lulavada starts by admitting he has already given his all to Tate's, leaving nothing left for the boy standing before him. But then he offers a deal that shouldn't even be possible. If Corinlock can defeat his successor, the master will hand over everything Tate's leaves behind. This reward was never possible to get in the original game, and it leaves Cornlock wondering why an old enemy would go this far to help him. Lou explains that this isn't a betrayal, but a sign of respect for the heir of justice, who now carries the sun's power. From this moment on, he will take no sides, knowing that whichever man wins their duel will finally fulfill a secret wish. Then he simply vanishes into the light, leaving Corinlock alone in the silence. Corinlock walks away with the haul of legendary treasures, unaware the gods are already debating if the hoard is enough for a dowry. The others are baffled by the powerful gear they received, without even facing a trial, while Angus laughs about his plan to make their love bloom. Corinlock rests his head back, seeking a moment of peace, and the weight of her sincerity catches him off guard. He finally lets his guard down, leaning into the warmth and giving in to the tiredness he's been carrying until a sudden, sharp cry snaps him back to reality. It's just Nabi, the black cat that's been hanging around the office lately, and while Corin tries to keep things light by asking Mariette about spare fish, the playfulness disappears the moment she says his name. Her gaze turns sharp as she asks if he knows what Huaren brought back from Mag Mel, and when Corin admits he's in the dark, the look on her face says she finally figured it out. Life at the academy is supposed to be about books and credits, but for some students, the real graduation happens on the battlefield. Corin watches the daily chaos at Merkaba, where Mariette's attempt to play with the cat usually ends in a standoff, but the piece is just a short break before students trade their classes for dangerous missions. The Corin Guardians are already back in the thick of it. They clear the forest with brute force and a refined skill that leaves the area handled before the dust can even settle. Horan stands with the legendary Moraltak. The weight of that magic blade makes every quiet word between them feel heavy with the tension they haven't named yet. While the team moves through the forest, the gray-haired man notes how fast the protagonist is climbing the ranks, a success only possible thanks to the Wyvern Marie provided to save them days of travel. As our lead adjusts his goggles, Doran mentions that Germain is missing, but Corin knows that absence is just a signal that a plan is finally clicking into place. Whatever he's been waiting for is finally here. Far from the woods, a church bell tolls as a name is spoken for the first time, the bishop. But the boy can't hide his shaking hands as he reveals he found a dark mage's laboratory. He presents a letter that links the Holy Church directly to the site and asks the unthinkable, is the bishop really sacrificing children? The bishop doesn't even blink. He only sighs that the discovery is troublesome, before explaining that serving the gods often requires getting your hands dirty. He justifies the murders by bringing up ancient witch hunts, claiming that innocent victims are just a necessary price for their mission. Germain keeps his voice low, offering a submissive answer that hides his true thoughts, but the bishop only storms out and slams the doors shut, promising to deal with the boy's attitude once this is over. As it turns out, the whole operation is in ruins, from the failed slaughter to the loss of the squad meant to provoke the enemy, and even the destruction of 2 groups from the Tower of Magic. The bishop finally collapses under the weight of it all, cursing the sorcerer for being beaten so easily and leaving him with nothing but the remains of his failure. Even failures have their place in the grand plans, or at least that's how the bishop makes sense of his methods as he turns his focus to the details of the prisoner transfer. Onlookers on the street struggle to look away while the Saintess reports that everything is moving smoothly, noting that they have rounded up a collection of heretics, including the Manic Cangrian and the Gaunt Morstan. The bishop tries to scold her for her dress, but she shushes him with a playful smile. Suddenly, the air around her changes. She freezes mid-sentence as her focus pulls towards something unusual in the crowd, sensing a presence she didn't expect. Mariette freezes when she catches sight of a hooded figure that feels like a ghost from her past, recognizing Mir by the crimson eyes that seem to see right through the crowd. As hooded guards keep a close watch on the carriage where the Saintess sits with her head bowed, sensing the violence that's about to break the silence, leaving Corinlock to wonder if these mages have a death wish for making him an enemy. Inside the carriage, the Saintess feels the weight of every failing prayer, while her guard screams for her to flee, but her focus breaks as the prison doors swing open. From the shadows, 2 inmates watch her while she stands in a loaded silence and listens to them mock the ignorance that just shattered the magic binding their power. It was a mistake she could never take back. Cangrian dismisses the Saintess with a lazy laugh, already dreaming of the quiet rest waiting for him back east. She was supposed to be weak, but the air goes cold when she demands justice for their prison break, and suddenly, Morstan feels every bit of the trouble they're in. The light beneath her doesn't just burn, it judges. She stands in the center of the glow, no longer a victim, but a miracle in the making. She clasps her hands, drawing in a power that leaves no room for mercy. Morstan watches in horror as she stalks toward them, her eyes filled with a conviction that makes her look truly dangerous. Imagine getting a power so strong it makes you a god. But that power doesn't come with mercy. It comes with a demand for blood. The priestess turns her focus toward them, finally accepting the heavy weight of a power that was never meant for a mortal. Morstan and Kangryun can only watch as the air leaves the room. They realize too late that the girl they once knew is gone forever. Her command is clear. She will smashes her enemies into dust until she is the only thing left standing. The thought of mercy has vanished, replaced by the cold promise of absolute control. If she follows this path to the end, she will be invincible. The front line is a mess of fire and claws. Every wave of enemies feels heavier than the last, pushing the men to their limits as they steel themselves against the exhaustion. Then a shout rings out. They finally found her. She doesn't look much like a savior as she stands over Morstan and Kangrian. She watches them bleed with a gaze that is more cold than kind, noting how easily the enemy mages have pushed through. When she asks for a report, the soldiers can barely hide their fear, telling her that even with her blessing, they are one wave away from being wiped out. Estelle has seen enough blood for one night, ordering her men to leave the prisoners behind. But one soldier isn't ready to abandon their research until a shift in his voice stops her cold. She turns to look at him and realizes this man was never part of her convoy, their eyes locking while the forest burns around them, and Adrian sees the mistake he made in trying to hide among the common believers. He drops the act and lets his true power as the Golden Archmage flood the area in a surge that hits our Saintess like a physical weight, leaving her breathless. The world just woke up to its worst nightmare because the Saintess has been taken. And in a flash of light, the balance of power shifted forever. And when the forest erupts in light, the struggle finally ends. News of the kidnapping hits the streets within hours, naming the Golden Archmage as the prime suspect. This forced the royal family and the new church into a partnership, while the Guardian Association summons elite teams to find the man who just broke the world's peace. The world is split between groups like the Fianna Knights and the Northern Army, but the ragged ship at the docks looks like a pile of junk, making it easy for the veterans to overlook. Watching from the pier, the soldiers mock the ship's battered state, laughing at Corin and Marie as they step off, because they can't imagine kids handling a mission this important. Their pride vanishes the moment the harbor announcement lands. Corin and Marie aren't just visitors. They are elite guardians. The reveal leaves the soldiers speechless, forced to accept that these kids are now their equals. Corin Locke knows exactly why this reveal is landing so hard. The lineup for the Corin Guardians is nothing short of legendary. With Mariette leading the charge, they've brought in the Warski mercenaries to build a force that nobody wants to face. Huaran stands as a core part of that power, her presence held back by her chains. Arisha cuts through the field with lightning speed, while her companion follows with raw muscle. Reaching the rank of grade, one is usually a long process, but the association was desperate to push them through. This promotion came with a price, and they've been buried under missions leading into the upcoming tower raid. The chairman delivers news that hits like a lead weight. But for the mercenaries of the Fianna Knights, an elite title means nothing without a guarantee of gold. The chairman doesn't hesitate, confirming that the kingdom will pay handsomely for anyone brave enough to raid the tower and reclaim what was lost. Standing at the harbor, he drops a dark concession, permitting a policy of unlimited plunder. And while the thugs around Corinlock erupt in cheers for stolen wealth, the joke about taking mages as slaves makes Corinlock's eyes darken. The trash around him finally needs to get lost. A soldier from the Northern Army leans in with a code warning, telling the rookie that anyone who touches their reward is a dead man. Mariette bristles in his defense, but Corinlock holds her back to keep the peace. As he watches the elite heroes walk away, he sees them for what they really are, a club of greedy men fighting over money they haven't earned yet. To them, the kidnapping of the Saintess was just a lucky break that leads to a massive payday. Mariette is disgusted by their lack of honor, her gaze lingering on Corinlock to see if he can handle the pressure of such a toxic group. He tells her it's fine and to stay focused on the task, refusing to let petty insults get in the way of the mission. As the ships sail toward the start of the Tower Subjugation War, he looks at the crowd of self-serving warriors and knows exactly what happens next. At this rate, every single one of them is going to die. The Steel Archipelago is a brutal gauntlet of islands shielding the tower at its center, but because the enemy was so well prepared, the elite guardians never even got the chance to land. Their vanguard was wiped out instantly, followed quickly by the main force. Corinlock remembers the weight of this failure from the previous timeline. It was the single worst disaster in history, a moment of deep loss that rewrote their entire future. A masked sorcerer taunts them from the battlements, laughing as he promises to turn every survivor into fish food, while the distance to the kill zone closes from 500 meters to 400. The trap is set, and the distance is closing. Our sorcerer is just waiting for the perfect moment to pull the trigger. The tower sorcerer tracks the distance with a cruel focus, counting down the final meters until the ships hit the kill zone, but the timing slips through his fingers as lightning tears through the sky. On deck, The Northern Army soldiers scramble in a panic, while from the coast, the sorcerers watch the destruction in a silence that hangs heavy. The realization is a cold weight. They haven't even cast their spell yet. The Northern Army captain barely has a second to process the chaos before the ship lurches, forcing him to brace against an impact he never saw coming. The sound of strings can be more terrifying than the clash of swords. Duran dives straight into the performance, his voice cutting through the rain as he loses himself to a wild energy, shouting about a rabbit while he strikes the strings of a massive harp known as Wayetni. This legendary weapon was once built to kill giants, but now it turns the sea into a cataclysm. His soldiers scream in the rising water, but Duran doesn't even hear them call his name. Lost in the destructive power of his own song, as Park Si-hoo watches the chaos and wonders if this nightmare was part of the plan all along. The first strike hits the deck, and a second blow splits the hull wide open. 60% of the force dead the second they reach land. That was the future Corinlock remembered, so he takes a slow breath and prepares to pick a different way to die. Above them, Duran screams that the performance isn't over and tears at the strings of a golden harp. If the fleet has to fall, our protagonist will smashes it himself before the enemy can finish them off. Half a fleet is gone, but not a single soldier died. While Duran watches the chaos and sees how beautifully it all falls apart, back at the Kingdom Army headquarters, the cost of the failed invasion finally comes home as the commander slams his fist down, cursing the tower for magic that can bend nature to its will. The numbers are crushing, with 13 ships sunk and 21 more damaged beyond repair. As his officers hesitate, the report takes a turn that makes the commander roar in disbelief, because not a single person was killed. Half the fleet was destroyed, yet the only real injuries were a few bad colds, making the miracle feel like a mockery, while the survivors shiver on the beach, alive but defeated. The Northern Army captain curses the tower for the mess they're in, but as he stares at the water, he sees that it wasn't just the lifeboats that brought them through, because what actually saved them was music. He shouts it out to the wind, since the idea that a storm was calmed by a song shouldn't even be possible. High above the deck, Duran stands with his harp, his voice gone from the strain of the show. Music was never meant to take lives, and he looks down at the people with a weary smile as he calls for peace, which the men answer with a roar of relief that fills the air. Cornlock reaches down to pull the captain up, and as Park Si-hoo watches, he knows the world has already changed because, in the original story, these guards never even got a chance to shine. Looking down at the captain, Duran thinks about the years of sweat and blood these elite guardians gave up to earn their titles, and he refuses to watch them die for one moment of greed. He pulls the man into a sudden, lingering embrace. He's finally found a heavy kind of peace by saving the very people he lost in his last life. Now the news of the tower's lies is spreading across every street, and while even Rack watches his dreams crumble, Duran knows this heartbreak is the only way to gather the power he needs. Rack breaks down in his friend's arms as the grief over the Sanctus finally lands. Corinlock only smiles, knowing her capture will turn the public into a weapon, while the girl herself is busy demanding better wine from her captors inside the tower. Outside on the water, the soldiers are already shouting for a peace they haven't earned, joined by Duran as he raises his golden harp into the air with a look that says he will be the only one to save her, no matter the cost. Inside the tower, the quiet is broken only by the sound of blood hitting the floor. Her confusion only feeds the shadowy assassin as he steps out of the dark with a wide, jagged grin. He mocks her shock, asking if she really thought her title made her immune to the reach of a blade. The dark tower looms over the landscape, and inside, the heavy silence is broken by the sound of blood hitting the floor. Our protagonist stares at the red staining her white robes. Now, the Saintess calls out the name of the continent's most hated criminal, but Dunskies only finds her fear charming. The searing pain in her arm is real. Her world has shifted in a heartbeat. The Saintess thought she knew the stakes, but she never expected to find the Holy Grail in the hands of a criminal. Dunskies holds out the glowing object, testing whether she even knows what she's looking at. And while she recognizes it as the legendary cup, his partner isn't interested in small talk and pins her arm back to draw her sacred blood into the vessel, letting the magic take hold until a massive, bandaged giant begins to wake. This is the true purpose of the blood, a tool to bring back creatures that were supposed to be lost to history. It's a power that shouldn't exist in the modern world, and now it's awake. As the Academy students watch the broadcast in shock, unable to explain how the weather turned so fast, the hall fills with praise for Elder Blaine and her magic, but the celebration feels like a trap. Meanwhile, the command tent is quiet as Director Daniel watches the sea through a magic mirror. He is convinced the tower is changing the weather to hold them back, so he looks to Clara to confirm the magic circle hidden behind the waves. The girl leans into the lie, using stories of the witch revolution to sell the fake threat to the director. It works perfectly. Daniel trusts the word of a legend, never thinking the disaster is just a story Corin invented to keep the association exactly where he wants them. The captain is skeptical and questions how they can set foot on land until Corinlock promises a plan that sounds like suicide. Claire explains how a small team can shatter the magic circle from within, while our lead confirms he was already 10 steps ahead. Gathering everyone around the map, he makes it clear they'll strike the tower directly while Mariette connects the dots on the weather, and the nun complains about the noisy magic. The silver-haired woman teases Clara about the risk of lying to the royal family, but the humor dies when they realize the target is an 80-year-old fortress crawling with the undead. The young nun looks for the easy way out, but Clara explains that teleporting is exactly why they are stuck, and notes the tower sealed the island, though Mariette finds one marker in the Forbidden Forest that sits outside the main barrier and remains completely unguarded because the area is home to a nightmare that makes human soldiers unnecessary. The tension snaps when Corinlock speaks up and offers to take the suicide mission himself. As Clara and Mariette search for the words to stop him, an admission he accepts easily enough since he knows he's the weakest person in the room, until his mentor leans in to ask if her disciple is actually ready. Corin stays silent for a long moment, letting her trust settle over him, and then the doubt finally vanishes as he gives her a confident yes right as the ground begins to hum with power. As the jump window approaches, the young nun catches Corinlock's attention with a soft plea for him to stay safe, but she barely starts to explain her worry before the instructor's countdown starts and leaves her flustered. The tension breaks when Mariette shouts a cheerful farewell about their supplies across the deck. Corin gently rests a hand on the nun's head, promising that he'll be fine, and thanking her for the concern, leaving her unable to move as the weight of the gesture finally lands. A flash of light marks the start of a trial few survive. Corinlock steps into the Forbidden Forest, where the air is heavy with magic. This maze is guarded by thousands of spirits, a stage so difficult that even the strongest warriors would turn back at the gate. Corinlock moves deeper into the trees until a voice drifts through the shadows to greet him. Wraith Holdra watches him with a gaze that feels more like a trap than a welcome. She beckons our protagonist to step closer, her hand reaching through the mist as if to offer a comforting touch. Corinlock's eyes glass over. The world around him blurs as he lets out a quiet breath of wonder. Suddenly, the single figure becomes a swarm, her beautiful face multiplying until she is everywhere at once, waiting for her prey to finally fall into her arms. Holdra leans in to finish her spell, her power meant to tear his mind apart. But Corinlock only blinks and smiles like a man enjoying a casual hike until the weight of it lands slowly. While she reels, he brushes off the days to treat the deadly labyrinth like a classroom, explaining how the tower uses the forest to store rare materials for their research. Vengeful spirits swarm him with screams of death, but he only focuses on a single mandragora while identifying the guardian charms that serve as the last line of defense for a vault he is now determined to empty. Corinlock decides to pass on this fight, choosing to simply ignore the spirits floating around him. He sprints right through the glowing crowd because, as far as his senses are concerned, he can't even see them. This is all thanks to a self-imposed vow that changed how he deals with the world. By trading away his ability to notice spirits, he gained a huge 50% damage boost against physical things, a choice he made during his first fight with Duke Sabancia. It might make talking to ghosts impossible, but it also means their attacks simply can't touch him. Since the spirits can't hurt him, our protagonist reaches out to grab the prize he's been after. Corin loses himself in his lucky find, laughing as he downs Zuret water and rare honey until a sharp chill cuts through his victory and a massive red skull looms over the clearing, forcing him to leap back. The sight of the Wraith King doesn't slow him down when he knows he's close to a spirit herb that once cost a whole faction 10 years of their savings. As his fingers finally close around the Goreo ginseng, the cold shadow of the monster fades, leaving only the warmth of his prize. Corinlock claims the harvest for his own. He plants a strange gift in the soil as payment for what he's taken and believes a fair trade is the only way to satisfy his dark heart. At the academy, Mariette shares a bounty of her own. She explains that these are no ordinary vegetables, but a cursed crop from the realm of Magmel, which grants a specific sensation to every man in the area. Park Sihu studies the gift with a deep, lingering gaze before he calls for his new children to grow, leaving the fate of the academy hanging on his next cruel whim. The shadowy assassin lets out a laugh that cuts through the night, ready to end the hunt before his chance is gone. He's in a hurry to wrap things up and leave this place behind, for good. Corinlock wades through the filth to reach the infiltration team's meeting point, knowing a direct attack is suicide, as he activates his Rune of Dawn to see through the dark. But a familiar voice pulls him out of his focus, and he finds his partner already waiting in a dark nun's habit. She claims she simply ran here early, though she shrugs off the danger of the abyss shriekers lurking in the dark, leaving him to simply call her lucky. She turns and leads him deeper into the tunnels without another word. Korenlok decides they'll hole up in the tower's old control room for the next few days until the rest of the group arrives. His first priority is turning the dusty sewer space into something livable, and he offers to let Hua skip the chores, but she barely hears the suggestion. Her mind is stuck on the fact that they'll be alone together for 2 days, and Corin misses the quiet panic in her voice. He steps close to tie an apron around her, a casual gesture that leaves her completely flushed and stuttering through a promise to help. Time slips away in the dark as they work through the evening, and by the time Corin sits back to rest, Hua has already collapsed into a deep sleep. She didn't even bother taking the apron off before her eyes drifted shut. She worked herself to the bone just to be useful to him. Corin goes over the plan one last time, knowing he'll head to the tower while the rest of the team stays behind. The movement wakes Lan, who looks up and finds him sitting right there, but as he tries to convince her to sleep, the girl has other plans. She reaches out and pulls him in, murmuring about how safe she feels, while Corin sits frozen in a moment he has no idea how to handle. The click of a heel on stone cuts through the silence as Mariette strolls into the room with her red beast, thanking him for the shortcut before catching Corin and Hua in a quiet moment. Corin can only offer a flustered greeting while she praises him for volunteering, noting the rune magic he carved into the sewers using his massive mana pool. He laughs when she mentions the field of potatoes he supposedly planted alone, because those bags were really just a cover for the elixirs and the powerful harp he has already stashed in the forest. Its auto-recall ability lets him leave it guarded by spirits and summon it back whenever he wants, which makes this haul even better. Everything is ready, and the real mission finally begins. The plan is simple. Madame Josephine handles the teleportation circle, while Huaren stays back to guard their exit. They land outside the tower where the Saintess is held, but Huaren's voice rings out with a warning of something right in front of them. Corenlock stops the group cold. He can feel a presence in the hall, and it's already too late to turn back. The guard's suspicion flares the moment they try to pass, but Corenlock doesn't give him a second to think, leaning in with a pat on the head and a shower of empty praise that Mariette reinforces with a bright, distracting smile. The young man is left standing in a daze, suddenly feeling like the most important person in the building as the unexpected attention goes straight to his head. They slip past easily enough, but while Corenlock celebrates the successful bluff, Mariette warns him that their luck only lasts until the 4th floor. Above them, the iris recognition sensors will only open for high-ranked mages, yet Corenlock was already expecting the lockdown and calls on the powerful familiar Mariette brought along to force their way through. Corin watches the summoning with disbelief, but Mariette explains this new familiar is an asset she brought back from the south, revealing the fallen leader of the Red Faction, Elder Admalek, who has returned as a ghoul named Chunsik, with a scream of hatred for the man who ruined him. His vengeance doesn't last a second before Mariette drops a single command to sit, and the legendary mage is forced down until his pride is replaced by a desperate need to obey, while his mistress towers over him. One threat of being baked into salt or pottery is finally enough to turn his rage into pathetic, stuttering apologies. The Dunarev family rules the South with a grip so tight that death is usually the first answer for any trouble. But Lady Marie found a more profitable path, trading killing for prison work to keep the region's numbers growing. Chunsik flinches as Mariette sends her spirit back into his shadow, leaving the group to hurry past the empty 5th floor and clear the stairs to the next level, while they count the distance to Estelle's cell. Knowing the Tower Master is likely close by, Corinlock warns that they need to stay invisible to survive, but a sudden loud barking shatters their cover. Corin tells Dooku to stay quiet before they get caught, but the beast is whimpering in terror as he wonders what could frighten such a creature, leaving the whole group on edge. They push into a massive experiment wing hidden deep in the tower, a laboratory Josephine admits was kept secret even from her for years. A sudden stop pulls the air from the room. Mariette catches sight of something that freezes the breath in her lungs, and the realization finally hits Corin hardest as the truth lands. They are standing before the ancient power that first ruled the world. This is the being that started it all. The legend finally takes form in the dark. The Sky Titan, and Mariette is stunned, because that single eyeball is as large as the whole giants they fought on the Sky Island. The weight of the discovery settles over her as the monster's name finally registers, while just ahead, the assassin leads the way through the room with a weird kind of joy. He boasts that the resurrection of the giant King Balor is finally within reach. While Corinlock and the others watch from the shadows, the assassin complains about the slow work of feeding the remains holy blood. Corinlock knows the history of the beast. This was the most powerful demon king of all time, the one who killed the divine king Nuada. And the history of this world is written in blood, and even the divine king Nuada had to admit he was no match for the power of Balor, a monster finally stopped by Lu of the Bright Danon. This makes the current plan feel like a personal betrayal. Balthazar is Lu's own heir, yet he's the one working to bring back the nightmare his ancestors sacrificed everything to end. Deep in the ritual chamber, the stakes finally become visible as the men stand beneath the massive eye of the beast, while the assassin gloats about the glory he'll receive once the revival is complete. He prepares to use Undri, a treasure capable of providing infinite life, to jumpstart a dead god's heart as a lone observer realizes the people meant to be the world's saviors have become its greatest threat. The assassin prepares his next move, but stops, sensing a sudden shift in the room's energy that forces him to scan the dark corners where Corinlock and the girls are holding their breath. Mariette's hushed question is met with a sharp command to stay silent, and as his eyes land right on them, Corinlock knows they've been found. A massive beast erupts into the room as the assassin mocks the rats, who thought they could hide, his laugh filling the space as their lucky run finally ends in fire. Inside the academy, the search narrows as an instructor scans the shadows for anything out of place. The silence stretches, heavy and cold, until Corinlock realizes his cover is gone. He'd spent the whole morning outrunning this moment, but now the walls are closing in with nowhere left to hide. The instructor calls him a rat and lets a massive beast lead the charge to end the hunt. Corinlock can't help but curse his luck as the plan falls apart, especially when Fermac Damon's voice echoes through the room, taunting them to hide well. Above them, a massive, fiery beast stalks through the chamber, its heat pressing down as they huddle together in the darkness. Corinlock stays perfectly still while the young woman beside him holds her breath, her shoulder pressed tight against his. They are so close he can feel every frantic beat of her heart, but the fragile silence starts to crack as Mariette begins to tremble. She tries to grip her cloak and steady herself, but the terror of the moment is winning. Then, a massive purple eye rolls down toward their hiding spot and finally locks on. The beast roars, pouring its rage into a room that has already begun to melt, as the heat pulses and the stone walls shatter. Planks and debris litter the floor where the fire has taken everything. A swarm of rats rushes past the wreckage. The shadowy assassin stops to catch one, his gaze lingering on the lab rat until his associate reminds him they still have a standoff with the royal army to finish. The man decides he's seen enough and heads back toward the light with his partner as the room falls into silence, letting Corinlock finally release the long breath he'd been holding while he realizes they aren't ready to face men like Adrian and Dune Skies inside the tower. His companion lingers on his face for a quiet second, telling Corin he has a big heart. Corinlock stammers about the tight quarters as Mariette leans in, her presence a clear distraction even as they finish their plan. She eyes the massive orb chained above them and suggests taking it out directly. Corinlock refuses because the Saintess comes first, no matter how much he wants to end the threat right here. He knows a single rune won't be enough to shatter a curse like this. They reinforce the tower against spatial magic after the damage it took during the Witch War, but Josephine manages to carve out a teleportation circle right as they reach the top floor. Time is short, so Corinlock orders the group to split up and cause a distraction. If a guard spots them, the plan is simple. But the academy is full of secrets. Corinlock has to move fast or he'll lose the Saintess forever. He locks in the final beats of the plan, shouting a warning as the group scatters, though his heart stays with the Saintess and the promise he made to get her out. He moves through the interior with the captive, counting every room as he hunts for a way through until the silence shatters as a trap is sprung and he realizes he isn't alone. Corinlock finds the Saintess in the middle of a meltdown over the age of her wine. He asks if she's okay after being locked up for so long, and the shock finally lands. Junior is here. After weeks alone, the one person she didn't expect to see is standing right in front of her. Her cell is basically a luxury hotel suite. Corinlock knows that sneaking in undetected is his biggest hurdle, especially since the mages in the tower have layered spells here that make every step a risk. He begins the ritual, claiming his place as a child of the sea to call on the deep bond his line shares with the old gods. The deity answers the call by granting him the Crimson Spear, a weapon crafted for the sole purpose of piercing through any magical defense. He finally grips the legendary weapon, Gay Deer. With this in his hand, he has everything he needs to break through. Park Siu calls out the name of his weapon, Gay Deer, and the spear strikes with a blinding light. But the request hits a wall when she realizes her holy power won't answer her call, since her connection to the gods has been cut off, and he leads the way out while keeping the secret reason for her weakness to himself. A bone-deep chill suddenly fills the room. leading Corinlog to a legendary mage trapped in his own ice. He was just looking for his friends, but now he's found a piece of history. This wasn't part of the plan. Corinlog starts to map out a search for the rest of his group, but the sudden drop in temperature cuts his plan short and spills across the floor toward a figure standing deep within the frost. He recognizes the man as Elder Solarian, the strongest ice mage from the original lore, though seeing the powerhouse trapped inside a massive pillar of ice is another thing entirely. The original story set a path that no one could avoid, leading to the moment we finally see who controls the cold. The strongest ice mage of this era isn't a mystery anymore, but Marie Dunerev herself. She is a force that most mages only dream of becoming, but the legendary moment doesn't last. She suddenly snaps out of it with a gasp as her face turns red from the sheer embarrassment of losing her cool. When she sees Corin, she tries to apologize for the noise she made, but he just offers a warm smile and tells her she did great. Before they have to run, falling from the highest tower in the academy isn't exactly a normal way to leave. For this group, however, a quick exit through the wall beats taking the stairs any day. Josephine leads the charge, telling everyone to move faster before the guards can catch them. And as they reach the outer wall, the stone bursts apart and sends them falling into the open air, while the Saintess lets out a terrified scream. Corinlach pulls her close and tells her that this was actually the plan all along. Then calls out to Mariette, who catches the cue instantly and activates her frost wings to stop their drop. Mariette works to stabilize their flight toward the magic circle, but a manic laugh suddenly ruins the quiet. Dune Skies dives after them like a shadow, screaming a taunt as he closes the gap. Corinlach pulls the Saintess against him, shielding her with his body as the world falls away. He thinks back to their clash on the Sky Island, remembering that his hard-won victory only took out a few of the instructor's many forms. Now, the nightmare is starting over. He watches as the instructor begins to shift back into a dragon for a second round. The instructor realizes too late that the enemy has already slipped past their line, and a wave of serpents floods the grounds in a swarm thick enough to fill an entire mansion with a carpet of monsters that leaves no room to turn. Mariette finds herself caught right in the path and screams for help as the creatures lunge, but she eventually snaps and lashes out with her magic, summoning blood spears to tear through the front line. 200 spears find their mark, and the beast finally breaks as Mariette watches the struggle with a cold smile. A clean kill isn't nearly enough of a message to leave behind, so she calls for the Silver Spear residents to finish her work. But the sewers provide a perfect channel for her energy to build without any restraint. The rune magic activates, and the Academy Tower goes up in a massive pillar of fire. She was never just hunting a single monster. Mariette was marking her territory for everyone to see. An explosion rips through the Academy grounds as the team makes a final break for safety. Josephine calls out from the jump point and yells for everyone to get ready. She gives them a 10-second warning. With 100 meters left, the goal is finally in sight, and Mariette can feel the pressure starting to ease. It was a mission full of bad luck and close calls. Corinlach sprints away with the Saintess held tight. For a heartbeat, he lets himself believe they've actually made it out. That relief dies the moment he hears a voice he knows too well. Hark Sihu is calling him friend. This was supposed to be a rescue, but hearing that familiar tone now makes the world feel like it's shifting under his feet. Behind them, the Abyss Shrieker looms like a mountain of shadow, while Sihu's voice follows them through the haze to casually mock their struggle. Corinlach grinds his teeth and pushes forward, the weight in his arms the only thing keeping him grounded, as he races into the dark. The transition hits with a force that leaves no time for goodbyes, while behind him, the woman's voice carries a desperate edge as she screams Corin's name into the widening distance. A massive beam of light signals the end of the ritual, marking the spot where he vanished. This is a clean break. A ship cuts through the waves, carrying the team back toward home. A girl waves with a fang grin, cheering for their success. The silence from the man she's welcoming back says the mission costs much more than she knows. Mariette stands ready to fight, but the mood in the room is wrong. A cold thought turns her blood to ice because the one person who should be here is nowhere to be found. And though she asks where Corin is, her friends only look away while she collapses to the floor to beg for the truth. The mission to save the Saintess was really a success, but the cost finally breaks her as the tears begin to fall. Marie screams his name into the empty air, her hands shaking as she grips Josephine's coat, desperate to turn the ship around and go back for him before it is too late. Josephine holds the line, her voice cutting through the panic with a cold logic that offers no room for hope. The tower has already fallen, and she warns her that returning now is just another way to die. Marie tries to find a reason to fight it, but the weight of her master's gaze breaks her last bit of strength, leaving only the sound of the retreating waves between them. The director pulls Marie close, trying to anchor her with the only hope they have left, Corin is still out there, but the weight of the unknown is crushing the girl as she searches for any reason to believe they'll both make it back, especially once Josephine reminds them that their count is off, and Marie realizes that Huaran is also missing as the ship sails on. And the creatures already loose in the wreckage aren't making things any easier for the search teams. The cultists are losing control as their prize slips through their fingers, and they wonder if anyone could survive the drop into the sewers. The cultist's usefulness is officially over, and the beast turns his fury on the rumor that the Saintess might be dead, since without her sacred blood, the ritual to bring back a giant is impossible and his master's entire plan will be ruined. Some distance away, the Saintess begins to stir in the cold, whispering Corinloc's name until she finds him and the fog in her mind finally clears. But the relief of seeing him safe lasts only a second before she realizes just how badly he is hurt. Estelle can't even finish her sentence as she looks at the blood soaking through Corin's shirt, but he refuses to slow down while the mage tower is still hunting them. They are stuck in a frozen wasteland, and he warns her that staying put is just a slower way to die in the Northern Steel Archipelago. Tucked inside a small cave, Estelle asks if he's really all right, but Corin only focuses on wrapping his own wound before asking if she has the strength to wait in the dark for as long as it takes. Corinlock drops the number like a lead weight. 20 days, a timeline that leaves the Saintess reeling as the reality of their isolation finally sets in. And with the harbor locked down and the island on high alert, he knows waiting for a miracle isn't an option. He traces a path across the map toward the northern strait and stays calm even when she calls the crossing insane. He knows her lack of divine power leaves them with no other way to slip past the tower. And while she hopes her holy light might return now that the mana prison is behind them, Corinlock shatters that dream immediately, warning her that it won't be coming back for a long time. Estelle leans into the silence, asking if he truly believes his power was stripped by a simple mana prison, and the question forces Corin to re-examine a timeline that never quite added up in the original story. He pushes back with a question that cuts through her shell, asking if anyone she trusted was acting strange right before she was taken, letting the weight of a possible betrayal hang in the air between them. He narrows the search to the high-ranking clergy within her own temple until her expression shifts into a cold warning. She leans in close, testing his soul by asking if he's ever once questioned if their god is even real, before the tension snaps and she strikes him across the face. His words hit like a physical strike, pulling a cry of outrage from the Saintess as she defends a faith he clearly doesn't share. Corinlock weighs her reaction and realizes she's just as blind as the others, so he walks into the dark and warns her that the truth of this world isn't something she can outrun. Not forever. Later, the heavy atmosphere breaks when she finds herself lost and alone in the snowy woods, and stops at the sight of a white rabbit. It looks like a tiny angel in the cold, leading her to kneel and offer it a home in her garden, as she reaches out for any bit of warmth in the snow. The peace of the snowy woods breaks the moment the Saintess realizes how their next meal is caught. Corinlock sees a meal where she sees a tragedy dangling the fresh catch before her while she calls him a heartless devil. He doesn't care about her insults. Feelings are a luxury they can't afford while heading north to avoid the tower's pursuit. Later, roasting meat draws a sharp protest from her, but hunger eventually wins, as she eats while he watches her in silence. Survival is a grinding chore as they fight a wind that pierces right through their enchantments. They aren't just fighting the cold, and when patrols haunt the skies, they bury themselves in the snow and stay perfectly still. Every night follows the same rhythm as Corinlock digs into the snow to build them a shelter after a full week of walking, and while the Saintess works on their gear to stay warm, she admits she feels like a burden that is dragging him down. Corinlock tells her there is no time for guilt, but she still needs to know if he regrets saving her. Our protagonist doesn't hesitate. Corinlock wasn't looking for a reward or a title. He just saw someone in pain and knew he had the power to change things. To him, staying away would have been a mistake he couldn't live with. The Saintess listens, her gaze softening as she realizes just how rare a man like him is in a world this cold. She almost lets her guard down completely, telling him how incredible he is, until she sees him stumble. Suddenly, the strength leaves him as a sharp, sudden pain tears through his calm. Thinking he's just shivering from the rain, she reaches out to dry his clothes and get him warm, her fingers brushing against him in a rush of worry. But the moment her hands move the fabric aside, her heart drops. There's too much blood for a simple chill. A massive, jagged wound is carved across his chest, still weeping as if it just happened. The truth lands with the weight of a death sentence. This is the curse of Pambinaha, a mark left by the white ox that refuses to close, meaning his body will never stop bleeding. Corinlock is bleeding out, unable to use his own solar power to seal the wound, and as his temperature drops, Estelle begs him to stay awake. She realizes then that he spent a full week marching through the snow while injured just to reach her, and with her divine healing sealed, she is helpless to stop the cold. She reaches for her collar to use the only tool she has left, casting aside her pride to share her own warmth and pressing her body against his to keep his heart beating in the dark. Back in the snowy forest, the blizzard finally settles, leaving the woods quiet except for the faint glow from a small snow shelter where Corinlock slowly opens his eyes and feels a warmth that is almost impossible until the Saintess asks if he is finally awake. She stares back at him with a bright red face while huddling against him under the heavy fur to survive the night, and the realization of how close they are hits Corinlock all at once. Naturally, the quiet doesn't last long before her panic scream echoes through the trees. Corinlock exhales, the relief hitting him hard because as long as the Saintess is safe, he can handle anything else. He focuses inward, trying to understand how a curse that was supposed to be incurable is suddenly vanishing, feeling his mana drain away to fuel a healing process that shouldn't even be possible. A sudden, sharp chill snaps him back to the clearing, and he stands over Estelle to guard against the pursuit from the mage tower that he didn't expect so soon. A massive furred hand strikes with blurring speed, slamming into him as the Saintess screams his name in a panic. He chokes on the impact. His body is still too broken to fight back at the exact moment he needs his strength most. Corinlock is sent flying by a hit he never saw coming. His body feels light as a feather against a strength he just can't match. A group of massive warriors steps through the frozen air, and as one of them lifts him up like a toy, the truth finally lands. These are half-giants, high-rank soldiers serving as the elite guard for Tathis Balthazar. Staring back at him with a cold, murderous hunger, they make it clear that for Corinlock, the road ends right here. Veyra was once a land of wonder, a realm of golden skies and endless green. But now it sits on the edge of total ruin, torn apart by nightmares that bleed into the valleys. Corinlock feels the weight of it all in a blow that steals his breath, realization landing that he is finally outmatched. These are half-giant warriors with the strength of elite knights, and they serve a dark will that won't rest until everything is broken, leaving the tension thick. The ground shakes as a massive sled tears through the snow carrying warriors who laugh while the world falls apart. Cornlock's companion recognizes the tribe immediately. She remembers seeing them when their leader headed for the academy. That name stops the protagonist in his tracks. He knows exactly who they're talking about, the top student of the third-year Knights. This realization changes everything. He sees how the new faith is using half-giants to build a dangerous new army. Marie Dunorev isn't just a senior at the academy. She's a vampire who survived a history of hate. Alongside others like the half-giant Bee-Jacker, she broke through massive pushback to prove her worth. But in this world, that kind of peace is a brand new idea. Corinlock explains that the old faith long viewed demi-humans as monsters until the world finally shifted after the Witch Revolution. The new faith began to reach out and look for a way to live together in peace. That change of heart is what eventually allowed demi-humans like Warren into the academy. Among the senior class, Marie Dunorev stood out alongside the half-giant Bee-Jacker, and together they proved that their kind truly belonged at the school. Corinlock still thinks back to Estelle, the representative of the new faith who helped them when they needed it most. But as they move toward the North Kingdom, he can't figure out why giants have crossed the water. The scouts spot them first, and Bee-Jacker immediately orders his men to wipe out the intruders, leaving the soldiers to pause until a pillar of fire rising from the ground gives the enemy away. A group of mages from the Mage Tower are working in secret to melt through the thick ice, and they realize too late that their cover is blown as the half-giants charge in to protect the rest of their ancestors. This isn't just a battle over land anymore, it's holy war. The mages scramble for a shield the second the giants appear. A streak of light tears through the defense as Corinlock lunges forward with the legendary spear Gay Dierg. He grits his teeth against the strain, already feeling the long recovery this move is going to cost him. Of course, he only needs to watch now, knowing the soldiers don't actually need his help as the shockwave clears the path. The mages are caught in a brutal trap and frozen solid while one of the half-giant soldiers praises Sihu for the strength he showed on the field. Our protagonist plays it off with a humble smile, but inside he's actually running the numbers. In the scenario he knows, these warriors were supposed to be working for the enemy. Seeing them attack the mages instead means the timeline has completely derailed, and he can't figure out why the world is shifting this far off course. And the massive leader immediately asks if his son is staying out of trouble at the academy. Estelle reassures him that the boy is actually the top student in his class. That sends the chief into a fit of prideful laughter before he gets down to business. He reminds her that his people don't welcome outsiders, and just like that, the warmth from his son's success is gone. Kareem demands to know who these outsiders are, but Corin isn't just visiting. He's been waiting for this moment to declare that the giants are the ones who actually built the world. Estelle watches the act with total exhaustion while Kareem studies the boy, the silence growing heavy as the chief asks why a southerner would believe when others treat their history like a myth. Corin stays on his knees as he finally drops his hook. He reveals that he has personally seen the remains of the great giant king. If he's telling the truth, the history of this entire tribe just became very real. Corinlock confirms the impossible, swearing that he saw Lord Balor with his own eyes and that the Mage Tower really did have the Giant King's eye locked away like a trophy. This final insult to their king is a promise of war that sets Kareem's blood on fire. The chief is left desperate for a target until Hawarn reaches out, her hand a steady, grounding weight against his own to pull him back from the edge. Standing before the massive leader, Corinlock officially offers to fight alongside the tribe. Kareem accepts with a roar that shakes the tent, calling his people to grab their steel for the sake of their ancestors. He tells her he only found out about the giants recently, but his satisfied smile makes it hard for her to believe in simple luck. Corinlock goes quiet, watching the village fires while the weight of the original timeline lands. In the game's first story, this map was a hidden event where players only found the aftermath of a massacre. This whole tribe was supposed to be wiped out and turned into monsters for the villain. Because Corinlock stepped in, their fate has shifted. They aren't victims anymore. It finally lands for Corin that his meddling successfully rewrote history. The people who were meant to die in the old timeline are still alive, and everything he's done to change the future is finally starting to show. That victory leads to a solid alliance with the half-giants, turning their quiet village into a powerful new friend for the war ahead. He spends a week there with Estelle before setting sail. 2 weeks later, he steps back onto a ship and finally returns home with Marie, his mission complete. Corin barely has time to breathe before he's tackled by a wave of pure, shaking relief. Mariette and his master are both sobbing, holding on to him as if letting go would make him vanish back into the grave they already expected. His master looks up through the tears to tell him she never truly lost her faith in her favorite disciple. Even Estelle is there to welcome them home safely, and Corin takes it all in with a grin, ready to brag about every single thing he managed to pull off. But then he hears a name in the crowd that doesn't fit. The group freezes as they realize Huaran isn't with him, and the joy of his return turns into a cold, heavy weight. The wind howls through the frozen peaks, burying the mages who were supposed to be hunting Corin and Estelle, who spent the week running from a pursuit that was cut short by the woman standing alone in the storm. Huaran is a Vajra immortal who carries a duty that exists outside of time, her eyes holding a stillness that only comes from someone who has lived too long without rest. She remains the only wall guarding the northern passage while the purple glow of the Mage Tower pulses miles away. And they linger on the memory of the destruction they caused until an attendant rushes in with a frantic report that the Royal Navy is finally on the horizon. Drarian welcomes the news with a cold smile and orders a battle formation to finish what they started. But his dismissal of the incoming flying beasts fails once he sees the legendary Hersvelger as they fill the sky with an investment of gold that shouldn't be possible. Sometimes the help you need arrives exactly when the world is falling apart. Elder Jarian tries to keep his men together, shouting for them to respond as ice spears fill the sky until Aiden dives straight into the middle of the fray. She cuts through the air, shattering the magic while the mages watch in silence, and Corinlock finally catches his breath to welcome his fiancée back to a field that suddenly feels a lot less lonely. Aiden's blades show that she is ready for the real fight to begin. Aiden leads the charge with a command that leaves no room for mercy, forcing the mages to beg for reinforcements as the Warski Mercenary Corps drops from the sky to crush the remaining resistance. Inside the tower, Elder Jarian tries to rally his people until a sudden groan pulls his attention to Elder Blaine, who is now collapsing on the floor in agony, just as Park Sihu watches the tragedy unfold from the shadows. Knowing its secret seeds are already doing the work no one will ever see, the betrayal is silent and it is final. It began with a gift that was never meant to be a kindness, a divine treasure that Angus offered with a lingering smile that promised only ruin. This was the curse of Macho, a design that forced every man on the land to endure the agonizing torture of childbirth for 9 long days as the tower crumbled under 1,000 screams, and Sihu watched from above with an intimate admiration for the monster who dreamed it up. Angus was a truly wicked beast. Vera was once a world of wonder, but now it hangs on the edge of total ruin as rifts bleed shadow into the valleys, forcing a desperate army to stand against the tide that never ends. Champions were called from other worlds to stand as a shield, but even their strength may not be enough to stop the fall. Fermac Damon notes that the tower is finished and half their strength is buried in the dirt. It is a heavy loss that ruins their chance to revive the Sky Giants, but the Tower Master remains unmoved by the tragedy. He lingers over a glass vial of shimmering red liquid and confirms they can finally copy the Saint's blood. The Magic Tower was always a discarded piece in a much larger game, and with their research safe, they prepare to move north to gather more remains on the road. Fermac knows that while moving the giant remains is easy, killing every target outside will take real effort, but the Tower Master is already satisfied with the blood samples they have. He decides to leave the massive, chained eye behind, even as the top of the Magic Tower turns into a death trap. Mages collapse across the floor in agony, leaving one man to struggle for air, while his resistance keeps him from falling like the rest. Inside the tower, a sudden agony rips through the students and leaves them screaming on the floor. Elder Drarian chooses to look away and bolt for the exit while his fellows beg for help. He isn't interested in saving lives, sprinting toward the forest to claim a rare ginseng plant worth 10 years of the school's entire budget, without realizing the forbidden grounds have already been stripped clean. The realization hits him the moment he reaches the clearing. The curse of Manhwa has drained the tower of its magic, and without that power, the mages have lost control of their servants. A massive familiar looms over him in the red haze, and for all his greed, Jurian is left with nothing but a desperate plea for a life he didn't care to protect in others. A scream rips through the sky above the towers as Park Sihu lays out the map to report on the front lines. The eastern landing is a success now that the enemy's magic is finally broken, and the mages can only watch their work crumble, as the leader of the Warski mercenaries claims their treasures for herself. In the west, the Sisters of House Arden fight side by side, protecting each other as they subdue the field. The Steel Army has the mages cornered on three sides, but the captain knows their route north through the Frozen Strait has turned into a trap, where they realize they aren't just fighting a rookie. Cornlock stands his ground alongside the massive leader of the Guardians, while the mages freeze in shock and the troll leader admits his ally was right. Our hero watches with a quiet intensity, knowing these men will stop at nothing to get what they want. They called it the ultimate weapon, a nightmare from the history books that would prove the Magic Tower's power to the entire world. But some things are meant to stay buried, and as the ground begins to shake, Corinlock knows the time for talk is over. Corinlock can feel the shift in the air before anyone else. As the forest floor begins to shake, the mages finally realize what they've done. Even the troll leader looks on in terror, recognizing a nightmare that should have stayed in the grave while Corinlock watches the king return to finish a war that began centuries ago. Now Sans Balor stands over them as a mountain of stitched-together muscle and old hate, and while the mage laughs with a wild pride at their ultimate weapon, his cheer dies the moment he catches a look in that single glowing eye. The mages realize too late that their summoned weapon doesn't care about allies as it smashes the people who thought they could control it, leaving the warriors scrambling to get their chief to safety. Watching his ancestor's body used like a mindless tool, the troll leader stands frozen, accepting this as a punishment for his sins that he believes is being delivered by a spirit unable to rest. But just as the darkness closes in, a sudden light breaks through. Corinlock stands among the ruins and looks the troll leader in the eye, turning the survivor's guilt toward the magic tower, while Mariette watches the corpse of Balor with dread. But our hero meets her gaze with a smirk that lingers a beat too long, and promises that their bond is a force that nothing can break. He calls for the Corrin Guardians to stand together and start their ultimate fusion, pulling a hungry laugh from the mechanic and a flustered, blushing agreement from the druid as their giant golems tower over the field to form the last line of defense. The mechanic shouts that this is only the beginning, while the air fills with the sound of shifting metal and their true power finally begins to take shape. Cornell screams for the two of them to combine, finally pulling their powers together until the machine's eyes light up, and their ultimate form slams into the monster with a strike built from every hour they've spent training side by side. Even when the giant beast tries to swing back with a desperate punch, Cornell just laughs and uses his thrusters to stay one step ahead. Everything rests on this single moment. The mechanic pushes the golem to its breaking point, shouting out a name for the final strike. The trolls erupt in cheers for the giant, but the druid only sees the risk and warns the pilot to keep their connection stable. The sword connects with a heavy impact, drawing a scream from the creature that signals the first real hope for the group. Corinlock spots the opening immediately, seeing a glowing heart exposed that proves this isn't a demon after all. It is a puppet made of machine parts, hidden under the skin of a god. He yells for them to reach in, certain that pulling that core will finally end the nightmare. The golem's resistance stops cold the moment Drarian's creation catches its arm mid-swing, proving that no amount of machinery can match the monster's sheer grip. Drarian is finished playing with toys, and he's ready to end this. Cornlock's warning comes a second too late as the creature focuses its power into a point-blank strike. The resulting blast clears the field, leaving the druid and the mechanic to stare at the broken pieces of the dream they spent years building. This was never supposed to happen, and the realization hits harder than the impact. Dririan admits their machine is well made for what it is. To him, the limits of Golem technology are clear, and he reveals his new creation is a being that fuses a giant's body with a mage's mind. It's a level of horror the Golem makers never even considered. Jarian has finally reached the peak of his long ambition. His ego booms out in a roar that shakes the tower's foundations. A sudden voice cuts through the celebration with a word of praise. The air shifts with a deadly weight before he can find the source, and the massive clock tower behind him is sliced into pieces before collapsing into the dirt while the Titan stands unmoved. Corinlock stands at the peak of the magic tower. Corinne doesn't care about the old stories or the title of the Giant King. He stands firm with his team, daring the enemy to step forward with a grin that says he's already won. The look in his eyes is sharp. He isn't just looking for a fight. He wants to crush them. The academy instructor only sees a target, mocking the students for a friendship he thinks is a weakness right before the field explodes into violence. To him, this is just a chance to wipe out a whole group of comrades at once. The orange-haired trainee breaks the moment with a desperate warning. They stop the blast once, but the next one will wipe the island off the map. Corin isn't waiting for a miracle, and he tells Yuel to move him to the core immediately. He knows the core is nearly impossible to break, but he's already figured out exactly how much force it will take. Corinlock realizes he's down to his last move and commits to a gamble that triggers the absolute peak power of solar compression. He only has 10 seconds to hold this form, so he launches himself into the crossfire and falls toward the giant. He has to drive this strike straight into the core. He ignores the heat, but Balor only mocks the boy, reminding him that even gods have fallen to his hand. Corinlock throws everything into a final strike that catches Balor off guard, while Mariette pushes her magic to the limit and screams for him to hurry before her strength gives out. And even though the instructor yells in rage, a sharp arc cuts through the monster's hand as Rand steps in to save him, telling Corin not to stop for even a second. Far from the battlefield, Tower Master Adrian panics because his mages have gone silent, only to find the silver-haired mage standing over the bodies of his men with a cold gaze that signals the end of the tower's history. Corinlock throws everything into a strike he's certain will finish the job, but a manic laugh cuts through the air just as Fermac Daemon reveals the massive serpent known as Dunskies. The young man finds himself deep inside the monster's jaws, not even surprised to see the beast finally show up. And instead of fear, a smirk crosses his face because he has the perfect counter for a creature like this. He draws his spear, Gay Durg, and the air shifts as a system window confirms the truth. The serpent is now trapped in a beast-hunting curse, and the hunt has officially begun. Corin launches a heavy barrage of spear strikes just as the Duke Core finally activates. He channels his remaining energy into the 5 dragons. But Fermac appears in the middle of the chaos, mocking him for wasting so much time. Corin locks up as his focus breaks. Everything shifts when the myth of the Giant King Balor returns, causing him to cave under a pressure far beyond his reach. The battlefield is a nightmare of raw power where Balor's presence threatens to crush everyone, but the pressure snaps when a girl with red-streaked hair drops from the clouds, her black cat following as she falls with a focus that makes the world feel still. She doesn't look away as she dives straight for the giant's eye, putting her entire weight into an impact that shatters the king's gaze and leaves the silence heavier than before. Corin shouts a warning that Huarn catches fast, tries to reach for the eye's power once more before he sees the gap is closed, finding our lead, counting down. The white-furred guardian lunges forward to protect its master, though Corin only asks if the beast still hasn't seen that the Black Abyss spear is already mid-strike until the hit lands, leaving the monster to ask when it actually lost. It happened long before this moment. The fight was over the second he stepped onto the field. Corinlock stares his enemy down, certain the gap between them is finally clear. The Abyss, Shrieker screams in a desperate rage, insisting he is the peak of all magic. But Corinlock only gives him a single second before the sky ignites. High above the chaos on her mount, the guards urge the Saintess to retreat, but she remains firm because she owes it to the men risking their lives to witness the final blow. A blinding flash tears through the sky as Corinlock pours everything he has into one final strike, lighting up the horizon. The Saintess feels a presence more divine than any prayer she has ever whispered in the dark. It is a heat beneath her skin that wakes up a power her blood mine has kept buried, a truth she can finally see clearly. Her cross falls away because she finally sees that God was never in the war. and she sinks to her knees while the silence settles over her heart forever. Cornlock is a reminder that God doesn't live in temples, but in the moments when someone has nothing left but prayer. Below him, the battlefield has become a graveyard of heat, where a massive giant towers over the wreckage. Fermac the man chokes on his own blood. It is an aching silence as he realizes how close he is to the end. His fingers claw into the dry earth, a desperate touch in a world that wants him dead. Then he sees it, the cauldron of infinity undry, a holy treasure that will allow his broken life to heal forever. Park Si-hoo is actually a little impressed that his enemy is still breathing, but kind words only go so far, and he opens a flask to pour a glowing liquid into the vessel. The small demon knows the poison and starts begging for its life, sensing the power of an ancient gift handed down by a god. It's called the boiling serpent venom, a legendary weapon that kills every living thing inside its target. Sihu reminds the creature that in another life it used this same poison to slaughter thousands in the sea. Justice has finally arrived, and the demon reaches out for a master who was never going to come for it anyway. The monster's reach finally gives out, and as Dun Skies vanishes, the threat that once stood over them is gone. Victory has come, but it feels hollow without the woman he's fighting for. It has been a long month since the Saintess was stolen, and her absence follows Corenlock through every harbor and storm at sea until he walks the halls of his enemies, just to spend this one quiet night at her side again. The last moments of the struggle are a blur of steel and snow, a desperate fight for ground, until the clearing goes still and Marriott's group can finally breathe. They made it through the worst parts together, but the silence feels heavy. Corenlock finds a spot among the ruins to sit, letting his head hang as the physical toll of the battle sets in. The fighting is finally over. Looking at the wreckage, he realizes the price was higher than he ever thought. It takes a long time for the world to feel steady again. Beyond the edge of mortal worlds lies Vera, a land of green valleys now facing total destruction. And back at the ruins, Marriott is demanding to know why they were off on their own. Hawaran stays silent, guarding the secret of how she spent 2 weeks alone in the frozen north, holding back an entire army by herself. She did it all without a single drop of water. It was a feat meant for legends, but for now, she carries the weight alone. Huaran catches Corenlock's wrist, a silent reminder that he and Estelle only made it through the frozen north because of her. Her voice is unexpectedly gentle as she tells him he's finally safe, leaving him to wonder what she's hiding as she holds his hand with a lingering tenderness. She insists nothing happened. Just like that, the myth of the North is rewritten into a story of total victory that begins to spread across the world. The defeat of the world enemy Dunskies brings massive rewards, pushing Corrin's aura and mana into the top tier, while granting him a deep understanding of ether. Corrin finally breaks into the big leagues, unlocking powers that turn him into a beacon on the battlefield. But he is not at the top yet, and there are still 3 monsters he has to catch. Our protagonist gains a deep feel for magic structure, and by becoming a living beacon on the battlefield, he pushes his aura and mana into the top tier. He is now just one step away from the absolute pinnacle. He measures that gap against Huaran's raw physical power and Marie's supernatural skill, knowing that only 3 people like Park Si-hoo and the Demi-King Ohad Breath have reached that peak. Corrin reflects on the shadow of the man he must eventually face. Tavs Baltazar. He is a being beyond heavens, a monster wielding divine law like a weapon, but that gap doesn't stop Corrin from counting his wins. In only 1 year of his second life, he has already destroyed the Mage Tower and saved more lives than he can count. He tells himself not to rush. True strength only needs to show up when the moment actually calls for it. His quiet focus breaks when Mariette arrives, her voice pulling him back to the present as she reports that their work is finished. It is a relief, especially since this mission to rescue the Saintess allowed for unlimited plunder of both people and gold. Victory isn't always about gold. Sometimes it's about the people you take, and sometimes hunger takes over. Mariette secures over 400 mages, turning the defeated enemy into prisoners she can manage, and she leans in close enough for Corrin to feel her breath while she explains her heavy workload today. Her face is flushed while she asks for fresh blood, her self-control finally snapping as she opens her mouth to take what she needs, but a fist suddenly stuffs itself into her mouth to silence her now. The moment breaks as Huaran steps in like a cold wall between them, letting the girl struggle in silence before calmly announcing that he has a visitor waiting there. The Saintess makes her entrance with a purpose that goes beyond simple gratitude. She offers our lead a smile that feels loaded with things left unsaid. Reaching Corrin in the audience stands. She finally thanks him for the life he saved. He teases her about the lack of a real reward, so she assures him the royal family will pay for his help. Her casual mention that the church is too busy raises a red flag, but before he can press for an answer, she leans in to give him a private gift first. Corinlach starts to ask for an answer, but the Saintess cuts him off and calls this a reward before kissing him. A faint scent of peach reaches him and pulls a memory of when they shared body heat to survive the cold that lands with full force just as something slips between his lips. Everything else just fades away. As it turns out, the touch Corinlach was just getting lost in was actually just another trick, and his mind stumbles as it finally clicks that the Saintess is only teasing him. She erupts into full laughter, poking fun at his deep blush and calling him a cheeky brat for falling for her act before skipping toward the door and leaving him to scream about a prank that definitely went way too far. And as she turns to leave, she pulls him into a kiss that leaves the boy frozen. The feeling stays in the air as she realizes her heart is racing for the first time in years, a feeling that triggers a memory of the day a holy relic shattered and her world changed. It was the moment her false faith finally died, and she had to face a truth that made her entire world tremble. Corn's warning finally starts to sink in, forcing the Saintess to look back at the people she once trusted with fresh eyes. The reason her holy power never returned is finally clear. The cross in her hand is a fake. Someone swapped the rosary, and only a high-ranking member of the church could have gotten close enough to pull it off. A guardian interrupts to say the Pope wants an audience, but her heart is already miles away as she wonders if she can ever stand before Corin again with a pure heart. That reunion will have to wait. She won't let herself be happy until those who betrayed her are dead. Imagine being a powerful wizard one day and a slave on a potato farm the next. Down south at the Duna potato farm, life is a nightmare that starts with a loud wake-up call. Guards yell over loudspeakers to drag everyone out of their beds. Our protagonist, Stunned Skies, wakes up feeling like he hasn't slept in years. He was once a great archmage, but now he's just a prisoner, waiting for his chance to take everything back. In the deep south, this farm is where hope goes to die. Every morning begins with guards shouting over the speakers, dragging Dunn out of his dreams before he can even rest. There's no time to stop before they're forced into exercises, moving like hollow shells of the men they once were. While saluting the flag, Dunn asks his friend Jolene about breakfast, only to find out it's more potatoes. His complaining earns him a heavy blow from a guard, reminding him that talking isn't allowed. Forced into the fields with chains on his feet, the former archmage spends his hours swinging a pickaxe under the hot sun. The hatred inside him burns hotter than the weather as he promises himself that this dark age will end. He was never meant for a life of dirt and chains. When he finally rises again, everyone who put him here is going to pay. Jolen's heart skips as he recognizes the man standing before him. It's Professor Ronald, and for one desperate second, Jolen believes the rescue he's prayed for is finally happening. He sees the other mages from the tower and practically begs for confirmation, asking if they finally come to take them all home. Ronald's silence is the first blow, and it's clear he isn't there as a savior. As he lifts his own shackles, Jolen realizes the mage tower didn't send help because there was no one left to send. Hope was just a mask for the despair waiting underneath. The world moves on for a month until life in town seems almost normal again. Inside the local tavern, Rourke's mother hesitates over a letter that arrived that morning, but his father just keeps sweeping, using sharp words to hide the fact that he won't even look at his son's message. Back home, Corin's father grumbles that he must have raised the boy all wrong. He imagines his son is off at the academy just chasing girls and having fun. His mother only smiles, holding on to the news of her son's latest success and promotion. His father doesn't really understand terms like guardians, even as reports of the specialized groups these young warriors are forming reach their small home. When his wife mentions the kidnapped Saintess and the heroic part their son played, the old man finally lets out a proud laugh. If the kid is brave, he definitely takes after his father. While his parents worry that he's too shy to even talk to a girl, Corin is currently departing for the capital with a group of women who could level a small city. Little do they know, their boy hasn't just made a name for himself. He's become the center of a very dangerous storm. Back home, Corin's father is busy boasting about his son's future while picturing a boy who is still far too shy to even look at a girl. He assumes that the friends Corin mentioned in his letter are just a few guys from school, but the carriage is actually packed with powerful rivals who look ready to start a war. Corin remains the only one oblivious to the sparking tension as he waves a cheerful goodbye, and with one last shout, their giant eagle takes flight to begin the journey to the capital. Back at the house, Rourke's parents are already busy getting ready for his return, deciding that a single hen will be enough to welcome their son and the new friends he's bringing home. He wakes up to a view that shouldn't exist, staring at a foreign horizon while the impossible truth finally lands. His new reality is just a game he used to play. A blue system window confirms his stats and his new name, Park Sihu, proving he's truly trapped inside the world of Heroic Legend of Arhan. In his past life, he was a legend who knew every secret this world had to offer, but that knowledge feels like a heavy burden in this quiet room. He lets out a slow, shaking breath, sitting in the silence of a life he doesn't recognize. He registers the weight of his own hands, the reality of this new body, and this entire world finally sinking in. It's all just too much for him to carry alone. Cornlock knows the exact date the world is going to end. Unfortunately for everyone in this room, he's the only one who cares enough to stop it, though he has no interest in playing the hero himself. Standing in the back of the Academy Hall, the protagonist watches the assembly with a cold resentment, fueled by a terrifying vision of monsters tearing through these students until almost no one is left standing. As a player in this world, he realizes the burden of stopping that massacre belongs to him, to shift his focus toward the incredible freedom he has to step off the path the story laid out, making a silent vow to survive by taking the most effective route possible. Corinlock is done playing by the rules of a world that wasn't built for him. He plans to hunt down every hidden advantage the system offers and ignores the original story, hoping to find a release from the frustration of a fate he never asked for. This is the moment everything shifts. He decides he's done carrying the weight of everyone else's future on his back, and from now on, he will live only for himself. It's a clean break from the person he was supposed to be. His internal drama hits a wall when a stranger's hands lock onto his. The man shouting that he feels the exact same way while Corinlock stares back in total confusion. Sihu tests the waters with the question about food from home, and once Corinlock confirms his origin, the connection between them is sealed. Sihu immediately pushes further, trying to suss out if they shared the same high-stakes game experience. Corinlock keeps his guard up, claiming he isn't ready to share those secrets yet. Corinlock tries to fake some seniority by adding a few years to his real age. It backfires when Sihu claims the top spot and demands to be called bro. While the two settle into their new dynamic, Corinlock admits he was pulled into this world right before he could even start playing the game. What would you do if you were born again into a game world as a background character, while the guy who thinks he's the hero is already trying to use you? Corinlock was just a regular guy, back on Earth, but now he's a nameless extra with a long road ahead of him. Meanwhile, the man who claims to be his friend is keeping all his secrets locked away. Park Si-hoo knows exactly how this world works, but he has no intention of being honest about it. Instead, he watches Corin with a gaze that lingers, searching for the soul of the man standing right beside him. He hides his true face behind a friendly mask, putting an arm around the boy's shoulder to keep his new tool close. Sihu has no idea that his recruit was once a physical education student with a life of his own, or that Corin is already training to become much more than a background character. Park Sihu looks for a weakness, asking why a top-tier athlete like him ended up working as a trainer. Our hero doesn't hide the truth. He chose his heart over his career after uncovering a match-fixing lie. To Park Sihu, this is just foolishness, and he asks if the boy truly doesn't regret losing his future over something that didn't even involve him. A spear slices through the air while the question hangs between them, and our protagonist admits that life would have been much easier if he had just kept his head down. He could have been rich, famous, and on the world stage. But he realizes now that a life built on that silence is the only thing he would have actually regretted. The polite smile is just for show. Inside, the MC is already done with Park Sihu and the fake kindness he sees as pure snobbery. It's a type he recognizes from university. People who perform goodness just to get close to others. And he has zero patience for the act. If Sihu wants to play the hero, the MC will let him. He plans to use the guy as a shield against the monsters ahead and then leave him behind the moment his usefulness runs out. A month passes under the moonlight as that cold plan begins to take shape. The academy looked so peaceful once, but the night carries a different weight now where Corinlock can barely stand. He realizes the blood on his jacket isn't his own, a heavy reminder that he let his guard down and lost Alicia, and now everything he built fails against the one person he never expected to face. The girl he once knew, now his greatest nightmare, Mariette Dunalev. Everything he had worked for at the academy felt like it was slipping through his fingers in a single, painful moment. Especially since the sight of what Mariette had become only made the panic sharper. He realized that one tiny mistake had ruined everything he tried to build, forcing him to scramble for a defense as the blood demon let out a roar that vibrated through the arena and lunged at him like a nightmare. He poured every remaining spark of magic into a final, desperate move and unleashed a massive barrage to hold off the monsters. Corinlock curses the cold logic that told him a starving girl like Mariette was a safe bet. He chose magic just to keep the world at a distance, but now he's backed against the wall at the end of a road that was never supposed to be closed. The mistake hits him as hard as the panic. The game he thought he knew is finally being replaced by reality, High above him, Mariette moves with a lethal grace that makes his heart stop, her power reaching down to bridge the gap between them one last time. The Blood Demon's strike lands with a force that shreds his defenses, making it clear that the gap between them is far wider than he thought, as the resulting explosion levels the arena. Our protagonist is left struggling to breathe, the terrible reality of the pain finally settling in as he realizes he had treated this world like a game for far too long. The stinging blood in his eyes and the sudden coldness in his limbs tell a much darker story, and his mind begins to break while he screams the final desperate realization that he isn't ready to go. Darkness finally gives way as Park Sihu drifts back to the world, finding the air thick with the smell of iron. A familiar voice pulls his focus upward to find Corinlock standing over him. Two jagged shards are pinned clean through the man's chest to keep Sihu from being crushed. Corin coughs up a spray of blood but manages a weak joke about the pain. Sihu can only stare at his savior and wonder why a total stranger would ever go this far for him. The answer that comes back is simple. Corin doesn't need a reason to be a hero beyond wanting a happy ending. That everyone deserves to be happy. He tells Sihu he shouldn't be the one to die in a place like this, slumping over as the reality of the sacrifice lands. Our protagonist is left holding a man who gave everything to save him, choking out a string of insults that call his friend a fool for being so selfless. His voice finally fails him, and he can only beg for Corin to wake up with one last plea for him not to die. The silence between them is already starting to feel permanent. A slip of the tongue hangs in the silence, revealing the person in Park Sihu's body was never a man, and a month later she is still there, calling Corin Locke an idiot for acting so mighty with a spear only to find the limits of our protagonist's weak body. Behind the player stands a ghost of a past life that still feels far too real, back when our protagonist was Park Siren, a brilliant student living a life full of light and moving through her world with a grace that made heads turn. She had the kind of future people only dream of, but that girl is gone now, replaced by the player Park Sihu after a month of fighting for the kind of power no textbook could ever teach. Park Sihu leads the green-haired mage through the dark woods, confident that his growth has already carried him past the level of most elite mages. Further in, the air grows heavy as Mariette stands over a shredded beast, and Sihu surveys the brutal wreckage she left in her wake while she gasps, struggling to hold on to her drifting sanity. He doesn't offer any comfort, instead preparing a spell to punish the person who caused Corin to hurt himself, but the mention of his name snaps her back to reality with a single frantic question. The horror finally lands as she realizes she was the one who hurt him. She had been the source of his pain all along, and the weight of that truth leaves her shattered. Mariette's desperate cry for Corin tells Sihu everything he needs to know. She's been in love with him from the very start. Jealousy finally snaps his control, and he lashes out to remind her that someone like her has no right to reach for the hero. To Sihu, Corin is the only truth in a world full of lies, and he refuses to let anyone else touch what belongs to him. He's done playing nice and decides right now to take the most brutal path to reach the end. Corinlock has a way with people that feels like a cheat code. He easily talks his way into a slice of cake from Miel by telling her just how sweet her heart is. Later, he catches Riel in the hall to take over her heavy lifting, and even flusters Professor Dana with a simple sandwich, leaving Park Sihu seething in silence behind them. It leaves Sihu in a state of pure confusion, unable to find the angle on a guy who has the whole school in his pocket just by being friendly. But the problem gets even weirder as Corin starts drifting back into memories of a life Sihu can't see, reaching back to Hanbyul and Seong from a world that feels a million miles away. Corinlock sighs as he thinks about his single life. He really believes he never had a chance to date anyone before coming here, and that leaves Sihu in shock. To him, Corin is a total ladies' man, yet he can't stop his heart from racing when his friend leans in to admire his looks. That closeness forces him to admit that the man is just too pretty to ignore. And for a second, a dinner invite makes the whole thing feel like a real date. But the dream ends instantly when Corin cancels their night to give dating advice to a girl instead. Sihu can only curse his luck. He is forced to accept that Corin is a force of nature who will never see what is right in front of him. Sihu is ready to shut down every possible path to happiness for his rival, and he will fill the team with only men to leave no room for romance. Even a massive powerhouse like Lunia Arden is getting cut. The struggle of the journey doesn't matter as long as he avoids every female encounter. He will use the Saintess from a distance and ruin her life with a scandal just to take her buffs. This way, the two will never have to meet while he takes the power he needs to win. Corin needs to get stronger if he wants to survive the final battle. But right now, he is drowning in grief for the friends he couldn't save. He has no idea that his closest ally is actually the one who caused all his pain. Sihu had spent 2 long years waiting for this exact moment, watching as Corin finally collapsed under a mess of drunken apologies and agonizing questions about why a local dam had to burst at the worst possible time. It is a cruel scene, especially since Sihu triggered that disaster himself. But he lets the silence stretch while the boy lists those he couldn't save before finally offering a path toward the strength Korn thinks he lacks through a legendary teacher who can raise his power to the next level. Sihu reaches out and takes the man's hand, promising him the strength he's been chasing. They sit together in the tavern while he makes it sound like a shared destiny they'll finish side by side, suggesting their bond shouldn't end when the quest does as he plans how to watch his Hyung every hour of the day. Months pass under the sun of the academy until Park Si-whose whole world shatters in a single second, when Corinlock bashfully admits he crossed the line with a boss character, Princess Mir, after the royal ball. The man even expects some praise, but the silence from our MC stops the talk in its tracks. The realization lands like a hammer. This isn't just a surprise, it's a trigger for an explosive rage that Sihu can't hold back anymore. He finally snaps, officially done with the game and every rule that brought them here. Deep inside the heavily guarded palace of the second princess, the silence breaks when the kingdom's hero, Park Sihu, suddenly pins the royal to the floor, while dropping names he thought were long gone. The truth lands like a punch. She has been watching his every move this whole time. If she dies tonight, letters explaining his crimes go straight to Korin. Since he can't kill his way out of this, Sihu finally gives in and offers a deal. The princess knows exactly what he is hunting for, and as the air between them fills with a new, forced intimacy, he realizes he has no choice but to follow her lead. Park Si-who leans into his victory, certain his plan is working as blood pools in the snow, while Korin pulls the second princess close and asks why she couldn't just wait. Fading fast, she uses her final breath to tell him she truly loves him, as Sihu watches from the side and wishes she would just die, but then the air shifts, and he realizes something is wrong. Park Sihu leans in with a grin, dropping the cold truth that everything his rival tried was always going to fail. Standing among the museum displays, the cost of the journey hits him. He'd already pushed everyone else away just to reach this final moment. The glow in his eyes shifts as he decides to drop the act and let his full power loose. As the magical chains bind our lead, Sihu's voice drops as he reveals the protagonist is the only thing he considers real in a world of lies. He promises to finish whatever game is left, and once it's over, he's coming back to claim his prize. History remembers Tate's Balthazar as a concept of radiance, but standing against him is a heavy, ancient force, the demon god Park Sihu, and their meeting is a fated collision loaded with a forgotten history. As the earth breaks under the pressure, the fight becomes something worthy of myth before ending in a massive strike that leaves nothing behind but a lingering silence, where Tate's Balthazar stands over his fallen enemy to give a final look at a strength that almost met the god kings of old. Seeing the main flaw in the wind fate had already written this ending because our protagonist simply wasn't the complete warrior the world needed. There is a note of genuine sadness in the man's voice as he looks down at the broken body, and he prepares to end the struggle by dismissing the very idea of regret as a waste of breath. He delivers the blow with the cold certainty of someone who has won this battle 1,000 times before. But as the world turns to shadow, Corinlock finds a clarity that has nothing to do with winning or surviving, realizing the only weight left isn't the pain. It's the truth he kept buried, knowing he should have confessed his love much sooner. Siren gasps as the world finally snaps back into focus, her eyes darting around the bedroom she hasn't seen since the nightmare began, only for a system window to appear and announce her total failure. Her mother's voice calls her for dinner as if nothing had changed. Siren collapses into her arms, clinging to her with the grief of a final goodbye, because no matter how much she wants to stay, she knows she has to go back. Siren's mother barely gets a word out before her daughter rushes out the door, hitting the street at a full sprint to focus on her target until she corners a confused trainee inside a local gym. She ignores the woman's screams for the police just to find the lead she is desperate for, her lungs burning from a run that is finally bringing her closer to the one person she needs to find. Siren sprints toward the apartment building, her mind racing through the 3 years she's been gone. She briefly wonders if she should stop to fix her makeup, but the desperation to see her brother pushes her straight up the stairwell. Her shadow stretches across the apartment door as she finally reaches the floor, her lungs burning while she tries to catch her breath. A glow from the hallway catches her eye, confirming she's finally in the right place after a lifetime of waiting. Siren reaches for the handle, her heart racing with the realization that he is finally back. She bursts into the room, calling out to her brother as Siyu and desperate to explain why she looks like a stranger. The sight before her turns her world cold as the words die in her throat. This wasn't how her plans were meant to end. Everything she gave up for this moment was supposed to matter, but the reality staring back at her is silent. Seeing her future crumble in the glow of the monitor is more than she can take. As her world collapses into grief, The system completes the change, initiating a new inheritance for Corin Lork that leaves her behind in the dark. In the quiet of the room, the only sound is the low hum of a computer monitor waiting for a connection that might change everything. But the Beastkin girl is already sprinting toward the nearest food stall. Naturally, this is the center of the kingdom, a massive hub for travel and trade. He admits to having painful memories here, forced to shake off a weight that Warren can clearly sense in his voice. Mariette has other things on her mind, terrified of failing her first meeting with his parents. The young man tells her they're just normal people who run a restaurant, but the word family still carries a meaning he isn't ready to share. Ever since he arrived in this world, the idea of home felt wrong, and he felt like little more than a ghost from Earth trapped in a stolen shell. Just like Park Si-hoo. He had spent his first days here trying to deny the life that had been handed to him, but looking back at the boy who lived here before, Corin realized that the original owner of this body would have been truly alone without a family. He used to wonder if he had destroyed the boy's soul or if they had simply joined together, but his parents and sister never questioned the change. They just kept right on loving him. That was the moment he finally stopped fighting it and accepted his reality, knowing these were the people who turned a lonely outsider into the man he is today. Corin stands before the familiar sight of his family home, ready for his first meeting with them in this loop. He lets his guard down and bursts through the door with a tearful shout only for a ladle to crack against his skull and send him to the floor. His father just points a shaking finger at whatever is lurking right behind his back. Corin's father fumes and demands an explanation, but the boy plays dumb until the man finally snaps. Moving back an hour, the household is frozen to find two famous guests in their living room. The director calls him her top student, but her shy look sets his parents' hearts racing as she calls them her own parents and leaves a mountain of gold behind. His mother is willing to overlook the age gap for love, even if his father worries she's older than him. When Corin's father demands to know who just walked into his shop, the woman drops a bomb. She's Lunia Aiden, and she's used her visit to the capital to finally meet her future in-laws. She asks them to accept a small gift that turns out to be enough treasure to make the shop look like a dragon's hoard. But the sight of the gold only makes the father snap and accuse Corin of seducing his teachers. He grabs a mop and charges at the boy, screaming that he didn't raise a playboy to leech off wealthy women. Marie starts with a polite smile and a formal introduction, but Arisha immediately shifts the mood. Hwarin barely speaks her own name while Ren chirps about how much she owes her big brother. As the four of them crowd the room, the silence from the parents becomes heavy. It isn't just two girls anymore, it's four. His father decides his son must be possessed and starts a sudden exorcism, leaving Corin to scramble on the floor while trying to convince his mother he hasn't even been on a date yet. The room goes cold as her mask slips, revealing a gaze that is more about control than protection. Corin's mother drops a hammer of praise, saying her son would never play with a woman's heart, but the words only add to the intense pressure from the girls, until Mariette breaks the mood, and Rand decides to lean into the chaos. She watches with a smirk, calculating how Arisha Aiden might join the family, by suggesting that Corin will eventually become her brother-in-law, which leaves Arisha completely flustered. His mother only laughs as she makes her exit, leaving the thick, unspoken tension of the room to linger behind her. Rand isn't about to let the other girls win easily, so she pushes Hwarin to finally listen to some advice, knowing that promising her Corin will like it is the only way to get her to agree. After picking out the perfect look, she leaves Hwarin feeling far too exposed in a dress that shows off way more than her nun's robes, even if romance novels say it's the only way to get a man's attention. But she reminds her that Marie and Arisha aren't going to wait around for her to find her courage. Ran insists the new dress is completely normal, but Hwarin is sure those romance novels have finally broken everyone's brains. She's ready to run back and change into something less revealing until Corin walks in and sees her. He admits she was always pretty, but seeing her like this really gets to him, and he wonders why she hasn't tried it sooner. The direct compliment lands, and suddenly Hwarin isn't quite as eager to go home as she was a minute ago. Corin senses the shift and asks her to walk around the capital together, and Hwarin agrees. She's already making a mental note to borrow the second volume of that novel from the professor. They step out under the city skyline as Corin leads her toward his favorite spots. For once, the advice worked. Corin plays the eager guide as they walk through the amusement park, eventually leading Hwarin away from the noise and toward a quieter corner where she can finally settle into the silence of the evening. When the darkness finally hits, she's shocked by how fast a whole day can vanish, but Corin only stops once they reach their final destination. And while the small space leaves Hwarin flustered, the view of the glowing water makes everything else in the world disappear. Hwarin admits that while she enjoys being around the group, part of her wants to keep this quiet space, just for the two of them. Corin is quick to agree, noting that he feels the exact same pull toward her. Hearing that support gives Hwarin the courage to be honest about her jealousy and how much it hurts when he gives his attention to anyone else. She hates seeing him with other women. When they're alone like this, her anger fades into a peace she can't find anywhere else. She still thinks back to the nights they spent side by side, realizing that even the memory of his touch makes her heart race. The tension in the cave builds until she finally opens her mouth to confess. Huaran takes a breath, like she's standing on the edge of a cliff before she finally drops the words she's been holding back. She likes him. It is a confession without a single lie, and the weight of her sincerity leaves Karin stuck in place. The silence stretches between them as the reality of her feelings finally lands. But how is he supposed to answer her when his mind is already a mess? He can see all of them watching him with eyes that demand a choice he isn't ready to make. Maybe his father was right about him needing a beating because he spent so long pretending he didn't see the truth. He remembers the way Marie clung to him when he was broken, and he knows that same quiet longing lives in Arisha and Huaran too. They all care for him, and that's exactly why he's been struggling to find a way forward. Corin is already looking past the end of this journey, weighing his chance to finally return home to Earth once the story is over. But leaving comes with a price he didn't expect. He wonders if he could even live with himself if he walked away from the girl he's tied to now. And finally reaching a decision, he starts to tell Hua he's sorry. The silence between them stretches, heavy with the weight of his choice. Corin leans in, closing the final bit of space as Huaran lets out a soft, surprised breath. Under a massive night sky that seems to hold its breath with them, the distance finally disappears and they are left alone on the cliffside. This is the moment everything between them changes, a single choice that rewrites every word they've ever said to each other. As the lingering touch finally breaks, the silence feels twice as heavy, leaving them both breathless as they stare at each other. Huaran eventually looks away, her heart on her sleeve, as she asks if he actually liked it. In the blue light of the overlook, the distance between them finally vanishes, and when Huaran pulls back just enough to ask if he hated the moment, he tells her that he didn't mind it at all. He knows he still needs to be honest about his feelings, but as he braces himself to speak, a shift catches his eye, and he sees that Hua has retreated. It seems she had the courage to act, but not enough left to hear his answer. So he asks if she had fun instead, and hears how happy she is to share the day with him. Corin feels a weight lift from his shoulders, hoping today becomes a memory she can look back on. But Huaran stops him by catching his sleeve. She reminds him that his only memories so far have been with her other half, and she asks him to share his dreams with both of them from now on. To her, he is a man worth loving, but he feels like an outsider receiving a kindness he never earned. He wonders if he can really stay while the memory of a woman dying in his arms comes back to him. He only found the words to love her when it was too late, and that old grief follows him into every new dream. Corin lies awake as the weight of his choices finally catches up to him, wondering if he's actually allowed to choose someone for himself, or if his role in this world forbids that kind of happiness. The next day finds the group at the royal palace, a massive display of wealth that feels a world away from their usual struggles, and the feast serves as a rare moment of peace for everyone. Ren treats every bite like a celebration, while Corin tells her to eat as much as she wants, but the mood shifts when Mariette asks if he is also visiting for the first time. He has to stumble through a lie to keep the secret of his regression buried, realizing it's been a lifetime since he's seen the palace this bright. The royal banquet hall buzzes with whispers as the crowd studies the heroes from the academy, and Alicia finds herself flustered when a guest begs for an autograph she never expected to give. Park Sihu handles the fame with a much smoother touch. While the others ignore training for the feast, Corin watches them with a quiet smile until the celebration cuts short as the announcer's voice rings out across the hall. A heavy silence falls as the king moves through the room to join his family on the balcony and call for the kingdom's attention. The kingdom gathers to celebrate the miracle of the saintess's return. The king stands on the balcony, giving credit to the brave guardians who rescued his daughter, and then he orders their hero to raise his head. As Corinlach and his companions kneel on the red carpet, the king offers a reward with no limits, promising to grant any wish the knight can name. This is the part of the story where a player would usually ask for gold or land, but Corinlach doesn't care about treasure. He speaks clearly, asking for a royal pardon. The request catches the king completely off guard. Corinlach clarifies that he wants a one-time pass that can forgive any crime whatsoever, leaving the princesses in a heavy, loaded silence. He isn't looking for a reward. He's looking for a way to survive whatever he has to do next. A single request just broke the silence at the royal hall, and now every eye is fixed on the young man standing before the throne. The crowd stares back in silence as the request lands, leading the king to end the banquet and order Corin to follow him for a private talk. In the sudden quiet, he is pulled back into the shadows of his first life, where he can still see his master, remembering how his blind trust in the traitor cost him everyone he loved and left him alone in the ashes of his own failure. The memory of it still burns, showing him a town lost to fire and blood where he failed to save anyone he cared about. And because he knows how the story ends, Corin clenches his fist and decides he has to change it. Kneeling in the throne room, he makes a request that feels more like a confession, asking for a royal pardon for any crime he might commit. The king watches him with a mistrustful gaze and notes that asking for mercy in advance is as good as admitting he's guilty, demanding to know what the boy is actually planning. But Corin keeps his head down and gives the only answer he can. He refuses to say a word. In the throne room, the king offers a pardon that covers almost anything, as long as it doesn't touch the throne or the blood of the royal family. But as he watches for a reaction, Corin refuses to take the deal and bows low to stake everything on an absolute pardon for every crime imaginable. The king's hand grips the edge of his seat while he asks if the boy truly understands the weight of those words. Because to him, Corin just declared himself a future enemy of the state right to his face. And he calls for the guards to seize the hero just as the princess arrives to stop the command. Princess Estelle walks into the audience chamber, stopping her father's questioning to remind everyone that Corin Lork saved her life, throwing the king into a panic while she declares that she trusts this boy more than her own family. It is a total rejection of her bloodline that leaves her father speechless, but she isn't done until she lowers her head and speaks with the weight no one can ignore, addressing the room not as a princess, but as the saintess. Sometimes the weight of a title is enough to break even the strongest resolve, but Corin sees her hands shaking and realizes she is acting out of a fear that borders on blasphemy, which forces him to shift his strategy, knowing Estelle's support is the only thing that gives them a chance to win, until a sharp voice calls the scene a spectacle. A silhouette steps through the ballroom doors, revealing Miriam, the first princess, who watches the scene with a mocking delight, realizing that if Miriam joins in, she'll do anything just to mess with Estelle. But then Miriam surprises everyone by demanding a full pardon for him, refusing to kneel as she savors the chance to look down on her sister, leaving her father silent while Estelle lets out a shaky breath. Looking down at the three of them, the king can't believe both of his daughters have chosen to take the side of a common traitor. The king looks down from his throne and grumbles that raising children is a total waste of time. He turns his focus to the young man kneeling on the floor to deliver his final choice. Corin Lork is granted a royal pardon for any crime, and he bows low to thank the king for such a massive gift. It is the victory he wanted, but he still feels like he's missing a piece of the puzzle. This isn't the first time Princess Miriam has acted strangely. The memory of her helping him at the Mage Tower feels like a warning he shouldn't ignore. Standing under the bright moon, our protagonist wonders why a woman like Miriam would go this far to help him. Deep inside her private room, the princess laughs quietly to herself as she watches the pieces of her plan fall into place. Miriam doesn't bother hiding her hatred for the king. She sees right through him, a man who clearly fears how far her anger might reach. From the shadows of her room, she mocks him for his lack of manners and for barging in without permission. The king of paradise stands by the moonlit window, his presence wanting total silence. He offers a single cold warning that he has no patience for noise, and his eyes suggest the price for speaking out of turn would be high. Miriam doesn't flinch, stepping closer to point out that his recent failures have been hard to ignore. She openly questions if there is even a point in supporting him when he keeps losing ground. He only holds up a glowing crystal, claiming his losses are just part of a larger pattern. As far as he's concerned, the world has a personal grudge against him, leaving Miriam to wonder exactly what he plans to do next. Tate's Baltazar hands over the stone to settle their contract so Miriam can read a future only the Leah Fail can see. She feels the weight of the object and braces herself as she remembers the graveyard where they first met 5 years ago, back when Tate's offered a deal that changed her life. If she gave him her support, he would lend her the stone once a year, and now the king watches with a hungry smile as the vision finally begins. A sharp knock breaks the silence outside the palace room. Pulling Corinlock to the door, where he finds Sister Estelle waiting with a heavy secret she can no longer carry alone. And once they are inside, she praises his quick planning for securing a place to stay right after the banquet. But the mood shifts when she shows him her silver cross to remind him her holy power was sealed. Apparently, the light never returned. Even after they left the Steel Archipelago, everything Estelle believed about her power started with that one moment of light, and her only protection slipped away while she was too weak to care. It took years for her to look close enough to notice the scratch on the metal, the first hint that her sacred item was a lie. Now she tells Corinlock that her kidnappers left the cross only to soak up her power. He wonders why God's gift can be stopped by a simple piece of metal, and Estelle finally sees the dark truth. If a lump of iron can stop a god, then her power was never holy. Estelle drops a bombshell that shakes the church's power. She claims that holy strength has nothing to do with faith. The logic finally clicks for Korenlak as he connects it to the moment his own mana was drained by a rosary. She notices his stunned expression. She's challenging his entire worldview, asking if he's ever truly doubted that God exists. As she prepares to reveal the secrets of this world, our protagonist realizes this girl is far more than just a support character. Estelle plays her part perfectly, offering quiet blessings to anyone who asks, even though in the original story she never knew her own church was full of traitors. The truth stayed buried until she returned to the academy and Korenlak led her through a dark gate toward the shimmering shores of Mag Mel, where the beauty of the island is quickly ruined by a realization that leaves her trembling. Everything she believed about the church was a lie. These beings aren't just powerful, they are the true gods of this world. Estelle looks up to see the impossible as three gods come down from the sky, and the truth hits her that these are the Danan, the beings she has spent her whole life serving. The sight is more than her faith can handle. She sinks into the grass and mutters a few words of denial, while the truth stares her in the face. Across a glowing portal, Park Si-hoo watches the saintess fall into total despair. It's a far cry from the time Estelle spent as a child at the palace, when everyone praised her for having a holy talent they'd never seen before, and she was convinced the entire world belonged to her. People have given Estelle everything since she was a child, with desperate worshippers begging for a touch and soldiers swearing their very lives to her protection. In their eyes, she was a beautiful idol whose presence alone felt like a gift as she spent her youth riding through parades of cheering crowds, convinced that she was the one daughter the Lord had handpicked to lead his people. Years later, at the Grand Cathedral in Zion, she approaches Pope Sakari, who is surprised to find the saintess seeking him out so suddenly. Estelle stands before the most powerful man in the church, her voice dropping into a dangerous chill as she asks the one question he never expected to hear: whether he actually believes in the God he serves. Pope Sakari doesn't even blink, offering a rehearsed line about divine protection as the hollow words land. She holds up a golden cross, explaining that only high-ranking clergy are allowed to handle it, yet someone still managed to swap it for her rosary. Her saintly mask slips as she calls the culprit a rat bastard. She isn't the fragile girl the church expects, and she doesn't care who knows it anymore. She lets the silence stretch between them, pressing him to tell her what he really thinks. Finally, the holy persona cracks, and a slow smile crawls across Sakari's face. There is no prayer left in his eyes, only the look of a man who has finally been caught. Pope Sakari doesn't even try to hide his twisted joy, watching Estelle with the look that says her discovery hasn't changed a thing. He finally pulls back the curtain on the church's secret. Holy power isn't earned through prayer or kindness. Instead, it's passed down through the blood of ancient gods and giants. His eyes burn with the dark light as he prays to beings Estelle has never heard of, naming the Danan and the great Balthazar as the only gods that truly matter. The Pope is obsessed with a future where the world returns to these old powers. The scale of his madness finally lands as he insists they were handpicked by these gods, just before he shifts gears to complain about the rival factions that still stand in his way. She spent her whole life praying to a god that didn't exist, only to find out her own church wanted her dead. Estelle stands before the men who raised her and tells them their god is a fraud. Now the very people she tried to save are charging forward to tear her apart. Pope Sakari is losing it, his voice cracking as his grand plan falls into pieces, and he asks Estelle why she wouldn't just give up her blood to revive their giant. For Estelle, the truth finally lands. Her faith was just a lie used to keep her in line, and now she tells him he's unfit to lead, and his god is no god at all. Naturally, the room explodes in rage as the men lose any sense of their mission, charging at her with weapons raised and screaming for her blood. But Estelle doesn't move as her entire world comes for her head. The Pope freezes as the air shifts, and above the battlefield, a towering god named Dagda looks down at Estelle with a smile that feels like a homecoming. He acknowledges our lead as his own flesh and blood. He offers her a strength that has waited generations for her touch. As she grips the glowing mace, she feels a duty that finally pulls her away from her old faith. A vision of ancient power flickers through her mind. Estelle raises the weapon high, choosing to lead her people over the church she once served. Estelle finally makes her stand. She is the only one in control of her life now. The power of that choice hits like a wave, and miles away, Miriam jolts awake, as if she's just been struck. It feels like the vision itself hit her. The King of Paradise stands over her, waiting for an answer about the future. Miriam can only hunch over and struggle for air under the weight of what she just saw. Miriam's shock finally gives way to a soft laugh, one that quickly bubbles up into a wild, shivering sound as the missing pieces of her life finally snap together. Miriam starts walking with a new purpose, certain that her destiny has been right there all along, and under the glow of a red moon, she begins claiming him as her hero and her prince. He is the only one who can truly grant her deepest wish before she finally lets his name fall from her lips, Corin Lork. Miriam was supposed to be a monster. In every version of the story, her name was a curse linked to a massacre that stained the world red. But Park Si-hoo chose a different path. Park Si-hoo married her because he fell for a pull he couldn't describe. And to his own surprise, the life they built together was happy. He knows the original script calls for her to become a butcher who meets a grim fate once a player catches up to her. But if he stays by her side, he can protect her from the resentment that fuels her dark fate and trade a cycle of revenge for a life that never should have been possible. Park Si-hoo thought he was special. He believed he could reach into a tragic past and pull a girl named Miriam back from the edge of her own darkness. But the world has a way of snapping back into place, and some stories are written in blood. The weight of failure hits Park Si-hoo all at once, and as he watches Miriam sink back into the shadows, he searches her face for any trace of the person he thought he could save. Her cold gaze confirms that the vengeance he tried to stop has returned, and as he looks out at the field of bodies, he finally accepts that the demi-human massacre was a script he simply couldn't rewrite. Every choice he made to change the timeline only led them right back to this bloody end. The instructor calls the fight over, but while Si-hoo wonders how their plans leaked, Corinlok hears a cry for help and spots a young girl running for her life. He screams for her to run toward him, watching as she reaches out with a smile and believing for one beautiful moment she is finally safe. Then the world stops the moment blood hits his face. Everything inside him finally snaps as he stands before the beast in a haze of rage and grief. The instructor's shock barely registering as Corinlok prepares to pay the creature back for the life it just took. The dust settles after the strike, but Corin is already moving, blinded by a need to end the fight that drives him into the monster's open mouth. The strike lands, but his world shatters the second he realizes the spear went straight through Miriam's chest. He chokes out her name and locks his fingers onto the metal, as Miriam looks up and smiles. It is a soft, tired look. As Korn holds her and asks why she had to take it this far, she whispers that she just couldn't stop herself. Miriam clings to Corinlok, confessing a love she treats as just her fate, and as her light fades, the scene shifts deep into the underground city where the wolf elder Kush speaks to a murmuring crowd and hears that several of his people were killed by the snake, a name that makes the leader stop and think about the threat to his alliance. Life for demi-humans is getting harder every day, and while a survivor screams for a plan, he turns to Edna for news on her secret mission to the royal palace, and she admits her cover was blown. Her cat ears twitching with nerves as she explains that a mysterious group called the Koran Guardians reached out to her. Edna's secret was finally out. The Guardians were counting on her to carry a message, as Kush finally makes the connection to the legendary heroes who once saved Saintess Estelle from the brink of death. Panic ripples through the hideout because a man who defeated the Magi of Gold should be their killer. But Edna reveals Koran's real proposal, his promise to finally crush the snake. The crowd ripples with doubt as they weigh Koran's massive promise to kill the snake, but Kush isn't buying it for a second. Rebellion is reckless. He leans on the old wall of distrust, reminding his people that Koran Locke is still just a human. To these demi-humans, humans have always been the same, people who claim they'll help while they sit back and watch the church hurt everyone else. The crowd roars their agreement, shouting that humans are all talk, while Kush feeds their anger with every word. Edna finally snaps, but her voice is too thin to cut through the noise of their shared hate. Her heart sinks when she sees the two fox-eared demi-humans standing in the light. They had tracked her the whole way, and now her secret was wide open. She hadn't been as careful as she thought, and the people she was trying to save were the ones who finally cornered her. Kush recognizes the fox siblings as members of the Gold Wolf tribe, though the sister admits they were meant to be dead. She tells him how Koran saved them from their cages, and now they attend the Merkaba Academy as living proof of human kindness. Edna adds her voice to the plea, explaining how her time as a clerk proved that this plan could work. Kush stays silent for a long moment, weighing her words against his own hatred, until he finally cuts her off. Humans can never be trusted. The rejection lands like a blow, leaving their hope in pieces. Edna startles at the touch, but Kush decides to trust his family, giving her the relief she needed. Back at the academy, the opening ceremony begins. However, our MC handles his own business as Korenlok drags a heavy sack into his room, hauling in the items he farmed during his vacation. Koren stares down at a treasure most families would guard for generations, while Marriott watches him in disbelief. She can't wrap her head around the idea of him using it now instead of saving it for his children. But in his hand is a Goryeo Mountain ginseng, a 10,000-year-old herb that absorbed the very energy of the earth. It's the kind of relic even the gods would keep behind glass. But Korin isn't interested in a legacy he can't use. He knows the strength of the elixir depends entirely on the recipe, so he forces Daishik to brew it, the former elder who knows these plants better than anyone. The old man is practically in tears as he watches his life's work turned into a single meal. But as the liquid begins to glow, Korin doesn't hesitate to drink down the power he's been waiting for. Korinlok finally finishes absorbing the mountain ginseng, and the surge is massive, pushing his base mana over 50,000. Between his items and his commandments, his total power jumps to 200,000, giving him just enough to handle the sun when the conflict starts. But even with this power, he's still haunted by the memory of a massacre Miriam causes in every timeline he's lived. The only person who would ever welcome that kind of bloodbath is the man behind it all, Tate's Balthazar. Korinlok sees the enemy's game. The goal is to turn every race and faction against each other until they use up all their strength. To stop the world from falling apart, he chooses to follow a set of rules that won't let him turn away from those in pain. This oath binds his heart, and the price for failing is death, meaning if he breaks his word, his life ends on the spot. Survival for him means stopping the villain and making sure the innocent don't fall into misery. Korinlok kneels before the official to secure the one thing he needs to protect his future, a full amnesty that can wipe away any sin. With the legal safeguard in hand, the foundation of his plan is finally set. He would prefer to settle things quietly, but he stays busy preparing for the violence he knows is coming anyway. His biggest priority now is keeping his moves hidden from Miriam, knowing that if she catches wind of his secret instructions, the whole plan will collapse. The memory of the previous run still haunts him, a vision of a massacre he was once too weak to prevent. Looking at those fallen demi-humans, the grief feels just as heavy as it did the first time. Outside the professor's office, Korinlok makes a silent vow to himself. He won't repeat the same mistake. Not this time. Sitting in the instructor's office, Korin learns that Princess Miriam has made a bold move by officially applying for a mentor. It's a special academy system where a large donation buys private tutoring from any student. Korin clarifies the implication, asking if this means the princess wants to meet with him every single day. The instructor confirms his suspicion with a simple nod. A heavy weight settles over him as he wonders what she could possibly be planning. His thoughts pull back to memories of his past life. He recalls a version of Miriam that used the mage tower to hunt her enemies like wolves. He remembers her standing in the royal court, pleading for his life with the soft request for amnesty. Even then, that moment of mercy felt more like a leash. Back in the room, Korin realizes she might just want to keep him close enough to monitor his every move. The instructor offers to reject the request if he's not interested. Korinlok shuts down the proposal before the other side can even finish, handing over his own terms for an arrangement that keeps her right where he can see her as her new mentor. Mentoring is a tradition as old as time, and at Merkava Academy, it's a formal system where the most experienced students guide the new ones, though seniors mostly scout for mentees to secure bonus points for themselves. Most juniors run at the first sight of an upperclassman since they are already exhausted by the heavy workload. But every so often, a junior will send in a request just to spend more time with the senior they like. Korinlok holds the thick stack of applications and smiles, misreading the clear affection behind the letters. To him, this isn't a collection of love notes. It's just proof that the younger students have a great mindset for learning. A request for help from a junior usually isn't a big deal, but when that junior is a princess and a saintess, even someone like Korinlok has to pay attention. Korinlok knows this mentoring request is a trap he can't easily avoid, and he enters the room to find the second princess waiting with a playful smile. Miriam's welcome suggests she already expects him to say yes, but he doesn't let the tension linger before sliding the letter back and telling the princess to look for help elsewhere. Korin tries to talk his way out of the conversation by rattling off his packed schedule, but Miriam isn't listening to a single excuse, focused instead on the name she's been carrying until he becomes the only destiny she can see. Ever since the Fate Stone showed her a vision where he holds her while she dies, to her, bleeding out in his arms is a promise rather than a tragedy, because it meant her one wish was finally fulfilled, and with no other lead to follow in the present, she knows this boy is the only person who can lead her to her revenge. Korin offers a final bow and excuses himself, leaving the room with the practiced politeness that Miriam tracks with a lingering, loaded gaze. She watches him go, her fingers curling around a small white snake. She promises to find every hollow place he tries to hide behind that calm face. The tiny creature hitches a ride on his shoulder as he walks away, an invisible mark of the obsession she's already started building. If there's a void inside him, she'll fill it until he has no choice but to stay. Korin stands before the new home of his group. surveying the five-story structure that represents his future while already weighing the cost of keeping it all afloat. He is going to need a lot of gold. He finds Deoku already waiting with the tiny puppy and sunglasses, which makes our protagonist wonder if he has accidentally opened a kennel on land that is clearly too big for one person to manage. This massive campus is the new scale of his life, a weight that only lightens when a familiar voice calls out from across the grounds. Marriott is already pushing for more expansion, but Korn shuts it down because the gold just isn't there, even after Arisha the White Snake pops up with an offer to supply troops. At the training hall, he finds a new instructor teaching the recruits and notes that they are actually ready for battle, even if she is still a bit flustered by his presence. He treats the work as a simple job, preferring the quiet routine waiting for him every evening where the girl waits in the doorway to ask if he's staying again. And since nightmares are still a problem, holding his hand is the only thing that helps her finally rest. The memory hits Miriam like a physical weight, pulling her back into an indecent moment that leaves her squirming in shame as her face burns with a heat she can't shake. Later, beneath the white spires of the academy, she finally gathers her dignity and decides to drop the guessing games so she can find Corin in the courtyard and offer him a total surrender. She will grant anything he wants if he agrees to be her mentor. Corin catches the weight of that offer, his voice dropping low as he asks if she really understands the gravity of what she just promised. Miriam doesn't hesitate, offering up anything he wants as long as it buys her a path to revenge. And once Corinlock takes the deal, he leans in close enough to make her heart race. It turns out the only price is her effort, though Corinlock warns her that his mentoring won't be easy and offers a final way out that she refuses before the training starts and leaves her gasping for air in the academy courtyard. Miriam is reaching her breaking point after 2 hours of training, but Corin stays firm and reminds her that saving a life is always harder than taking one. The physical work is finally over, and a new tension fills the room as she prepares to honor her deal. It was a strange request, a genuine smile from the heart. He waits for her to find that spark and watches as she finally gives him a look that is far from the warmth he was looking for. Corinlock picks apart every detail of her face, claiming her smile has no heart and laughing at her frustration until he calls an end to the session. Miriam watches him go, left with the suspicion that he has a much deeper scheme in mind, especially when he shows up the next day to wrap her in bandages for medical training. Her attempt at a friendly look stays tight with the anger she's trying to bury, while they spend the following days crouching in the dirt together to practice hiding. Corin doesn't hold back, picking on Miriam's uneven face before ending the session for the day, which leaves her to storm off and wonder why she's even putting up with his attitude. Standing alone, our MC watches her go. His plan is moving forward exactly as he intended. Back at the Corn Guardian's office, the twins, Ren and Ron, are already waiting to tell him they spent the afternoon bonding with their new friend, a polite scholar from the Black Panther tribe named Edna Illusen. She's finally here, and his world is about to get a lot more crowded. Edna has been playing a dangerous game as a palace spy. She uses the identity of a quiet officer to watch the kingdom's movements from the inside. Her true goal is to find a way to protect her people, because stateless beasts can currently face a life of chains and constant threat. She understands that terror personally, remembering the families who huddled in the dark with no way out. They were hunted like animals by men who didn't even see them as living beings. Everything shifts when Corinlock hands her a document, a formal bill that would finally register demi-humans as citizens. The very thing she's been fighting for in the dark is suddenly right in front of her. Corinlock presents a list of signatures from those who care about the demi-humans. Even students who once held grudges choose to put aside their bias for Marie's sake. Support spreads quickly through the academy until the stack of papers represents a massive shift in their opinion. The magic is perfect, hiding the entire area from anyone who doesn't have the coordinates. Seeing so many people finally standing by her side, Edna Illison clutches the signatures to her chest and thanks them through her tears. Everything is proceeding smoothly. The massacre Miriam started was more than just a slaughter. It was a cruel betrayal. Corinlock stands among the fallen, remembering the way she used the royal army to frame and kill the very people they were meant to protect. It was a move made without any thought for what would come next, but the academy grounds offer a different path the next morning where a plan finally starts to take shape. If he can pass a bill to make demi-human citizens, using the army against them will become impossible. Corin accepts the weight of the task ahead, knowing he must keep Miriam's attention fixed on him so she never finds the secret location of Mound. Corinlock moves through the academy halls with a focus that only comes from knowing exactly how the world is supposed to end, reflecting on how much has changed in this specific run and wondering what part Princess Miriam will play in the chaos to come. Miles away at Jerome Cathedral, the hands of Faith's clock are already turning without stopping, housing a princess with a heart colder than devotion. Miriam stares at the discovery before her hatred flaring as she looks at the white snake marking the map. And now that the hunt is over, she has no intention of letting them escape. Everything our protagonist did to change fate led him right back into a trap. Miriam Hadassah Arras watches him with a cold smile, whispering that the wait is finally over, before the saintess declares that she's found him at last. Her mocking grin says she knows exactly how hard he tried to stay hidden from her. A day before the kidnapping incident led by the Magic Tower, Saintess Miriam walks through the bustling streets while a local stops her to ask for an update on their high-profile prisoners. She assures him the escort is ready and explains that the dangerous heretics will be taken to Zion for judgment, even if the long journey over land takes more time than they'd like. Suddenly, a strange presence cuts through the noise, and she turns toward a figure in a deep red cloak watching her from the edge of the crowd. Recognition hits her hard when she sees its mirror, and they retreat to a misty forest path where the silence feels heavy as Miriam demands to know what business finally brought her out of the shadows. Miriam drops the act immediately, demanding to know the price for Mir's silence, but Mir simply lists what she knows about the union called Mound and the church, until Miriam's calm mask breaks and she offers a return to their childhood bond. Mir rejects the offer so coldly that it leaves her shaking while her hand tightens around her staff as she leaves the saintess behind to nurse a new, bitter promise of revenge. Miriam plays her part perfectly, clasping her hands and asking to pray at the former queen's grave. Mir doesn't have any use for that god. She watches the performance with cold dislike for the girl she calls a hypocritical idiot. Our lead knows what her rival was really searching for: the mound, hidden right inside the Zion Church's Holy Land. She can finally see the end of her long hunt. The people who tried to stop her are about to lose everything. Later in her study, she offers Sir Gress a quiet word of thanks for betraying his faith to help her. Sir Gress takes the betrayal in stride. He claims that Estelle was the one who actually broke their faith when she found a secret group allied with Lord Balthazar. Sir Gress tells the story of the day Miriam broke through the church, and as the only survivor, he thinks he can suggest a target while laughing off the details because he assumes they are partners. Miriam listens in a heavy silence, mentioning she planned to make him pope, before calling the whole thing a shame. As the air shifts and he realizes he just talked his way into a grave. It was a quick end for a man who thought he was special. Rojo drops through the air with single-minded focus, kneeling before the woman he serves. He calls out to his saintess with a fanatical sort of devotion. She isn't alone in this hunger, as warriors and shadows gather to offer their service, some seeking vengeance while others swear loyalty to the royal bloodline. A cruel smile plays across Miriam's face as she looks out over her domain. Stepping onto the balcony, she speaks with the dual authority of a saintess and a princess, ready to cast her final judgment. She labels anyone under Zion's protection as a beast waiting for the chance to rebel. Miriam has finally issued the order everyone was afraid of, and deep in the beastkin hideout, that news is about to turn friends into monsters. Miriam issues the final order for a total purge, and her army catches the spark, surging forward with a roar that echoes her own cold fury. Deep in a hidden cave, the boy tries to hold back a wave of terror as his own people start to turn, but his sister's plea for patience is cut short by a man who was already looking for someone to blame for the army finding their door. He stops as a dark realization finally settles into place. The tension in the cave snaps with the single command to stop. The leader reminds his people that fighting among family is not allowed, as he sits tall on his throne and asks the outsiders to tell their story. Corin steps forward to give his name and admits that everything that happened is his fault. He explains the long time he spent alone with Estelle in the Magic Tower, and how they found a group of traitors who are already rewriting the history Corin once knew. Corinlock stares at the ground, frustrated by the small mistakes that are starting to ripple through his plans. He stands in the dim light of the lair, pleading with the Beastkin leader for just a little more time. He offers a peaceful path, a new law that would finally recognize all demi-humans as citizens of the kingdom. With the royal army unable to attack its own citizens, he knows they just need to stall for 3 days. His friends are already working themselves to the bone to make this happen. Even the academy director is doing her part to end the civil war without more blood being spilled. Corinlock makes one last plea, his voice heavy as he asks the leader to trust them. The silence between them is thick, a loaded tension that lingers until the leader finally makes his choice. Chaos and panic have taken over the group, and as their leader watches them tremble, he turns to Corinlock to admit his repeat mistake of trusting humans. He sees the end clearly, knowing every demon in the mound will be dead by tomorrow. He tells the children not to carry hate for a battle that was always going to end this way. Corinlock takes in the final word, and as he turns to walk away, He leaves behind a lingering silence that feels like it might never break. The Beastkin leader stands before his people in the mountain pass, his voice echoing through the rocky cavern as he commands every single soul to stop hiding. His heavy call to arms reaches even the children. They were never meant for this, forced into a battle they have never known. Knowing the snake coming for them will show no mercy, he takes away their fear and replaces it with the cold, desperate resolve that causes the rabbit boy to finally surrender to his wild instincts. He stares his tribe down with one final command to survive. The leader addresses his superior with grim respect. But the quiet is shattered when one of his people points out movement in the shadows. There, standing in the path ahead, are the holy knights of the new faith. For a brief moment, the leader wonders if they've come as allies, but the question is answered by a wall of blades leveled at his throat. Saintess Estelle steps into the light, blocking the way and declaring that she is the only thing standing between them and Queen Mir. The betrayal lands hard. One of the Beastkin women can barely speak, reminding Estelle of all the time she helped them hide, but the leader sees the shape of it now. At the end of the day, the woman they trusted is still human, and she's finally chosen her side. The Beastkin leader stands before Estelle, recognizing the safety she once gave them before demanding to know if she's siding with the people who want them dead. Estelle stays silent for a long moment until a soft smile touches her face and she explains her plan to keep them right here for 3 days. The leader snaps back that they don't have time for games while an army is closing in. But Estelle's eyes flare with a steady light as she tells him to have faith in the one person she trusts above all others. The leader assumes she's talking about a god who has already abandoned them. She corrects him with a single word. No, it isn't God she's waiting for. Meanwhile, out in the dark forest, Miriam Hadassah el-Ras leads her forces forward into the night. Corinlock takes the final step that commits his group to the fight, as the team prepares to face the consequences of Estelle's final warning. When every clever strategy is exhausted, you have to settle the debt with your body. And right now, our protagonist is the only human she has left. A massive army marches through the forest, under the cover of night. At the center, Miriam Hadassah el-Ras sits on her throne, watching the path ahead. She studies the group blocking her way before her gaze finally settles on their leader, Sir Corin. Miriam admits she didn't expect him to actually stand against her with so few people at his back. Corin doesn't look bothered, casually loosening up while he prepares for the uneven fight ahead. Miriam leans in with a sharp smile, asking if he really thinks his small team can stop an entire army. Miriam asks if Corinlock truly thinks he can stand against an entire army alone, signaling for his end with a promise to march right through his body that fills the sky. Every arrow shatters against the glowing wall that springs up just in time to catch the strike. The sight pulls a look of shock from Miriam as she stares down at the defense, sensing a divine weight behind the barrier that suggests the boy is calling on a power far beyond his own. She channels her power into a ritual that sends a massive shield spreading across the sky, wrapping the city in a protective layer of light. Miriam watches the display in disbelief as she struggles to grasp how a single person could maintain a barrier this wide. Corinlock finally lets out a breath of relief, his gaze lingering on the defense he knew she could provide. They are currently standing in Dana Sea, an underground city built by the legendary Dagda in a time long since forgotten. As the heir to that ancient divinity, Estelle is the only one capable of wielding the sacred treasures of her bloodline. She is using the Undre, a relic that amplifies her magic until her power becomes something truly limitless. Power can be a curse, once used to drag monsters from the dark to tear the world apart. But Estelle chose a different path by turning that same energy into a shield for the weak. This isn't a barrier you can just shatter through force because it carries the weight of a history where entire worlds were nearly leveled until warring sides were forced to bind themselves with an unbreakable vow. The hooded mage isn't fooled by the glow because he knows this is a contract rather than a simple wall, so he demands to know the cost. Our protagonist is dealing with someone from the Mage Tower, and he finally names the spell, Saint Estelle's Guias. Corinlock explains that this isn't a simple spell but an ancient contract called the Guias. The stakes are absolute, banning the losing side from the Holy Land forever, and he knows Miriam isn't the type to just leave. To his surprise, his challenge only draws a cold laugh from her. She admits the boy is clever and accepts the proposal, standing with an elite team she expects will win her the day. The arena falls silent as the signal to fight finally rings out. Corinlock knows they are bound by the absolute compliance keys, a grand spell that applies its rules to everyone without a single exception. Suddenly, the golden magic shudders, and one of the portraits hanging from the spell shatters. The girl beside him cries out, unable to understand why they've lost when the duel hasn't even begun. As it turns out, Estelle is holding back demons while keeping the spell active, and she's reached her absolute limit. The contract is heartless. If you can't fight, the rules count you as a loser. The hooded mage watches the field and counts the four who are left. The selection stones spin and land on the next pair, while Ron takes a deep breath and steps out to fight. His opponent only stares back with a look of hungry interest as he claims to have finally struck gold today, and his eyes light up because he finally has a living specimen to study. The boy demands to know if his opponent came from the Mage Tower, and Elder Calatin confirms it, admitting he studies beastkin to find the secrets of life for his experiments. As the head of the Beast School, Calatin wants to build a perfect life form and sees the boy as nothing more than a subject to be taken apart. Our protagonist doesn't wait for the lecture to end, launching himself across the field and tearing through the flames so fast that even the girls watching from the side lose track of him. In this moment, the boy stops worrying about the danger and focuses on a lesson his big brother taught him once. It's a simple truth about the Mage Tower and the people who run it. He knows exactly how to handle men who think they're gods, and the look on his face says the experiment is over. Ron fights through the chaos, hearing Corinlock's voice warn him that stopping for a second gives the enemy all the time they need. It's a lesson from their training days. That memory vanishes when Ron is caught by a sudden, lethal counter. The beast strikes with a force that shatters his flow. Even now, Rand's voice haunts him, calling his work sloppy because he failed to kill the Chimera. She points out that the creature is powerful but slow, a weakness he should have used to his advantage. The weight of her words hits home, and as something deep inside him starts to wake up, he realizes she was right all along. Ron is sent flying back by the force of the blow, reeling as his vision blurs, while high above, Elder Calatin watches the display with cold, detached interest. The Chimera doesn't give him a second to recover. It pins him to the floor with its massive weight, forcing the air from his lungs in a sharp, broken cough that leaves him gasping. The beast begins to gather a heat in its throat that lights up the entire room. Through the haze of pain, Ron forces his eyes open to really look at the nightmare standing over him. He sees the rough seams and the mismatched pieces of a body that was never meant to exist. The truth hits him harder than the fire. This isn't just some mindless monster. He can feel a heavy connection in his own blood, realizing with horror that this creature was built from the remains of his own kin. His own people are stitched into that flesh. Elder Calatin admires his creation with a pride that makes your skin crawl, viewing the Golden Wolf tribe as nothing more than a puppet built to follow his every word, while he taunts Ron for failing to strike back as the boy gasps under the monster's weight. The elder keeps twisting the knife, mocking the bonds that make it genetically impossible for Ron to harm his own kind, and his chimera was built to move without a second of hesitation, while he declares that this control over life is the only path to godhood. Everything Ron has built for himself shatters in a single moment. His status as a warrior breaking apart like glass, and the weight of the loss finally lands as he hits the dirt, bloodied and broken. He howls at a sky that offers no comfort. The pride he once held was just another thing he couldn't keep. While he reels, Elder Calatin moves to finish the job by ordering a total slaughter, unleashing a monster to lead the hunt. Ron struggles to breathe. The nun has no real answers for him, even with the massive werewolf standing over them like a silent guardian. The battlefield has turned into a blur of clashing monsters and violent light that leaves no room for soft feelings. Calatin smirks at the chaos. He dismisses the question with a simple shrug, and that coldness hits Corinlock harder than any physical blow. In the silence that follows, Corinlock squeezes his fist until the skin breaks and the blood starts to drip. He is done looking for reasons in the middle of a war zone. The shock is gone now, replaced by a bloody promise that he isn't going to let this stand. Elder Calatin looks out over the field of dead monsters and speaks with cold disdain about the concepts of pity and humanity. The silence between them stretches as the nun stares him down, her face stained with blood as she makes it clear she gave up those feelings a long time ago. Mariette stands in the shadow of the creature she just slaughtered, clenching her blood-stained fist as she makes it clear she has no room for the pity or humanity her enemies are dying for. Elder Calatin scrambles backward across the dirt, his voice cracking as he tries to command her to stay away, but his plea fails as the realization hits that he isn't facing a person anymore. The woman he once knew is gone, leaving only a monster behind. His spirit breaks, and the status he spent a lifetime building is systematically erased as the world marks his final defeat. Mark Sihu can't help but cheer for Huaran, shocked that she ended the fight with a single blow, while the girl beside him explains that it's not that simple. Corin smiles as he invites the enemy to give up and go home, though the noblewoman watching from the sidelines still has a trump card left to play. Huaran stands alone for a moment, her mind stuck on how hard it is to hold back her power even as she warns her opponent that looking away will get him killed. Fermac Damon lunges, closing the distance in a blur that forces the nun to admit he's fast. The fight isn't over yet. Fermac Damon calls on the sanctity of Jerum, his body braced for a fight that began long before the first move, and his focus locks in as he picks the perfect moment to strike. While across from him, Huaran meets his intent with purple spirits rising to shield her from the coming storm. She warns him that power is worthless if it can't find its target, and when he lunges in an instant, his blade a blur aimed straight for her heart, right before their powers finally collide in a massive shockwave. Corinlock gives Fairmac credit for his skill while admitting the instructor has reached an elite speed. However, talent doesn't matter here because the girl is an immovable force protected by diamond body indestructibility, and throws every ounce of his power into a final lunge that washes over her without leaving a mark. It was never a fair fight. Rojo pours everything he has left into one final charge until the effort of the fight finally breaks him. His rapier clatters against the stone as he admits defeat, leaving Huaran to stand over him in a cold silence that Corinlock watches with a satisfied look. From the balcony, the red-haired noblewoman senses that Huaran is holding back her strength for a much darker reason. The princess starts to piece it together and orders Sir Furzia to forfeit the match right now. But the old knight has already made his peace. He braces himself to give everything he has. Then Huaran's strike lands with a force that can't be taken back. Corin screams for her to stop, but it's too late as Huaran stands over the bleeding knight and claims there was no other choice. On the balcony, the maid realizes the princess has finally seen the truth. And she's right, Corin was never fighting to win. He was just buying time. Corin finally admits the truth about his real goal. He wants to pass a law and trigger a magical contract. This will banish Miriam from her holy ground while Balthazar watches from the sidelines. Corin stays focused on keeping her tied up in this match until the new bill is finally signed. The rules say a fight only ends with death or surrender, and he finds a brilliant loophole that keeps the knight from speaking. By gagging Sir Ferzia, he traps the knight in a battle he can't end, forcing the match to drag on until the law passes. The air was thick with the scent of blood and smoke as the battlefield finally went quiet, leaving a single figure standing over the ruin she made, her eyes searching for a warmth that had long since faded. Park Se-hu watches the destruction with a sharp grin and doesn't seem to mind the extra blood. Huaran looms over her opponent with a hollow gaze as the weight of the moment finally starts to settle in. A silver spear suddenly pins Sir Furzia to the dirt, forcing Corinlock to shout that he wasn't the one who threw it, because he knows exactly who that weapon belongs to. As the fire rises around the maid, he realizes they are all in serious trouble. The mask finally slips, revealing Arba for what she truly is, a shadow of the serpent. She is a different kind of mirror than the golden mage Adrian, one who can copy weapons and strength instead of just a face. Usually, her need to keep her eyes on the target makes her easy to handle, but a new feeling is blooming inside her, pulling a ragged breath from her lungs as she realizes she has finally stepped into the power of a flying yaksha. She lingers on the feeling, letting the heat of it sink in. This is a body built for violence, one that can tear monsters apart with its bare hands, and she never wants to let it go. Park Se-hu leans into the taunt, asking if she's ever wondered what happens when two people with the same indestructible diamond body technique finally clash. The strike lands with a speed Huaran didn't account for, sending a shockwave through the air and tearing open the training ground floor. A silence falls as she stares at her hand, realizing for the first time that pain is a very real thing, and the world feels a little less certain. Corinlock watches from the edge of the field, his heart sinking as the impossible happens, and she is left vulnerable to the taunt that she simply isn't used to getting hurt. Arba presses her advantage, mocking the girl for being too slow to keep up with her strikes. But the sting of the blow doesn't break her. Instead, the pain only serves to sharpen Huaran's focus. She catches the next strike midair and answers with a high kick that sends a clear message that this fight is nowhere near over, leading into a frantic exchange where every hit carries the weight of a grudge that has been building for far too long. When Arba pulls back to offer a chance to forfeit before the damage becomes permanent, she only doubles down on her promise to tear down everything her opponent cares about, but that demand hits a wall of pure defiance. One word settles it, and Huaran won't give her an inch. Locked together in a struggle that feels far too personal for a simple match, Huaran makes it clear that only one of them is walking away a winner. The rest of the arena falls away as she focuses entirely on her mark. A sudden counterstrike sends Arba reeling, leaving her to wonder how a fighter she despised could possess such refined technique. It wasn't just brute force. It was genuine martial arts. The noise of the crowd fades until it is just the two of them standing in the ruins of the stage while Huaran asks the only question that matters. Which of them is truly more desperate? The taunt finally breaks Arba's composure, and she lunges forward with a scream, determined to end the fight once and for all. The arena vanishes under the weight of their final clash as Huaran and Arba trade blows so fast they bleed into a single blur of red and blue. Huaran is lost to her rage, her focus locking on until nothing exists but the girl trying to survive her, and the ground beneath them breaks from the pressure while a huge shockwave throws everything back in one final deafening burst. As the smoke clears, Huaran's breath slows. Her gaze lingers on her opponent as Arba drops to her knees, her body broken and her pride shattered even worse than the stage. Arba stares up in total disbelief, unable to understand how her diamond body could ever fail against another main. Huaran remembers meeting someone truly powerful once, a memory that makes this entire struggle look like child's play. She stares down at the broken woman and tells her she was never a match. To finish the moment, she tosses away her title to reclaim her real name as Huaran. With the job done, the weight of her wounds finally catches up and pulls her to the floor. The win is hers, but she doesn't have a single drop of energy left to move. She can finally let out the breath she's been holding. The fight with the princess's followers is over. Korn reaches out to check on a wounded Huaran, as Arisha prepares to take her turn for what was supposed to be their chance to finish this. Then the communication frame suddenly glitches, revealing Estelle's face as she realizes the terms of their contract have been rewritten. A betrayal that is still sinking in when a new figure walks onto the battlefield with a mock praise that stops Corin's heart. He knows that voice. A voice calls out from the heights, mocking them for the show they just put on, and Corinlock locks up the moment he hears it, paralyzed by a recognition that goes bone deep. As the seal over the area fractures, Ohad Bress finally reveals himself as the Danan of Beauty, Balthazar's closest aide. He greets them like old friends, but his intent is clear as he promises to settle the score himself, without dragging the fight out any longer. Ohad Bress thinks the world is his stage, but Corinlock just brought the one weapon that can end the play forever. Ohad Bress looks across the cracked earth, wondering why someone like Corinlock would travel this far for a fight he can't win. But he decides it would be a shame if the lead actor didn't show up for the final act. He's been busy making deals with the church to help his plan along, viewing every power move as his duty as the King of Beauty, while Corinlock shows off the one thing he knows Ohad actually wants. The sight of the Argetlum hits Ohad like a physical blow, answering the questions that have been eating at him since this fight began, and explaining how a boy like this knew about the power of the sun. But the real sting is the memory of the gift that High King Nuada handed to a stranger when it was supposed to be his, and seeing the weapon in person now, the truth of that old choice finally makes sense. Ohad looks down on his prey and mocks him, claiming a face like that belongs on an actor rather than a corpse. Corinlock doesn't flinch, answering that real beauty is found much deeper than what shows on the surface. That comment hits a nerve, and Ohad can't believe anyone would try to lecture him on beauty. He demands a weapon from a nearby student, who can only stutter that the blade is already broken and unusable. Ohad repeats the protagonist's own words while his focus narrows down to a lethal point. A strike flashes through the air and opens Corinlock's chest with a blow faster than anyone could follow. Corinlock stands stunned, while Ohad decides to finally see what he looks like on the inside. The blow lands hard, tearing a scream from Corinlock as the reality of the fight sets in. Yet Ohad Bress only lingers on the weight of his blade, while explaining how little it takes to end an ordinary life. This is the divide between common men and the class of beings known as superhumans, monsters in human skin like the black-haired woman, or those with the hunger in their eyes that never seems to fade, joined by instructors who can bend the fabric of space with a single look. It is a world where strength is the only thing that keeps you alive. There are warriors who stand at the peak of the world, legends who hunt the worst monsters. Witnessing a special grade like Ohad Bress reveals the true meaning of power. Corin Lork stands his ground in the arena, watching as the system reveals the massive gap between them. Every oath the boy has sworn is now pushing his strength to the limit, granting him a huge boost just to keep him from being crushed instantly. Ohad strikes with the weight of a mountain, forcing our protagonist to fight for his life. It is a terrifying display of skill that proves just how dangerous a legend can be. Seeing that his regular strength isn't enough, Corin activates the possession technique. This forbidden art is a massive gamble, usually reserved only for final bosses at the end of a long journey. He knows he's playing with fire, but the gap in their power leaves him no other choice. Their weapons collide in a flash of light as he tries to close the distance between them. It's a desperate move, but it's the only chance he has left. Corinlock knows his spear gives him a massive advantage in reach, But as he watches his opponent's eyes, he realizes he's dealing with a monster who doesn't care about the gap. And Ohad Bress proves it by closing the distance in a single breath and landing a strike that nearly breaks the boy's grip. The warrior pauses to study the weapon like a man looking at a prize he already owns, then drives a heavy kick into the boy's ribs and declares that he's taking the spear for himself with a shockwave that sends Corinlock flying into the rubble as his eyes burn with the strain of his possession technique. Apparently, Ohad is a man who collects power by seizing the hidden techniques and weapons of every warrior he manages to break in battle. Ohad Bress moves with the flow that shouldn't be possible, carrying the title of King of Beauty, a name that sounds gentle until you see the destruction he leaves behind. Corinlock can't even see the strike coming. And as the grip on the spear tightens, Ohad pins him to the dirt and mocks him for not giving his power to the girls earlier, leaving Mariette to watch from the side, frozen by the sudden shift in the fight. To Ohad, extraordinary power is just another prize, and he isn't looking for a simple win when he can have a magnificent end to his performance instead. Ohad Bress declares that only special grades are worthy of the stage, and Corin reels as he is dismissed as a nobody who doesn't belong on the field. But even as he falls, he reaches for one last power and activates his rune of return, catching Ohad off guard the second the mark starts to glow. Corin moves with the borrowed speed as the spirit of the blade guides his strike that closes the gap and catches the man across the face. A single line of red opens on Ohad's skin, and for the first time, his arrogant look is gone. It is replaced by a dark, hungry thrill. The tension between the two fighters finally hits its peak as Corinlock looks for an opening, mocking the idea that Ohad is actually sure of himself and certain that a simple spear will never be enough to reach him. Ohad doesn't take the bait, calmly admitting that the strike he just faced was actually quite impressive. With the sharp snap, everything changes as Ohad decides it's time to show some proper respect in return. He reaches into the storm for a weapon that no armor can stop and no target can avoid, finally drawing the legendary blade known as Froggerok, the Answerer. This is the strongest weapon of the Dinan, a blade meant to end the debate once and for all. Corinlock mocks the scratch on his opponent's face while pouring every drop of his energy into the second demonic spear strike. Ohad Bress calls for a single hit to end the match, a challenge Corinlock is more than happy to meet. Their eyes lock for a split second as they share the same dangerous thrill. They close the gap in a heartbeat, their weapons meeting with a force that shatters the floor beneath them. A massive crater opens up, sending shockwaves through the stands. An instructor shields the announcer, both of them frozen as they struggle to understand the scale of what they are seeing. It was an impossible collision. Literally. This was the kind of clash that felt like the world was being torn apart, as Corinlock and Ohad Bress met with a force that left everyone watching in terror. Corinlock felt the absolute weight of the strike trying to grind him into the dirt. But instead of folding, he let out a roar that shattered the air and signaled his rise to the top. One title encompasses everything he's become. Special grade. The dust settles over the cracked earth as Ohad Bress watches his opponent with a look that is almost tender in its danger. Killing this human will be difficult. Even more surprisingly, he might actually die here himself. A heavy silence hangs between them as Ohad's gaze lingers. The boy is finally worthy of the final stage. Corin Lork stands in the ruins, blood-soaked and steady, finally facing the king as a true equal. Ohad Bress decides he's seen enough and offers to call the whole thing a draw. He insists he's still in fighting shape and has backup waiting, but none of that matters because he finally admits he isn't the opponent Corin is destined to face. Ohad remembers thinking Baltazar was crazy for calling a kid like this a rival. Seeing him fight today proves that Corin truly earned that name. As the light fades and leaves Corin alone in the ruined arena, Marriott's shout breaks the silence while she rushes in to check on him. Marriott rushes over in a panic, but Corinlock just leans on his spear and forces a steady breath. He tells the soldiers plainly that the sacred grounds are now close to them. He managed to stay in the fight by hiding how close he was to death just seconds ago, but a sudden shift in the air pulls his focus. The army is already terrified after seeing the special grades clash, and panic truly sets in when they realize Princess Miriam has vanished from her seat. Corinlock watches the chaos unfold as the impossible truth finally registers. The battle didn't just level the area. It shattered the guise, the absolute compliance contract that governed their lives. With the contract dead, the Beast Girl is free to carry her comrade away through the ruins. The Beast Girl freezes as the weight of the trap finally lands, realizing every move the Wolfman warrior made was exactly what his enemy wanted. The giant snake lunges forward to reveal it never cared about the battle, having only waited for Miriam to get inside the sacred grounds before she thanks our protagonist with a sharp smile that reveals her true nature. She has everything she ever wanted, and she has him to thank for it. Estelle Schoen is born with a rare holy power, but her sister Miriam is a diligent student already known for a kind heart that reaches far beyond her years. All that studying stops the second Estelle asks to play. Miriam can never turn her away, and the two spend their afternoons lost in their own world. Of course, the heart of this perfect world is their mother, Maria, who makes a future queen feel like a daughter who is safe and loved. For young Miriam, her family was everything, and every gentle hand on her hair made up a world that shattered during a holy festival journey with her mother. The joy vanished the moment she found her nursemaid dying, and with her final breath, the woman gave Miriam the only command that mattered: run. The warning landed like a blow, and the princess who had known only safety was suddenly left alone in a room that had become a tomb. Searching for anyone left alive, Miriam Elizabeth runs through the palace until her breath hitches at the sight of her nursemaid, the horror of it all finally landing. The scholars who taught her magic are dead now. Even the attendants who raised her since childhood are gone, their bodies lining the halls of the only world she has ever known. Standing in the blood of her own people, the girl can only choke on her tears. Every child's worst fear is seeing their parents truly vulnerable. For Miriam, that fear just became a bloody reality that will haunt her forever. Miriam runs through the dark palace, begging everyone to stop playing jokes because she's too scared to face the truth, but she stops the moment a familiar voice calls her name, and she realizes who it is. Turning around, she finds her mother held high by a wolf man as Maria struggles to reach out to her daughter while their world falls apart. As it turns out, everything Miriam loved ends in this moment. The safety of the palace and the love of her mother vanish instantly. Her strength leaves her as she drops to the floor, barely able to whisper for her mother while the trauma of that day finally settles in. As it turns out, everything she once loved was torn away by the hands of the Silver Wolf, leaving her to watch as her father covered up her mother's death while her sister Estelle rose to protect their enemies. Abandoned in the shadows of their grand cause, Miriam was left to rot alone in the cold silence of the palace until her grief finally changed into a need for revenge that never let her rest, forcing her to master magic and politics until she seized control of both the church and the military. Miriam stands in the heart of the cathedral while the priests bow their heads in obedience, finally tasting the power she craved. Power is a heavy thing, but she wears it like a second skin. Years ago, a warrior found her among the graves and offered her a path to revenge. He held out a dark object as a solution to her grief, and as she accepted the weight of the stone, he named it after the infinite serpent. The ancient magic inside was meant to steal the life from everyone nearby. Miriam knew a power this absolute had a catch. She asked what it would cost her, and even when he said the price was the caster's own life, she didn't hesitate. Perfect. Princess Miriam has a dream that matters more to her than her own life, standing atop a giant serpent as she prepares to pay a price no one should ever have to give. She braces for the weight of the spell, deciding her body is a tool to be thrown away once her goal is reached. And as blood hits the floor, Midgardorm rises to take what is left of her. The Wolfman warrior orders the children to flee the coming storm, but the boy can't bring himself to leave his leader behind. The warrior tries to tell himself he has a mission, something more important than the lives right in front of him, but the memory of a burning village and the person he couldn't save still haunts him. As he sees the child cornered by monsters, and suddenly the duty he was clinging to feels like it doesn't matter at all. He hates himself for waiting, wondering how he could ever think of turning his back on them, before finally stepping in to shield the girl while another ally joins the fight to hold the snakes back. The Wolfman warrior clings to the boy, but Corinlock doesn't slow down as he asks if the warrior really planned to just offer up his life and beg for the tragedy to end. The question lands hard, forcing the man to realize they can't just leave things like this. Corin keeps moving, ignoring the blood soaking through his clothes as he tells the man to go protect his family. He leaves the survivors behind and walks alone toward the massive snake that towers over the battlefield ruins. Corinlock stares at the mythic beast he never thought he would see again. It is the infinite serpent, a monster that wiped out countless demi-humans in his previous life. But for him, the sight of it brings back a much more personal pain, as this was the very spell that killed the girl he loved, Miriam. The scenario is playing out exactly as he remembers. As the world falls apart, he is forced to take up the legendary spear, J-Durg, and face the same impossible choice. Just like last time, he is left with one horrific option. He has to be the one to kill her with his own hands. Corin pulls out his last resort, a red spear that hunts beasts with lethal power, but it carries a curse that marks the wielder just as deeply as the prey. He puts everything he has into one final desperate strike, while Princess Miriam watches him with a cold pity that cuts deeper than the wounds on his face. She tells him he should have given up long ago, dismissing his efforts even as he calls out her name, because for her, the future is already written in a vision she cannot escape. It is a destiny where she finds peace in the middle of her own tragedy, after the world has burned and every debt of revenge has been paid in full. The realization hits him hard as she reveals she already knows his secret plan. Miriam is not guessing. She is already living in the aftermath of the ending she has already seen. Princess Miriam pulls the protagonist close to describe a fate he can't outrun. She wonders how he saw the same vision before she brushes the thought aside to focus on the power beneath her. It doesn't matter how he knows as long as she achieves her goal. She thanks him for the confirmation while the massive serpent rears up over the academy grounds to signal the start of the end. A flash of energy rips through the academy as Princess Miriam forces the ritual to its breaking point. She is convinced that no physical agony can compare to the horror she has already lived through, as her vision of the end was far worse than anything she is feeling now. Though her resolve is absolute, the ritual is suddenly interrupted by the orb of the Reaper. Corinlock stands at the center of the coiling shadows. He only watches her with a look of heavy, silent recognition and begins tearing through the serpent shadows with the skill of a man who has already fought this war once before. Corinlock is losing this fight. His body is caught in a crushing grip that should have broken him minutes ago. He still forces his bloodied hand forward, reaching for the one person he refuses to lose. But he just ignores her and reaches for the glowing core. She begs him to let go before he dies for nothing. She insists that finishing the spell is her fate, but Corinlock finally snaps, begging her to stop saying those words as he refuses to let her go. It turns out that defying destiny looks a lot more like a suicide mission than a hero's journey. Corinlock ignores the girl as she pleads for him to let go and save himself from the fate she's already accepted. But hearing her give up only strengthens his resolve, as he declares his entire reason for being there is to shatter that destiny once and for all, even while she watches in horror as the activation reaches the point of no return. Corinlock knows the Midgard Orm spell won't stop until the caster's life runs out, but he has his own logic for how magic works. He seizes the magical flow with everything he has left, gambling on the idea that if a single life can start this nightmare, then one life should be enough to shut it down. The pressure of the clash is enough to crush a normal man. Corinlock isn't looking for a reward or a victory. Looking at her through the haze of battle, he realizes he's simply tired of watching things slip through his fingers and refuses to lose anyone else ever again. The weight of his words lands harder than the magic, stalling the fight as she tries to understand a motive that has nothing to do with greed. The beast screeches as the battle reaches a breaking point, forcing a desperate cry for support while the girl watches in silence. And in the middle of the field, the silver wolf finally collapses to pull his children into one last embrace. He knows he is not going to make it. He can feel the life slipping away, leaving only the fear of what happens to his kids once he is gone. High above, the crimson moon watches the scene, just as it did on a night a young girl wept over her mother's body. That was the day she learned to hate the kind of monster now bleeding out in the dirt. While their life forces are drained away together, watching a young girl weep over her mother's body on a blood-red street as her hell begins. Her father, the king, chose to call the murder an accident, just to keep a weak peace. And while her sister Estelle sheltered the very creatures that took her mother away, Miriam's bitterness grew until her grip on her cane trembled with rage, and she finally traded her childhood for a life of revenge. Miriam has clawed her way to power as the Saintess, but the road to revenge has left her alone and fueled by the memory of the family she lost. Corinlock's attempt to understand her feels like a cruel joke from a man who has never known her suffering, and when she threatens to kill his family in the capital, Corinlock cuts the vicious threat short. Miriam stands in a field of death looking down at the bodies without a single piece of the guilt she once felt. And when Corinlock finally reaches her, he catches her as she falls and hears her admit that she just couldn't stop herself. Corinlock tells her that this isn't a vision. It's the life he already lived before he woke up 3 years in the past. Corinlock looks at the memory of a tragedy he can never forget, knowing that for him, her death has already happened. Surprisingly, the living Miriam dismisses his stories as nonsense and insists the future is a cage no one can escape. The sudden shift in his presence stops her cold as a sunlit room pulls him back into his memories, where he explains that he isn't fighting for fate, but for the family he has already lost. While she has failed to charm him in this world, the phantom touch of her hand reminds him that in the world he came from, she won him over completely. Corinlock reveals the truth they've been hiding, showing her a life where they were actually husband and wife. Miriam recoils at the vision, calling the warm memory a lie, even as the scene shifts. Miriam can only whisper a final apology for the child they'll never get to raise. As her hand goes limp, Corinlock finally understands that saving the world meant nothing compared to saving her. To Corinlock, Miriam was the last piece of family he had left, and he lets out a raw, broken howl as the weight of being left alone again finally lands. Every past trauma surges back at once, fueling a violent energy that threatens to consume him while she only watches with a fading peace, her choice already made. Miriam whispers the name of a forbidden power, the Midgard Orm, and vows to stop the chaos herself. A blinding pillar of light erupts between them, leaving Corinlach to scream in desperation as the woman he loves disappears into the white. Corin Lork watches as the world begins to fall apart. Balthazar has won, and the only way out is a sacrifice Corin isn't ready to make. At the gate of continuity, Corin watches as the world begins to fall apart. Balthazar enjoys the chaos as their allies are dragged into the dark, explaining that once the crystal activates, every demon will die, and Corin realizes the rest of the world will follow. Miriam tries to save him, but he uses his last bit of strength to shove her away, and leaves her with one final apology as the light takes her. Corinlach locks eyes with her one last time, promising that he won't let her go again, not after everything he's already lost. Miriam is pulled away, her voice reaching out for him through the chaos. He responds with a roar that shakes whatever strength he has left in his body. He knows the numbers. His mana is dry and his aura cores are empty after the fight with Ohad. But the system has one last trick to offer, and Corinlach triggers a review of every oath he's ever sworn. His duty to protect the good and his vow to save this world finally click into place. A massive surge of power floods his broken body as he prepares to show Balthazar exactly what a desperate man can do. Corin refuses to let fate have the last word. He's here to protect the life he built with his own hands, not some pre-written story. His mind fills with the ghosts of the girls he failed. Their faces still wet with tears and blood. He remembers every promise he made and refuses to let their suffering be for nothing. This is the moment he stops running. He finally accepts his name, Corin Lork, and steps into the role of the hero he once tried to hide. His power erupts as he calls forth the solar blade, letting his will carry the strike through everything in his path. The beast screams one last time, its voice echoing across the ruined academy grounds. Miriam stands frozen in the wreckage, her eyes tracking the path of the explosion until she finally finds him. Corin is thrown through the air, hitting the cracked stone with a sickening impacts as the dust settles. The shock hits her all at once, leaving her struggling to even find her breath as she drops to her knees beside him and begs him to wake up. Her fingers tremble as she reaches out for any sign of life, but as she pulls his body close, the only response is a silence that feels heavier than the destruction around them. Miriam breaks down, begging him to stay, but Corinlach stops her and reaches up to find her cheek. He braces himself against the pain to keep his touch steady, because he needs to see the small, aching smile that makes the nightmare disappear. Corinlach barely hangs on, his face covered in blood as he accepts the end, looking up at the Snake Princess to tell her she looks beautiful when she smiles. Even as her world falls apart, he only has eyes for her. Their quiet moment is cut short when a party of beast-kin warriors finds them, and the lead fighter recognizes the princess, pinning the blame for all this destruction on her with a shout. His men acknowledge him as Lord Kushi while he walks forward. And for Miriam, the world stops the second she recognizes his face. A memory of a blood-red moon flashes until she can finally name her nightmare as Kushi of the Silver Fur, and he admits he has spent 10 years regretting that he let her live while looming over her to finish what he started. Miriam warns he will regret his hesitation until a shock stops her cold. Kushi begins to speak, his voice thin as the weight of 10 years of guilt finally catches up to him. He tells the princess he regrets everything that happened on that day, a confession that leaves Miriam stunned by the sudden turn. He admits to killing her mother 10 years ago and bringing his entire race to ruin. His warrior tries to beg him to stop for his daughter's sake, but Kushi silences the man. Corinlach watches the truth finally land and tells Kushi to simply do what he must for their future. Kushi gives his final order. He makes it clear his death is his own choice and kneels to offer his head as a way to end the princess's hatred. The beastkin warriors watch in a heavy silence that shatters when a young boy screams for them to stop. The sound of his desperation pulls Miriam back to a bloodstained room, where she once begged for her mother. Kushi watches her face as the weight of his own sins finally settles in. The revenge princess Miriam, chased for years, is finally within her reach, but pulling the trigger might cost her more than she's willing to pay. Choosing between her hates and the man in front of her is the hardest thing she's ever done. Miriam hesitates, the words catching in her throat as she looks at the mess they've made together. Behind her, the young beastkin screams to be set free, desperate to reach Kushi. In that moment, a jagged memory of blood forces its way back to the surface. It's the kind of ghost that doesn't just haunt you, it defines everything you've become. Kushi finally breaks the silence, telling her that this has gone far enough, and he isn't fighting back anymore. Miriam looks up, the fire in her eyes finally dimming as she decides to lay her vengeance to rest. She's stopping, right here and right now. News spreads through the capital like wildfire. shattering the belief that the queen's death was an accident, until a sudden palace broadcast drags the truth into the light, as King Miram confesses the loss of his wife was far more complex than anyone knew. The kingdom watches while he reveals her devotion to the old faith led her into a dangerous demon hunt, a secret he has carried in heavy silence for 10 years. The truth is finally out. King Meruem begins to reveal the dark history of his daughter's crusade, explaining how Princess Meruem led a massacre that drove Kushi's father to take the queen's life, though Korenla can't understand why this was kept secret. The king explains that the cycle broke when Kushi's father spared the young princess, leaving him torn for a decade between his grief and the man who showed mercy. King Miram reflects on the pain he shared with Kushi's father, admitting that he spent years avoiding the hard choices while he let the grief of his wife's death eat him alive. The distance between him and Mir finally lands as he realizes he had ignored her heart for far too long, and it takes every bit of his courage to finally face her with an apology. Outside the palace, the world is already starting to shift, with a new bill passing that recognizes demons as citizens, while Alicia and Mariette rush to find Corin with the news. But Kushi still has to answer for the past, standing in chains as his trial for the queen's assassination begins. The suspect, Kushi, was a lock for the death penalty, but the final verdict lands on a different fate: 10 years in prison after the victim's family stepped in to ask for mercy. Far from the court, Princess Mirum stands alone in the cemetery, prompting her to share the news. Korenlok offers his congratulations, but Mirum knows the truth. Now that the queen's crimes are out in the open, the woman is probably more angry than happy. Mirum greets Korenlok with a secret she's finally ready to share. He recognizes the creature on her arm as the legendary Midgard worm, but the truth is far more serious. This isn't just a tool for a summoner. It is the infinite serpent itself, a mythical being that tracked her down even after it lost its power. When he asks if she plans to keep it, she confirms her interest in watching the creature grow under her care. The realization hits Korenlok the moment she mentions raising a child. He thought his secrets were safe, but her words prove she remembers every detail from their shared past. The quiet life he'd been trying to lead suddenly feels much more complicated. She doesn't stop there, teasing him for how roughly he treated her back then and leaving him to wonder exactly how deep her memories go. Just as the tension peaks, she laughs it off as a joke, but the air between them has already changed. She thanks him for the mentoring with a smile so genuine it makes his heart skip. The tension of their shared past remains, but in this moment, the warmth in her eyes is the only thing that matters. Corinne locks up for a second, caught off guard by her sudden warmth, as she tells him to watch his step in the cold. The seasons are finally beginning to change, and studies the serpent in her hand until she senses a presence and acknowledges her guest as her magic flares to life to meet them. Park Si-hoo isn't interested in a fight where the stakes feel fake, calling the magic she throws at him nothing more than toys. This was never about a deal, and he makes that clear by ending their contract as her trust in him finally breaks. As the shadow falls across the room, he delivers the final word and closes her story forever. Even a man this powerful is surprised to see her fate shift. Her struggle is useless, and as their shadows stretch across the room, she closes her eyes to wait for the final blow. It never comes. Whatever she expected to happen, the world just stays silent. When she finally looks up, a strange glow fills the space between them, and she asks why he's passing up the perfect chance to kill her. But the man only gives a cold, vague answer as he holds her in the air. The player notes that the princess has done the impossible just by surviving, though the history they shared as allies makes her current state hard for him to stomach. He suddenly seizes her by the throat and lifts her into the air while warning her to stay away from Corin Lork. He lets her drop and begins to walk away, making it clear that he is always watching and will end her life the moment she ruins his board, before finally vanishing and leaving her alone in the middle of her bloodied chamber. The Academy Day ends under a clear sky, but for Germain, the world is already starting to tilt. Tucked away in the shadows, he watches the girl he cares for thank another man for walking her home, her voice carrying a warmth he hasn't felt in months. Every word of their plans for Friday lands like a heavy weight, leaving him trembling behind the stone wall as the realization sets in. He might be losing her for good. He can't let her go without saying something, so he rushes out to meet her, his heart in his throat as he calls her name. Melina looks back with a defensive sharp edge to her voice, and when he stammers out a question about her meeting with the senior, she just stares him down. She clearly doesn't feel she owes him an explanation. Germain's heart sinks as the news lands, but Melina only seems confused as she watches him drop to the floor. She asks if he's come down with something, but he's actually just battling his own jealousy while trying to trust his senior. He wants to see Corin as a mentor who wouldn't steal his chance at love. Yet that respect snaps into a red-hot rage that leads him to grab her hands and beg her not to go. Sometimes, A guy just needs a little push to finally say what's on his mind. Jermaine finally breaks the silence with a desperate confession. But after a quick moment of hesitation, Melina admits that she feels exactly the same way. She seals the deal with a blush, even as she steals a quick glance away to check on her secret partner. As it turns out, the whole scene was a setup, and she thanks Corin for helping her pull off a plan to finally make Jermaine jealous enough to speak up. Corin notes that the two are finally dating after months of flirting, and as he enjoys the snacks his friends offer, he decides that autumn really is the season of harvest. It wasn't always this quiet, and looking back at the battle for the Magic Tower, Corin Lork remembers the heavy cost of the long road and the faces of those who stood beside him. Desperation often turned wild during the worst of it. He had to reach for a dark power that nearly swallowed him, pushing past every human limit just to survive the night. After the struggle for the Zion Holy Land, this peace feels like a gift. Corin takes a moment to soak in the warmth of the sun, but his peace is broken when the Saintess races toward him and demands he call her big sister, forcing our hero to act normal while people watch. The flyer for a beauty pageant she just shoved at him has him stunned because she expects to win the whole thing, despite her duties at the Holy Land. For the massive harvest celebrations taking over the town, last year's festival was just a small exchange, but the Academy's traditional nationwide harvest celebration is much larger, centering on the crowning of the Autumn Lady. This title is decided by a popularity vote where contestants collect golden ribbons won in various games, a rule that meant a female player had to stand out to get picked, while a male lead was expected to win a match and gift his prize to his favorite girl. The Saintess suddenly turns that old rule into a real-world demand, telling Corin to win a ribbon and give it only to her, a bold request that leaves him completely blindsided and questioning her motives. She refuses to let it go and nags him so loudly that he starts to worry about his dignity in front of the kids, showing that the Holy Lady is more than willing to cause a public scene just to get her way. The Saintess is publicly demanding Corin take responsibility, sending the surrounding students into a jealous frenzy until Mariette steps in to break the tension. She's blunt and protective as she tells the Saintess that Corin doesn't like people who act like that, and the warning lands with a weight that leaves the holy woman speechless. And as the air between them turns heavy, it becomes a silent standoff between the Academy's most powerful women. Marie finally breaks the silence to announce she's joining the Autumn Lady contest herself, pinning Corin with an intense look that makes it clear she expects him to choose her. It isn't just a request. She's staking a claim, and Corin realizes the quiet life he was hoping for is officially over. Hua jumps in immediately. Corin finally sees the shape of the trap he's walked into, noticing Mariette already claiming she was closer, while the Saintess looks ready to fight a war for it. Even the younger girls are watching him with absolute faith, as their voices blur into one question that looms over him until he can't breathe. Who is he going to give it to? No matter whose name he says, he knows the ones who lose out will make him pay for his choice in blood. When you're caught between the hearts of several powerful women, sometimes the only winning move is to run for your life. The crowd has already settled in for the show, snacks in hand, waiting to see if Corin will finally be forced to choose or simply crumble under the weight of expectations, as our protagonist struggles to find the words. This is a social trap he never planned for, and every second of silence makes the tension harder to bear. Then he moves, turning and sprinting away while shouting a desperate excuse about having more important things to do. Fleeing is better than being forced to pick a side, so his plan is to find the Academy director and somehow convince her to call off the entire event. He actually looks relieved as he runs, convinced he finally found a way out, but back in the courtyard, the onlookers watch him go, knowing he hasn't truly escaped. He just delayed the inevitable. One wrong move, and the air turns cold enough to cut as Mariette and the others watch with the jealous pressure, and Corin doesn't stick around to find out which of them snaps first. He sprints through the academy, fearing he's finally crossed the line, then bursts into his master's office and reaches for the only person who can save him, and listens as he blurts out the crisis regarding the Harvest Festival. She doesn't offer any comfort. Instead, she mentions a difficult issue that came up during the faculty meeting, then lingers on the answer with a look that says the news is anything but good. The festival season brings more than just games. For Corin, a simple question about a prize is about to turn into a weight he can't ignore. The Academy director laughs off the idea of the Autumn Lady contest before asking if Corin plans to join any events himself. She knows the young man is too talented to stay hidden. She leans in with a soft look, wondering which lucky girl would receive a ribbon from her star pupil. The mention of the prize pulls his thoughts toward a sacred promise and a weight he has carried for far too long. Overcome by a resolve that brings him to tears, the student makes a silent vow. He will win the golden ribbon for the only one who holds his heart. Sometimes the hardest thing a hero can do isn't winning a fight, but keeping a promise. Corinlock kneels on the floor, his mind stuck on a promise that feels heavier than any armor. He knows he can't run from the golden ribbon anymore, and the weight of that duty finally sinks in. This is the moment our hero stops fighting what has to happen. He has made his choice, and from here on, he will do exactly what he has to do. But he does give her a time and a place, asking her to meet him at the top of the clock tower when the festival ends at midnight. The director's face flushes as the weight of the proposal lands, leaving her struggling for words in the middle of her office. She takes a long second to steady herself before finally giving him the answer he was looking for. Corin Lork speaks with a level of certainty that usually belongs to men with nothing left to lose. He turns to leave, dropping a final vow that hangs in the air long after he walks out. He's going to make her the Autumn Lady no matter what it takes. It's the kind of promise that changes everything. But that confidence doesn't even make it past the academy cafeteria before reality starts to set in. He just made a promise that he has no idea how to keep. Marriott can feel the heat rising as the veiled student smiles with a quiet confidence, while the others alternate between eager cheers and desperate chained prayers. Even the academy director is waiting, her gaze heavy with the weight Coram has felt since realizing he promised the ribbon to 5 different women, and seeing his reckless vow to give her first place finally catch up. Corin is losing his mind in the cafeteria over a romantic trap he set for himself, having made way too many promises to way too many girls. The weight of choosing just one feels like it's going to crush him, especially since his friend's advice to just pick a favorite doesn't help at all. The thought of seeing any of them disappointed is enough to send him into a total panic. He looks up with a desperate flicker of hope when his friend claims to have a secret way out of the mess, that the guys are only there to mock him with the worst advice possible. Naturally, their suggestion to just give up on life doesn't sit well with him. As he considers everything he's already survived, he realizes he's never been the type to walk away when the path gets narrow. He stands up with a look that says he's about to do something reckless. The decision finally lands. He isn't going to choose. If the world wants him to pick just one girl, then he's going to break the rules of the world. He's going to find a way to give a golden ribbon to every single one of them. His friends watch from the table in stunned silence, unable to bridge the gap between their friend and this obsessive man. There is a heavy silence as Corin turns to walk away, and his friend watches that, retreating back like he's seeing a man march toward his doom. 3 weeks before the Harvest Festival, the focus shifts to Sowell Peak, a place of quiet beauty where the peace was never meant to last. Now, the mountain air is thick with the sound of desperate, labored breathing from hikers who look like they're fighting for every inch of trail. Corin stands over a group of trainees as a merciless commander, demanding they find their voices and push past the pain while they struggle on the dirt trail. Corin Lork leads the village through a loud, high-energy workout while the local women follow his lead, encouraged by rumors that he's a student from the elite Guardian Academy. Though just watching him move is a lot for some to handle. Corin was a national-level athlete before he came here, and as a former trainer, he knows how to put on a muscle magic show that leaves the ladies calling his name. He should be busy with festival plans, but he has a very good reason for working this hard to win them over. Corin has a plan. He reminds the crowd the festival is coming, but he's already gathering a secret workforce 2 weeks early. He pulls together hooded figures for a task he hasn't shared with anyone yet, leaving students watching from the windows in shock as they recognize elite mages being directed like errand boys, while Corin's preparations move forward. 1 week remains before the Harvest Festival, but inside the training room, the air feels far heavier than any holiday plans. Corin watches the sunset from the windows, noting how much his partner has grown better lately. They sit side by side on the floor, catching their breath after a session where he came out on top once again. She looks away, admitting that a real victory against him feels impossible. She spent years avoiding her sword out of fear. The lost time weighs on her now. Corin tells her the total amount of experience doesn't matter. She mumbles the word density to herself, wondering if she needs to do something extreme to catch up to him. Her gaze softens as she prepares to ask a personal question. She finally brings up the ribbon, leaving what he plans to do hanging between them in the quiet room. Corin tries to focus on the numbers. 5 enemies, including the chairman, but he can't stop the heat rising to his face. The girl is clearly amused by how easily he's losing his cool, leaning in to ask if he knows her feelings are real, and being this close is almost too much as he gives a shaky thank you. Then the mood shifts the second she tells him he doesn't have to give her what she's looking for, leaving Corin unable to keep up with the change. One moment, she is telling him everything, and the next, she is taking it all back. He is left hanging on a confession that just became a goodbye. Sitting together in the quiet hall, she admits her feelings are as strong as anyone else's, but she's so afraid of not being chosen that she's giving up before he can even make a choice. For years, Arisha Arden had built a life out of giving in to everyone else, but that habit is finally starting to break. because Korin isn't letting her settle for less, a greedy claim that would require him to win 5 separate events in a row just to keep his word. He stops Arisha before she can sacrifice her own feelings out of habit again, making it clear that she doesn't have to be the one who yields. With a final promise that she deserves every bit of the effort he's about to pour in, Corin returns to the special dormitory to discuss the upcoming schedule until he drops the news that he's giving up on the exams completely. He needs his full focus for the 5 competitions he has to win to gather the ribbons, and since Miriam is currently tied up with her own duties in the capital, he refuses to listen when Rand suggests he should just settle for a third-place ribbon. Copper and Silver simply aren't worthy of the Autumn Lady. Arisha turns the offer down because she doesn't want special treatment that might upset the others. So Corin clears his throat and shows off a list of the 5 competitions he's decided to enter, while Rand asks if he really thinks he can win every one of them. Our protagonist just points at his notes, certain he can find a way to balance it all, and eventually the morning of the Harvest Festival arrives as the announcer screams that the opening hunting competition has officially begun. The rules of the Academy hunting competition are simple. You catch special monsters while the officials stare at the massive loophole our MC just walked through. The staff asks if that thing is really supposed to be a hunting dog, and Corin Lork just flashes a smile. He calls Neriang an expensive breed, and even asks if a pet that size isn't just extra cute. Since the rules allow for support, Corin reaches out with a pleading request for the beast to play along. The creature gives a low growl and places a heavy paw into his hand. It is a moment of deep shame for the beast, but for Corin, it is the final piece of the act. That loaded gesture leaves the staff wondering if there are any rules at all about the size or breed of a dog. The staff member has to admit it. There are no rules against what Corin is planning. Our hero lets a heavy silence stretch between them, asking if the man actually knows why rules even exist. The man fumbles for an answer, sweating as he suggests they are just there to be followed. A loud shout from the announcer drowns him out, screaming that the match officially begins right now. But Corin only has one word for that idea: no. Rules only exist so he can use what was never written down, and with his spirit at his side, he lunges forward to start the hunt for the golden ribbon. The hunt is over, and the winner is finally announced. The Academy announcer calls it out for the crowd, naming Corin Lork as the winner who outhunted everyone else to stand tall on top of the pile, laughing as the victory finally lands. His companion watches him with a lingering weary gaze and asks if he really has a plan for the festival or if they're just making it up as they go. Corin only smiles and holds up his prize, a golden ribbon that serves as his ticket into the upcoming charity auction. Buying a date might sound crazy, but at this academy, it is the biggest event of the year. The air in the hall is thick with competition as the bidding for the popular students climbs higher and higher. Finally, a date ticket with Luna from the night department sells for 13 gold coins. Her winner is a junior named June, who steps forward with the red face to ask for her hand in front of everyone. It looks like a fairy tale, but the Academy only cares about getting the charity money. As the night goes on, the crowd gets even more excited about the famous stars coming next. Of course, once the real competition starts, the mood shifts from fun to something much more dangerous as the secret plans begin. Out in the quiet night, the talk turns to the hidden games and the playboys who are about to step onto the stage. Corin told Mariette to stay out, but the thought of another girl winning him over sends her into a panic as she turns a desperate, sparkling gaze on her friend. The instructor finally gives in and agrees to act as her secret bidder. She weighs the gold in her hands, sure she can outspend any student in the hall. 50 coins should be plenty when the auctioneer takes the stage to introduce the Academy's rising star. But the hoped-for cheers are replaced by a wave of pure anger as the student body turns on him. The hero who saved thousands is suddenly the most hated man in the Academy. The crowd ignored his past deeds and instead stared at the man they call a two-timing bastard. In the stands, the female students trade whispers about Corin's mixed reputation and discuss pooling their money for a bid, while the auctioneer asks what price our hero expects to go for. He remains calm because he already has a simple plan based on the record set by a popular third year earlier in the night and knows that 13 gold coins was the target. To end the spectacle, he decides the fox-eared girl should just bid 14 as the auctioneer starts the final round at 3 gold. Hands shoot up immediately as the crowd pushes the bid to 5 before the energy builds even more to hit 7. Suddenly, a massive arm cuts through the air and forces a jump to 9, which leaves the audience in shock. The school auction was supposed to be a simple fundraiser, but when a senior instructor drops a fortune just for one lunch date, the outcome is officially out of Corin's hands. A group of male students has finally reached their limit. Fed up with Corin hogging all the attention from the girls at lunch, one muscular student leads the charge by dropping a massive bid of 20 coins. The auctioneer barely finishes the announcement before a new challenger steps forward. Corin is stunned to realize that Senior Marie is the one matching the price with a quiet, steady gaze. His fox-eared companion has a complete breakdown over their disappearing funds. Meanwhile, a red-haired student joins the frenzy and pushes the bid even higher. Finally, Marie ends the war by bidding 50 gold pieces, leaving Corin to wonder why she's going to such extremes for a single meal. The pressure of the auction finally gets to Corin. Isabel only gives him a lingering look and tells him to stop complaining and go on his date. The auctioneer calls out a bid for 50 gold coins, just as a man in the spotlight offers a full platinum coin instead. Corin starts doing the math on a bid that massive. It equals 100 gold coins, which is enough to buy an entire floor of a building or a top-tier Southern warhorse. Isabel is still trying to understand who would spend such a fortune on a single day until she finally sees the man's face. The high bidder is actually her own uncle, Marde. He greets her calmly, as if he didn't just throw away a small fortune to buy her attention. The most powerful duke in the country just showed up to a student auction, and it isn't to buy a magic artifact. He's here to make sure his daughter doesn't spend a single second on a date with the Academy's biggest playboy. The room ripples with whispers the moment Duke Marty steps inside, but Park Siho only leans in to stir the pot. He wonders if Marie really asked for all this to secure a date with a playboy like Corin, a suggestion that sets Marty off enough to declare that Marie will be staying with her father today. Sihu pushes his luck by calling him father-in-law, leaving Isabel to watch her father become a pathetic sight as he drops a massive bid of 1,000 coins that no one in the hall is crazy enough to challenge. Marty straightens his suit, enjoying his brief moment of victory. But the feeling dies when a familiar voice stops his heart, and he turns to see his wife looming in the doorway, like a radiant force of nature. She has finally reached the end of her patience. She hauls him away by the collar like a misbehaving child, pausing only to cheerfully invite Corin over for a family meal, and as Corin accepts the new title with a polite bow. Marty's final protests echo through the hall until the room is finally quiet. Marie is terrified of the bill, but desperate to stay in the game, so she pushes her bid to over 1,000 gold coins. The auctioneer scans the crowd for any higher offers, but the rest of the students are already starting to fold. Just as he thinks the chaos is finally over, a voice from the back of the room surprisingly doubles the bid. The doors swing open as a silhouette steps into the light, turning every head in the room. Corin can't move. He recognizes that presence immediately, and his heart sinks as he realizes the night is far from finished. Merkaba Academy stands as the ultimate shield for the city, making it Director Aaron's job to keep the wealthy nobles happy, so their support continues. And while she plays the part of the graceful host perfectly, her heart is really with her missing disciple. As the moon rises over the academy, another harvest festival begins, which Aaron knows started as a sacrificial offering to the earth, a time when the various Denans would take turns receiving gifts from humans like Dagda, Nuada, and Luch, who brought life to the plants in the soil. The world was once a place of beauty and song, but those days died 2,000 years ago. Now only the memories remain. The end of the old festival was once a time of light, when the Autumn Lady would receive a divine blessing, but tonight Aaron stands alone on the balcony, thinking of the ancestors who once stood in her place. It has been 2,000 years since those days, but a sudden shift in the air pulls her back as Ogad Bress appears out of the darkness, mocking the wall she has built and the fact that their long-awaited meeting is only happening through a magic illusion. Ogad Bress questions why the director would bother with this world or serve as a human servant because he's certain Balthazar will win and leave the world in ruins. He flies off after telling her their time is over. And while things are less grim at a luxury hotel in Merkaba City, the tension is still high as the mysterious woman reports that the golden ribbon is theirs, until Park Sihu completely loses his cool. Corin had plenty of plans for the night, but he didn't expect them to end with an invitation like this. As the mysterious woman leans in, her touch lingering on his hand, her playful offer catches him completely off guard. He isn't the one in control of this evening anymore. The successor of Undri wants more than just a dinner date. She wants a legacy that will reshape the world. The successor of Undri leans in close, her hand resting over Corin's as she frames their meeting as a match between the sun and the earth. Beneath the table, her touch is slow and deliberate as she whispers that their combined powers would change everything, selling him on a legacy of godlike children, until her breath suddenly hitches and her dream hits a wall. Corin Lork starts an attack the woman never saw coming, grabbing her foot and beginning a fast, tickling session that sends her into a fit of wild laughter. Her look of power is shattered in seconds. Once the laughter stops and she tries to catch her breath, Corin explodes with a different kind of anger over her wasting 2,000 gold and warns her not to use nicknames after what she just did. He stands over her, shouting that money shouldn't be tossed around for things like ribbons. The successor of Undri can only stare back in silence, realizing she has misread the man standing in front of her. Corin is caught in a high-stakes auction, but he realizes too late that the price isn't just gold, it's his own freedom. Wondering if their connection has finally come down to a price tag, but she catches the doubt in his eyes and stops him before he can finish. She clarifies that their goal wasn't just to win an auction item, it was to make sure he didn't end up as someone else's property. She sees right through his plan and knows he's pushing himself through every competition to bury a sense of guilt that isn't his to carry. And as her hand tightens against the table, her grip reveals an intensity that catches him off guard. To her, the thought of Korn officially belonging to anyone else was nothing short of disgusting. The successor of Undri watches him across the table, her voice low as she tells him not to worry, and Korn stands to face her as the expensive dinner is forgotten. He gives her a firm promise that just as it's been until now, the worst will never happen to her. He's seen exactly how stories like this are supposed to end, and he's decided that it's time for a change. If the world wants a tragedy, it'll have to get through him first, because he prefers a happy ending. The fourth day of the Harvest Festival starts with a bright sun, turning the Academy's attention from hunting demons to celebrating the study of magic. A massive crowd pours through the front gates for the exhibition, with students and merchants alike crowding in because the rival magic tower recently failed and the turnout is the biggest it's ever been. Most students at the Academy use magic for the smallest things, building simple tools for clean water or a bowl of shaved ice, but some reach further by pitching concepts of the future until a sudden roar cuts through the room. The evaluator doesn't even have time to ask what he's hearing before a massive truck slams into the booth and throws the scientists aside. Panic erupts as bystanders scream about terrorism, but the instructor ignores the chaos to stare in shock at the man before her because, standing on the wreckage, is Corin Lork, and the look in his eyes says the quiet days are over. Corin stands tall on his massive creation and offers it up as his formal entry. A nearby scientist screams for a penalty, accusing the boy of bringing in nothing but junk. But Josephine cuts the protest short with a single word, because she is listening for something deeper and finally hears the pulse coming from the machine, a steady thrumming that sounds exactly like a heartbeat. To anyone else, it is just an old truck, but she sees the magic pumping through the frame like blood and feels a creature that is starving to be let off the leash. She looks up at Corin, her gaze lingering in disbelief as she wonders how he managed to breathe a soul into something built from scraps. The look on Professor Dana's face tells Corin he's already won her over, so he plays it cool and pretends he's just as surprised by the results as everyone else, while privately remembering how he traded a rough design to a crew of farm laborers in exchange for their freedom. The display makes such an impact that the professor doesn't even need to see the other entries before making her choice. And as the crowd roars for the winner, our MC celebrates a victory earned by knowing exactly how to target the judge's specific tastes. The workers are finally free. They celebrate because they won't be sent back to the farm, while Corin watches them with smug satisfaction. People have been watching him from the shadows, curious about the boy who turned the tournament into a show. He turns himself into a showman, leaning into the chaos until the fighting finally stops. The Academy grounds transform for the Autumn Harvest Festival, where Corin trades his spear for a serving tray to play the friendly host for a crowd of hungry guests. Corin had spent the entire festival pushing himself to the limit, a long grind that finally pays off exactly as he expected when his booth is named the biggest winner in festival history, leaving him with 4 ribbons and only 1 prize left to claim. He enters this final challenge with total confidence, stepping into a mock trial where students split sides to argue for a person on trial based on a real scandal that once rocked the school. Corin adjusts his tie, knowing this mock trial will be easy because he spent days obsessing over every law in the kingdom to prepare. While Professor Linton acts as the judge, the real power sits with the student jury. The prosecutor's easy case about illegal dumping is already hitting a wall. Corin argues that the student was simply returning nature's gifts back to where they belonged. The prosecutor falls into a screaming fit that only gets worse when the judge begins to agree with the logic. Corin is currently turning a mock trial into his personal stage, banning away charges of secret experiments and skipped classes with a logic that shouldn't work. It's almost too easy, as the judge finds himself completely swayed, while the crowd erupts, cheering for a silver tongue that changes the rules. But the gavel brings order as our lead settles in for the final round. But the world stops the moment the judge calls the next name, Joran Jok. That name hits Corin like a physical blow. He wasn't prepared for this person to be the one standing trial, and in an instant, his easy confidence vanishes. Corin stares at the defendant's chair, unsettled by a dummy that wears a face far too similar to his own, while Lark opens the mock trial, prompting him to object by arguing that the kingdom has no laws against dating multiple people. He doubles down on his defense and claims they were all just friends as a heavy silence falls over the jury. Lark pushes back to ask if sharing a bed fits that description, and Corin finally snaps to ask who squealed. The slip lands hard. He knows he messed up the second the words leave his mouth. Lark only smiles, reminding him that this whole trial was supposed to be for a fictional character. Inside the Academy courtroom, the mock trial reaches its peak. Corin defends his case with everything he has, but the gavel falls before he can win anyone over. And Judge Edgar Linton delivers a verdict that hits like a physical blow. As the fifth day of the festival comes to a close, the final results show 4 gold ribbons and 1 lone silver that ruins his perfect record. That single different color is a constant reminder of his failure, especially since the jury ruled that the defendant should be torn into pieces just for having a few girlfriends. The shattered stone marks the end of the trial, but the win feels empty when Corin's own friends look at him with fear in their eyes. He slumps over his desk, back at the office, his mind spinning because he only needs 1 more win to reach his goal. His friends watch with concern as he decides to enter the final event. The final day of the Harvest Festival begins under a bright morning sky, and sitting alone in his chamber, Corin admits he's never been the smartest man, and the weight of his choices finally starts to land. Corin Locke used to just follow orders while someone else did the thinking. Nearby, other students are trying to believe that this is the peak of manliness, while Corin takes pride in the move and pulls on his fishnets. He steals his nerves as the announcer finally calls his name and the stage light hits him for the grand finale, joining the rest of the contestants on stage for the start of the cross-dressing competition. The Academy cross-dressing competition is finally underway, offering a gold ribbon to the winner, but the backstage area is filled with nothing but misery. Most of these trainees are only here because they lost the bet, and they're counting down the seconds until this tragedy finally ends. Amidst the sea of broken spirits, Jaeger Hinchpeter stands alone. He isn't just participating, he is possessed by an overwhelming need to crush the competition. As the announcer calls his name and the crowd erupts, he snaps into focus, ready to claim a victory that no one else even wants. The shock hits Jaeger first, cutting through the performance he'd been leaning into with an intensity that left the crowd screaming until the announcer calls the next names. 3 competitors take the stage with a poise that immediately shifts the energy, and watching them from the wings, Jaeger feels a familiar heat rising once he realizes these aren't just rivals, but a coordinated strike against his win. He sees the shape of the trap now, and he's going to show them exactly what happens when he finally stops holding back. Corin actually has a knack for this, a skill he built during long nights in the army, watching K-pop videos with his squad. For him, the secret to a perfect performance is immersion. He lets go and dives into the role, launching into a routine so intense it catches the other competitors off guard. Everything here belongs to him. The pure intensity of the act starts to overwhelm everyone else. The crowd watches in stunned silence as Corin disappears, replaced by someone literally destroying the competition with every beat. The other trainees can't even stand to be near him. They beg the judges to just hand over the ribbon so they can quit. The auditorium falls into a heavy, awkward quiet while the announcer tries to find the words for what he just witnessed. Corin Locke just became a survivor. In a room full of trainees, he was the only one left standing. But not for the reason you'd think. He didn't use a sword or magic to win this fight. He used a wig and a dress. Corin's breath comes in heavy gasps as the room goes quiet. He had pushed his looks to a literal breaking point, turning into something so striking that the rest of the competition simply couldn't handle the stress. Out of 15 people, Corin is the only one left standing under the stage lights. To the shocked announcer, he looks less like a winner and more like a survivor who fought a war of pure attraction. But the chaos doesn't matter now that the golden ribbons are finally his. Later that night, the focus shifts to the quiet shopping district where someone points out the old veggie store where the school first got its start. Looking out over the lights, Ariel remembers when the city was just a small home for orphans and smiles at the world she built for children who had lost everything to the monsters. Corin watches her, wondering if she feels empty watching the festival from afar, but she insists the celebration is for the students and recalls the intensity he's been carrying since he asked to meet at the tower. She asks him to finally say what's weighing on his mind. A goal that involves saving every life he can reach, even if others think he's getting too involved with strangers. Corin Locke watches the students and admits his only wish is for everyone to be happy, because guarding their ability to enjoy life is his only goal. The director offers him support, but he isn't looking for a pep talk. He catches her arm and insists he has to succeed. He pulls her into a tight embrace and tells her she needs to be involved in the ending he's fighting for, asking her to stay by his side until the very end. The weight of his feelings leaves her speechless as the festival ends and its final day begins. It begins with the single biggest disaster in the history of the school, the total destruction of Merkava Academy. When the clock hits midnight, time freezes, pulling everyone into a world where time has no meaning. The power behind this silence sits high up in the clock tower, hiding the original rune that rules over time. Tatez Balthazar buried this secret here when the academy was first built. Now he reaches out to claim it, forcing the city to wake up under his touch. Thousands of movement runes start to glow as they drag the buildings and the people into the dark void of Shadow Paradise. Merkava Academy falls, and the world we knew is gone. The shadow beasts flood the city, leaving most of the students so terrified that they can't even find the strength to move. Even though a few of the best trainees still try to fight back, their efforts feel hollow once the line finally breaks. Tates Balthazar leads the charge, leaving the boy alone to realize that this was never a test they were meant to survive. Korin remembers the massacre that wiped out the academy, leaving the halls in ruins despite his hope that the heroes would be safe. But even his master was doomed by the script. This was a fixed event that no strategy could break even after coming here with Park Sihu, leaving our hero to watch as she stood her ground and gave her life for her disciple. The memory of her final sacrifice still aches. The master makes her final stance clear, choosing to be the shield for the children as she walks into a disaster that will haunt our protagonist for years. And Korin realizes the moment he's been dreading has finally arrived. Tonight is her last night on Earth. Mariette senses a sudden chill in his touch and asks what's wrong, seeing a look in his eyes she can't quite name. Ticking closer to midnight until the air itself begins to warp with the arrival of their destiny. The original rune finally wakes up, and every single one of the thousands of marks hidden across the city begins to hum along with it. In the middle of the courtyard, the mage student stops in her tracks. A sudden chill hits her, and she knows it immediately. Something is wrong. This isn't the rune of movement they were promised. It is something else entirely, a different kind of power that changes everything they thought they knew about the magic. As the stones beneath their feet begin to glow, a heavy realization lands on the crowd. Fall is the season of the harvest. High on the grand platform, Mariette and her classmates look down at the gathering students. The trap has finally sprung, and it is time for everyone to reap the fruits of whatever they have truly grown. Korin looks back on the dozens of exams and missions he beat since arriving, setting the stage as he remembers every friend he couldn't let go. He pushed his body past the limit. Every second spent at the academy was a grind that he stayed with because he had to be ready. To him, those past wins were just a series of failures, and now he's finally fixing them one hidden mark at a time to make sure things end differently. Below them, the other students cheer with a freedom they haven't earned yet, but he can still smell the smoke from the burning timeline he left behind. That future only exists because she gave everything to save him. The shadows are already moving. As Tates Balthazar steps out like the first chill of a killing frost, he watches the celebration with the hunger of a man who knows exactly how fragile their spring really is. Korin ignores the darkness for one more night. He lets the academy lights blur the edges of the coming war, and finally lets the distance between them drop, wishing Aaron a happy birthday as if they were just two normal people. The academy director softens as the gratitude finally lands, and she offers a quiet word of thanks. She lingers for a second to tell her disciple that this autumn was a more successful harvest than she ever expected. The silver-haired noble swirls his wine and thinks about the primordial rune, tea. Their plan to swallow the academy whole failed. Instead of a gateway to paradise, they only gave the crowd a fireworks show. He finally sees the truth. Someone has been working in the dark for a year to block every gap in their traps. He names their destined enemy as Korin Lork, the man who has haunted their every move. His companion watches with a red, hungry gaze, wondering if it is wise to let his interference continue. The noble only gazes into the distance. Korin is already changing the future, and the fact that Princess Mirum is still alive means their entire world is being rewritten. Ohad wants to reset the board. To him, the Academy's survival is a mistake that needs to be corrected with blood. The silver-haired noble doesn't share his panic, watching the horizon with a calm that borders on boredom, while asking Okad if this level of chaos doesn't excite him. For hundreds of years, he's watched the princess reach the same tragic end, but apparently, Korin Lork twisted that fate into something new. To see someone actually break destiny is a monumental gift, a miracle he's only seen a handful of times in his long life. Ogad only sees a wild card they can't control, wondering if Korin is powerful enough to vanish with the primordial power. The noble simply brushes the concern aside. He knows his prey too well to worry about him running, and he watches the sun rise with absolute certainty that Korin will come. High on the castle ramparts, the noble watches the sun rise with absolute certainty that his prey is already walking into the trap. Beside him, the tattooed man clenches his fists in anticipation, ready to finally settle things with the person he calls his destined adversary. 1 month later, winter break settles over the academy and buries the town under a heavy blanket of snow. This is the fourth winter Corin Lork has faced in this world, and though he has lived through this season before, he pushes himself to be faster than he ever was, because the timeline has shifted and his old limits won't be enough to save him. Corin launches into a ferocious serpent strike, but the director is ready with a counter that mirrors him move for move. Their weapons clash in a flurry of sparks that forces her to pull back and find her center. Standing there, she realizes she has finally reached a power that was impossible in her previous round. It was a level of mastery she only achieved because her master was actually here to guide her this time. Seeing her catch her breath, Corin suggests they dim the magical light and take a quick break, but she decides it is time to stop. He admits he finally has nothing left to teach her, leaving a heavy silence between them as she admits she still cannot beat him. Mariette tries to reassure our MC that sparring isn't everything, and though Corin appreciates the comfort, he can't afford to rely on something as vague as potential. He knows he needs more raw power than he has right now. Mariette holds out her arm and tells him to touch it, so he reaches out and grips her skin with both hands as he's told. When she asks for his thoughts, the simple honesty of him calling her pretty catches her completely off guard, and she pulls back with a deep blush. Corin tries to explain that he was just comparing her muscles to his own, until his focus shifts the second he senses something else nearby. Corin reflects on their training and learns a truth that his master never once used aura to block his strikes, even when he attacked with the heat of the sun. And as the academy director takes his hands, she explains that he doesn't need more strength, but a breakthrough in how he sees his own power. She suggests he meet a man named Garand, and Corin freezes as the name hits home. This is the legendary Sword Emperor, the man who stands at the peak of all fighting power. The name of the Sword Emperor is heavy, reminding Corin of the cold way Garen Arden let a sky island fall to ruin while sitting at a height he has no way of reaching. A meeting would likely be a death sentence, and that trouble follows him as he walks through the quiet grounds, his mind drifting back to the harsh winter of his past life when the city fell and his master died. But today, the academy is still standing. He has already changed the fate of three powerful enemies, and he isn't done yet. Corin had trained as hard as he could, but the path forward was blocked until he could meet the Sword Emperor. So he looked for a way to prepare for the future by settling on association work a bit earlier than planned, while he thought back on a rise through the ranks that was legendary. Yet the official rank was still out of reach even after the Kingdom Army watched him trade blows with Ogod. Getting official recognition as a special class hero isn't easy. It requires precise measurements and a formal evaluation at the Guardian Central Association. Corin arrives as the Academy's representative and is immediately spotted by the instructor, who waves him over with a bright shout. Her excitement catches him off guard. She leans in close, her voice low and playful, as she asks if he's been taking care of himself lately. Before he can answer, she pulls him into a sudden hug and complains that she spent way too much time dealing with her sister's moods. The tension between them is broken when a hand suddenly slams into the instructor's face. Waran forces her way between them, ending the reunion with a cold shove. Waran immediately sets a hard boundary. Nearby, Arisha pouts over the 2 weeks they've spent apart and the growing tension of their reunion. Both women have stopped hiding how they feel, leaving Corin caught right in the middle of their competing affection. A grand voice breaks the silence to announce the arrival of Chairman Redick Giorgio, who offers a handshake that finally pulls the group back into reality. Power at the Academy isn't always about raw strength. Corin Lork knows that a friendly greeting can be just as sharp as a blade. He meets Redick Giorgio with a smile and then offers a targeted gift to get the man's attention. It's a rare bottle of southern wine from the Dunnereff family. Corin claims he can't drink it since he is still a minor. Redick takes the bait immediately and asks if Corin is truly close to the wealthy Dunnereffs. He understands that a chairman's power comes from social skills and politics, not from fighting. Corin seals the deal when he offers to arrange a private meeting between them, leaving Arisha and Huaran to watch from the sidelines. They recognize a dirty deal when they see one. With the bribe in hand, Redick promises a simple formal test to make the upcoming evaluation easy. Corin smiles as he realizes his special class rank is finally guaranteed. Now he just needs a few signatures from the judges to finish his climb. A laugh rings out to mock the MC for trying to choose a special class rank, and the air in the hall shifts the second the Sword Emperor arrives. Garen Arden is back, and he hasn't forgotten the kid who forced him to sit around for years. This is the last person Corin ever wanted to see again, especially now that his future at the Academy is on the line. Even the chairman drops into a deep bow, groveling before the old man to show just how much he fears him. The legend uses his authority to take over the room, killing Corin's survival plan by announcing he will conduct the test himself. Corin knows his luck has finally run out. The one man he cannot possibly be is standing right in his path. Empty help, Post-hoc evaluation of the input reveals it consists entirely of filler or non-story content. Narration for this section has been omitted per established protocol. In the world of Arhan Hero Legends, three heroes stand at the very top of the world, beginning with the Danan of Justice, Erendanua. Beside her is Josephine Clara, the Witch of Space. But even their legends are matched by the Sword Emperor, Garen Arden, a man whose presence alone commands the air. He spent decades cutting down monsters that only appeared once in a generation. Every swordsman in the land followed his lead, but even a man like him couldn't stop the clock. Garen Arden was once a man whose presence could shake the world, but even legends face the quiet decay of time until they are nothing more than mist over a forest waterfall. Younger knights are already whispering about taking his rank, but their arrogance turns to pure terror the second they see the six glowing eyes of the monster they were sent to hunt. Realizing too late they can't survive, they hear a calm command telling them to step back, followed by a single strike that proves the old master hasn't lost his edge. The creature never stood a chance against a man who moves with the cold grace of a living legend, and as the forest goes quiet, the two knights are left with a shock that feels like a physical weight. Apparently, the long years away didn't weaken him at all, and he walks away without looking back, leaving the men with the heavy weight of a victory they didn't earn. The Academy chairman looks back at a legend, remembering the day he gave up his own chase for strength to focus on politics, and while he has no regrets, he knows those who stayed on the path are monsters, a nightmare from a previous life where they crossed blades and the world ended in a single strike. Corin is bleeding out, his arm barely attached, after a single exchange with the man who isn't even trying. Instead of finishing the job, Garen Arden just smiles and tells him he might be worth watching in 10 years. It's a gap in power that shouldn't exist, and the answer might lie in a memory Corin has been trying to ignore. Garen Arden gives Corin some cold praise, telling him it will take a decade before he's worth watching while he casually offers up Lunya's hand. Corin can hardly breathe, bleeding from a wound that nearly took his arm. He watches the master, seeing a dangerous hunger in men who live only for the blade. And he knows staying here is a death sentence. He decides running away is the only safe move left, but Garen reads the thought on his face before it even clears his mind. The pressure triggers a memory of Erendanua, the warmth of her hands still lingering as she explains that he already has all the strength he needs. He just needs a realization that only comes from someone who shares his broken history. Corin knows the risk of death is real, but he's more afraid of letting a chance to grow stronger slip away. He refuses to run and accepts the challenge, locking eyes with the master who seems satisfied that the boy has the spirit to face what's coming next. The test itself is simple. Corin must survive 3 strikes against the master's blade to earn the rank of special class. They face off in the training ground, letting the silence stretch between them until the air feels heavy. Already dismissing the knights as ghosts of the past while viewing the duel as a headache that should have been solved with a quick deal. Down on the floor of the grand hall, the noise of the crowd fades as Corin Lork finds the center of his focus, locking on to the man across from him with a heavy, unblinking heat that Garen Arden meets with a sharp smirk and a deadly warning. Corin shouts back that he wouldn't have it any other way, his power flaring to match his opponent's storm, until the distance between them disappears in a blinding roar of steel. The Sword Emperor's first strike leaves the arena in ruins, but the boy is still standing, revealing Garen Arden standing in a fresh crater where the heavy tension between them finally solidified. Corin clings to his spear, his lungs burning with the realization that he actually held his ground, and though the master offers a rare word of praise, the boy knows he is barely holding on. The brief loaded silence vanishes when the Emperor prepares a second strike, commanding the protagonist to draw out every bit of aura he has left for the collision to come. Facing a legend like the Sword Emperor means every breath is a risk, but as the dust settles, the old master doesn't see another victim. Instead, he sees a mirror of himself. Corin barely has a second to breathe before another strike forces him to call on the 6 harmonies and the second demonic spear, sending 5 dragons up to meet the Emperor's blade in a collision that grinds into the earth. The impact tears the floor apart in a massive shockwave as Garen Arden emerges from the wreckage. He stops, holding the young man's gaze until the legend finally admits that the boy resembles him. Garen watches the boy push through the pain, seeing the same raw fire he once carried when he was a young man desperate for a shortcut to the top. Garen spent years hunting for rare weapons and greedily stacking power until he believed he was untouchable. He truly thought no one could stop him, right up until he met the woman who would become the boy's master. That loss was the most important moment of his life. Now he means to settle that debt by showing her student the secret he learned that day. He tells the boy to open his eyes and watch closely because the path to true strength is finally about to open up. This is the moment everything changes for Corin. The world of raw power is over, and the real lesson is just beginning. This move is nothing like the others, leaving the blade to drift through the air as if it has no weight at all. But as the steel floats closer, Corrin's instincts start to scream that his eyes are lying and the pressure is shifting, until Garen Arden feels like a towering shadow. He recognizes the crushing weight of this power as a terrifying feeling from his past. It is the thousand-hand peerless strike, a cosmic move that cuts everything within a full kilometer. Orisha's ultimate move ignores distance to teleport her swords directly into the fray, while Danwa manifests the Mugen, a divine spear that leaves no opening for a counter. Corrin freezes as the scale of the power hits him, realizing he's in the path of a disaster he can't outrun, as the heaven slash cuts through the sky. The truth lands harder than the physical impact. Our MC isn't ready to block a power like this yet. He's standing in the presence of legends, and right now, he is outmatched. The Academy officials are still trying to process the scale of what just happened as Garen tells Corrin not to just learn the skill, but to realize the intent at the tip of his spear. Standing over the broken ground to announce that Corrin has passed the special class test, even though the boy knows he couldn't block that final strike. Garen clarifies the first two exchanges were more than enough to qualify him, recalling the moment Corrin pushed past his limits and exerted every ounce of his will to stand ground against the impossible. Garen Arding questions the goal Corrin has set for himself, asking if special class is really enough, until the name Balthazar finally lands. To face a monster like that, status and titles are worthless. Garen warns him that being a top student is just the start of a much longer road that leads to a final command, to reach for the impossible and complete the ultimate. Garen Arden delivers the final command, telling the boy he has to see this through and finish his ultimatum, but Corrin can only give a weak answer as the old man walks away. The heavy mood breaks the moment the topic shifts to something that leaves the boy completely lost, especially as Garen mocks him for eyeing his granddaughters. Then the leader drops a bombshell. If Corrin finishes the ultimatum, he'll be allowed to marry both Lunia and Alicia. While Alicia cheers and Lunia looks disgusted, our hero can only scream back at the absolute insanity of the proposal. Corrin lets out a long breath as the adrenaline fades, wondering if he really did enough to reach the top. But he snaps back to the moment just as the crowd begins to cheer for the man who shattered the Academy's expectations, even comparing him to the legendary Sword Emperor until one evaluator gets a little too comfortable. Corrin catches the man's wrist to ask if he dare use that same casual tone with the legend, causing the pressure in the room to shift instantly and leaving the official trembling. Corrin leans in with a grin that promises trouble, demanding the one title that would flip the Academy on its head, President of the Association. The room explodes as the association's old guard finds his voice, a purple-bearded man shouting about his 30 years of service. He refuses to be pushed aside by some boy who hasn't earned his place. A sudden impact cuts through the noise. Garen Arden steps into the center of the storm and gives his word. He'll allow the demand, but only on his terms. His hand tightens on his spear as he makes an offer that hangs heavy in the air. Garen Arden doesn't even have to move to make the room go quiet, letting his presence weigh on the association officials until the floor itself starts to give way and their knees buckle. He mocks the man gasping for air, waiting for the official's pride to break so he can move on. While the room stays frozen, Corrin Lork is already looking past them with a dark, knowing edge to his smirk, calculating the single year he needs to rewrite every rule they live by. He plans to purge the old branches and install his own guardians, choosing Mariette and Huaran to lead them toward a new future. Corrin watches the board shift as Lunia takes control of the East. He finds a pattern in the chaos that links Eryu's death to the kidnapping of the Saintess and tells the association officials he only wants to protect the world. Acting the part of an inexperienced junior who needs their help, he shouts a desperate plea so loud it cracks the floor while an attendant at the palace apologizes to the monarch for the noisy display. Facing the monarch, Corrin is reminded that his head is only still on his shoulders because of a recent royal pardon. Pointing a weapon at a princess isn't the kind of mistake a king usually forgets. But despite that dark history, the monarch holds the proof of Corrin's latest gamble, taking over the top spot in the Guardian Association only to resign in the same breath. It is a bold move that should have been a scandal, yet the king has heard the warnings of the coming darkness from his own children. Since Corrin saved his daughter, the throne is officially backing his secret plans. Corrin lets out a breath he's been holding, knowing his reach finally covers every corner of the land. The pieces are all on the board, leaving him with just enough time to prepare for the winter that threatens everyone. With the deal sealed, the monarch offers to use a formal title for the new president, but Corrin isn't interested in the rules and ego that come with high office. The mood in the room turns sharp when the king mentions how much both of his daughters seem to adore their savior. The threat of a forced marriage lands like a hammer, only for the monarch to admit he has no intention of actually letting it happen. It's the one thing Corin was truly afraid of, and the rejection is actually the best news he's heard all day. The monarch just dropped a political bombshell, ordering Corin to accept an engagement to both princesses and leaving the young man completely floored. And down south at the Dunalef estate, the shockwaves hit home with terrifying speed as the Duchess storms into the study. Duke Dunalef doesn't stay comfortable for long once she starts shouting about the mess he's ignored, shoving yesterday's royal newspaper into his hands to force him to see that the king is already trying to lock Corin down. It only gets worse once he sees the news from the east, where even the Sword Emperor is joining the fight to marry his granddaughters off to the same man. Inside the Dunalef estate, the Duchess lets out a scream of fury, placing the blame for their current disaster directly on her husband's shoulders. Duke Dunalef tries to deflect, arguing that the boy was a gigolo who brought this on himself, but his wife is already past the point of reason and demands he find a way to bring their son-in-law back now. Their argument is cut short when Mariette bursts into the hall, her desperate rush for answers causing her to trip. The news finally caught up to her, and the thought of Corin being gone leaves her broken. To her, he wasn't just a candidate or a title. He was the center of her entire world, and now that world has collapsed. Her father tries to offer comfort with the cold logic of high society, promising her that the family name will always keep suitors lining up at the door, but he doesn't understand. For Mariette, there is no one else. Mariette understands the weight of his title and the duty he owes their people, explaining that she has respected the burden of his position since she was a little girl. She looks up from the floor and gives him the one thing he didn't know he needed: permission to finally stop worrying about her. And the Duke can't find a word to say. He is crushed by the realization that his daughter has grown up far too quickly. His mind drifts back to the cabbage fields, where her world was once small enough to fit inside her love for him, and his only job was to be there to catch her the moment she stumbled. Mariette tries to keep a brave face, but the tears won't stop as the Duke remembers a childhood promise she made to marry a man just like him, a vow he secretly wished she would keep forever. Looking at her now, he realizes that nothing has changed. He lets his grief sharpen into a cold purpose and gently pulls her close to remind her that a Dunalef never lets others take what they want, that no matter if they are royalty or an Arden, he won't let anyone get away with making his daughter cry. He means every word. In the royal capital of El Las, a morning at the local bakery has turned into a desperate scramble, leaving citizens to lash out as bread prices skyrocket because the southern flour caravans have stopped coming. Inside the palace, the monarch is furious and curses the stubborn man responsible for this economic chokehold. The crisis hits even harder in the Eastern District, where Lunia confronts her grandfather about their empty food supplies, though Garand only stares out the window as if the trap has already closed. The shock even reaches the Guardian Central Association as officials finally see the scale of the disaster hitting the kingdom. The kingdom is in a frenzy, but not over the coming war. Corin stares at the news, calling him the source of all chaos, blaming him for the mess the high families have made. He grips the paper until his hands shake. The kingdom is busy eating itself alive instead of preparing for the disaster only he knows is coming. The thought of them tearing each other apart because of him is more than he can stand. Grating his teeth, Corin knows he can't just sit by and watch the kingdom fall before the real fight even starts. He has to do something that forces them to look up and notice the Grand Academy standing tall before them. A single step forward marks the beginning of an event that would change history forever. Park Sihu stands in the center of the grand throne room, looking like he might faint, and things only get worse when the monarch demands the boy call him father-in-law, while the Duke asks who he thinks he's talking to. Even the famous Garand Arden joins in, insisting that Sihu address him as grandfather. These three are the strongest powers on the continent. Now, they are focusing all their heavy pressure on one terrified young man as he stammers out a greeting to his new father-in-laws, offering both of his daughters as wives so Corin can become the supreme ruler of the world. But a throne is just a worldly honor to a warrior like Garand Arden, who wants Corin to focus on building a stronger bloodline instead. The Duke scoffs at them both, arguing that money can buy anything, and makes a strange promise about wealth, just as the table cracks while they demand a life-changing choice. Sihu is feeling the walls close in as everyone around him tries to buy his future with power or gold, while Garand Arden twists the knife by reminding Duke Dunalef of the life debt he owes. That weight forces the Duke into lifting the sanctions that have been strangling the royal family, and even as the old man starts to celebrate his granddaughter's chances, Sihu shuts him down with a cold rejection that leaves the table in a stunned and bitter shock. None of it matters because he knows a crisis is coming that will destroy the world they're fighting over. They're playing for a throne that's about to turn into ash. As the final fight with Balthazar draws near, Sihu realizes he'd be lucky to even take the monster down with him, but he can't let fear stop him from facing the grief he might leave behind. The memory of holding a loved one as she died 3 years ago is still a sharp, painful weight. Standing before the leaders, he asks them to understand why he can't let anyone get close, because he won't let these women love a man who will only leave them with a broken heart. Corinlach stands before the leaders of the kingdom, cutting through their petty arguments to demand they prepare for the ruin he knows is coming. He describes the tragedies waiting in the shadows, the burning cities, and the allies who will die, until the evidence is too strong for the elite to ignore. A month of tiring politics follows, leaving the young man mentally drained from dealing with royal egos. He walks toward his room and thinks of Mariette and Juan, hoping their return tomorrow will finally bring him some peace. Suddenly, the air shifts. He isn't alone. Someone he didn't expect is waiting for him in the shadows. He thought he was safe in his room. But some ghosts don't wait for a call. Corin spots a flash of red hair just a second too late, his weight shifting as he's thrown off balance and tackled straight onto the bed. But Corin only calls her princess and warns her that drugs have no effect on him. December 25th. The date carries a weight that stalls the room. For Corin, it's a memory carved too deep to ever truly lose. Outside the hall, the night is beautiful, but the congratulations only make Corinlock feel the weight of a title he never wanted, which he now has to carry by himself. He earned his place here by defeating enemies, yet no one here is actually celebrating. Victory feels hollow when he remembers the names on the graves left behind in the rain, thinking of the master he once dismissed as a simple character before she was lost to the fire. Corinlock stands alone under the moon, haunted by a past he can't fix until a voice breaks the silence, asking why the nation's hero is hiding in the dark. Princess Elizabeth approaches and insists on being called Miriam, claiming they are far from strangers as she asks for an escort to somewhere more secluded and leads him straight to her private chambers. She senses he wants an excuse to skip the banquet just as much as she does, and as he takes a cautious sip to settle his nerves, his world stops when she leans in with a sudden loaded invitation to play. Miriam pulls him in close, calling him her knight, while a broken cup spills across the floor. She tells him to take everything she has, and Corinlock feels his mind going hazy as her touch pulls him deeper into the moment. She wants to hear him say it. She wants him to whisper that he loves her. It all happened on Christmas, the day that started his 3rd year in this world, and the night they had their child. These aren't just illusions anymore. These are the memories he's finally beginning to accept as real. The weight of everything he forgot hits him all at once, and he struggles to find his footing as the truth settles in. Miriam tells him to let it go and treat their history like a passing dream, especially since he risked his life to save her and gave her hope that everything could still be restored. She searches for a reconnection in a kiss that only ends in the cold realization that he isn't moving with her. Corinlock stops her before things go too far, as the past won't come back through a desperate moment like this. Miriam finally snaps as she screams out in agony, unable to make sense of her past while Corinlock pulls her close to hold her against the silence. She breaks down completely, her voice failing as she stutters his name through her tears. It's a choice he makes in an instant. He will carry the burden of what they've done on his own. Even as she blames her own selfishness and a quest for revenge she couldn't control, he refuses to let her sink into that guilt, offering a soft promise that everything is finally okay, as a very different kind of Christmas passes by the estate under the cold moonlight. Sincere persuasion actually worked, leading Duke Dunolev to lift the harsh economic sanctions as the King of Paradise calls off his tax audits to rebuild the army. The Sword Emperor begins his long trek back to the east, but first, he shares a final lesson on the ultimate essence. He explains how the mind and logic must align as Corinlock sits in the deep silence of his training. Suddenly, a change in the air pulls him back to reality. Corinlock finds himself lost in the words he was taught, unable to find the meaning behind the riddle. But the air changes with a sudden weight as he realizes the peace he knew is over. This winter isn't just a season, it's a war that won't end until everything is buried. And he finally faces the monsters in a struggle that might take a lifetime to finish. High up on the northern wall, the world is nothing but ice and stone, and the guards huddle at the gate while they wait for a survey team to arrive and start nitpicking. They spend the morning bickering over rank and lazy patch jobs, but they freeze when they realize a stranger has appeared right behind them. A slow sigh of disappointment follows as Corinlock introduces himself as a special rank guardian who has come to see just how bad things have gotten. An official order goes out to investigate the strange weather beyond the northern wall, and Corin accepts the lead role while questioning his new cover story. But the moment he arrives, the local security captain Vian decides that paperwork can wait. Corin tries to focus on the task, but he's quickly reminded that in the north, you never put off a drink. Vion insists he enjoy the meal, and before our protagonist can find his footing, he's already deep into another glass. The northern ale hits like a hammer. It's a harsh welcome, and he realizes that earning their respect means surviving their thirst first. Corinlach remembers the cold that once broke him. In his previous life, he stayed distant and never truly understood the North. But now, the frost is coming for everyone. As the agricultural South is buried under an unnatural winter, he looks back at the day the massive wall fell and the world began to freeze. He admits now that even in his previous life, he never truly understood the North, remembering the culture and how the massive wall fell the moment war broke out to leave him bound in heavy chains while his captors pulled the iron tight against his skin. It was a brutal choice for those who survived. They could either die in the snow or join Balthazar. Now, a tiny sprout freezes under a frost that should have melted weeks ago, and the farms of the South sit buried in deep snow as laborers shovel the frozen earth while food prices skyrocket and the entire continent slides into a desperate panic. Balthazar wants to use the chaos of demonic beasts to tear down the northern wall, so his plan for eternal winter can turn the continent into a frozen hell for every living soul. This nightmare starts in a dark room where a hero finds himself in chains, left helpless after drinking a drug powerful enough to drop a frost giant. Corinlach strains against his chains to demand an answer, but Vian simply notes that trust is something they can't afford because fame, like his, only breeds imposters. He isn't sure he has the real hero in front of him. Vian finally speaks with a cold truth that cuts deeper than any blade. He pours the liquid over Corinlach's face while explaining that the city is already about to die. They have spent generations holding back barbarian warriors at the wall. Yet the kingdom uses the capture of mages as an excuse to cut off their food. Between the storms at sea and the massive armies marching in the night, the 10,000 people inside these walls are left to rot. Corinlach tries to find a single word of hope, but he is silenced by the cold stare of a man who has already accepted their end. He sees enemies everywhere, from the savages in the snow to the kingdom that abandoned him. For him, the time for talk is over. The only thing left is a message written in fire and the kingdom that left them to rot while they enjoyed their peace. To him, anyone beyond the border is an enemy, and Corin's pleas for perspective don't matter to a man who has already reached his limit and catches fire more easily than anything found on the continent. The flame catches, and the prisoner finally sees the trap. The room goes up in an instant as Vion watches the message to the south take shape. He tells Corin not to take it personally, because this is a declaration against everyone who thinks they can ignore them. In his eyes, there are people already dead, and they will be the ones to choose how they go. Corinlach's refusal lands harder than any blow, triggering a shockwave that rips through the chamber and scatters the barbarians across the wreckage, while Vion watches the dust settle on a scene that shouldn't be possible. His companion has become something ancient, a legend standing where a man used to be, confirming that Vion hasn't joined the enemy yet, before Corinlach makes his final decision and promises he won't let him die. Corinlach stands before the gathered defenders, his army of elites at his back, and a portal of light closing behind him. The lie he told to get into the city doesn't matter anymore, not when the sky is full of eagles and the long winter is finally about to break. Light finally reaches the northern city, washing over the stone walls as Vion realizes his hope wasn't wasted. The lie about a climate survey disappears when the Eagles arrive to help Corinlach reveal his true purpose. He leads a line of elite warriors to the very front and gives them the one promise that finally breaks the chill. They are going to end this winter together. 3 days have already slipped by. As the sun rises over the city, the town finally starts to wake up because the guards have the food and manpower they need to move. The overseer keeps the pressure high, demanding the timber be processed immediately until he sees something that makes his heart stop. The priestess doesn't ask for help, she simply carries a mountain of logs herself and tells him to get out of the way. The overseer tries to get Huaran to take a break, but she refuses and hauls a heavy load of timber toward the academy walls before stacking the massive logs with a strength that defies explanation. Her focus only shifts when the instructor suggests packing a lunch for the man, working even harder than she is, and Huaran actually considers the idea, wondering if he would enjoy spicy soup while she thinks over the tease that he will love anything she makes him. A bird passing overhead finally breaks the silence as Huaran launches herself into the air with a powerful leap. Huaran stares at her catch with sudden confusion. Her knowledge of birds limited to only 3 types, and she notes that this one lacks the short legs of a chicken or the hooked beak of a raptor. The realization hits, and everything else fades away as she recognizes the stork, the baby deliverer she has been searching for all this time. The kingdom turned its back on the north, leaving the region to its own devices in a frozen void, where the darkness took root and 3 demonic beasts rose to rule the lands beyond the wall. The first is Defiant Frostfoot, a massive nightmare that left the land longing for a peace that the blade claws of the cold wind would always interrupt. Finally, the Abyss Shrieker reveals its face to silence the world with a scream. Corinlach just finished a job most armies couldn't handle. In 1 week, he killed 3 beasts that haunted the North for years. He stands over the corpse of a legend, and now the people who were running for their lives see him as something more than just a man. They see him as their new leader. The Mighty Bear was a massive legend of the North. It collapses as a blinding strike tears through its chest, while the Northmen stare in disbelief at the power of Geidirg sealing the creature's fate. Corinlock stands atop the corpse and casually asks if the hunt is finally over. And apparently, it only took him 1 week to kill all 3 demonic beasts. As the tattooed elder pledges his loyalty, the system marks our protagonist as a war flag. This new status turns him into a leader whose strength grows with the respect of those standing behind him. He is no longer just a wandering fighter, but a symbol that the Northmen will now trust with their lives. Corrin's newest trait turns the gaze of the world into raw power, making his past scars feel like a fair trade for his strength. Yet he remains unsatisfied, staring at the sky and wondering how the Sword Emperor ever reached such heights, while he still feels so lacking. A hand lands on his shoulder as Swaran reminds him that she only sees a leader who has forgotten how to rest, watching him refuse sleep for an entire week until his body finally started to give out. Huaran finally sees the cost of his victory, realizing how much energy he spent keeping that false sun burning, and she tells him to head inside while she handles the cleanup. He lets her take over, though not without a petty reminder that their oral contract still stands, even as she immediately starts claiming the spoils of war for her mercenaries. As the adrenaline fades, he starts the long walk back to the fortress, weighing the threat of the demonic beasts against the need to inspect the city walls. He has to find any weakness before the tribes from the north find an opening to strike, because if the city falls while he is at war with Balthazar, every life inside will be the price of his absence. Something about the night still hangs over him, a trailing thought he can't quite shake. The sun breaks over the walls. The morning is already here. He reaches his quarters and drops onto the bed, his body completely drained as the need for rest finally takes over, and the others will just have to handle the walls for now. The academy instructor can't believe her ears, and it only gets worse when Huaran asks her how to take care of a baby. She forces herself to ask if the girl has been spending her nights with Corin, and the confirmation sends her mind to the darkest places, as she curses the boy for crossing the line. She stands there in a cold sweat for a long moment before warning Huaran that raising a child is a burden no one is ever truly ready for. The teacher searches for a physical sign of the secret they've been keeping, and because the girl is just happy she found Miss Stork, the poor woman is left begging the headmaster for help. Inside the academy's steaming hot springs, the side-braided instructor leans in to start a gossip session about a temporary wall that suddenly collapsed today after its supports failed. It was almost a tragedy, but she boasts that she stepped in and sliced the whole structure down with a single strike, before calling out for the water temperature to be raised even more. From his spot below the pool, Uskias quietly obeys as he tends the fire. The heat feels perfect against Eriu's skin. Even so, the quiet makes her wish Corin were here to share the peace. Mariette lets herself relax in the academy baths until a dangerous idea starts to take shape, and she wonders if she should just be bold and ask Corin to join her in the water. Her mind takes a sharp turn into what might happen after that, sending heat straight to her cheeks, until her thoughts become too loud and her friend watches the outburst in confusion. The decision is made. She carries that energy with her as they walk through the busy streets. The academy director stops in her tracks when she spots 2 familiar figures standing at a stall down the alley. It's Professor Josephine and Huaran, and they are out shopping together for no obvious reason. Eriu tries to call out a lunch invitation, but she's cut off the moment she hears Josephine discussing baby toys. The words land hard, leaving Eriu and her friend frozen in disbelief as they try to understand what they're seeing. Josephine isn't just browsing. She tells Huaran to treat this as preparation for her upcoming role as a mother. When Josephine asks if Corin knows, Huaran admits she hasn't said a word, earning her a heavy sigh and a warning to speak up soon. She looks down as the reality of the secret finally begins to set in. She is actually going to have a baby. Mariette freezes as the weight of the reveal finally sinks in, leaving her and her friend in stunned silence, while across the grounds the academy director is busy carving defensive runes into the city stone. Erin finally pauses after her 100,000th mark to prepare for the monster wave Corin predicted, having worked without a single moment of rest since she arrived. Watching from the shadows, her colleague weighs a heavy secret and wonders if she should tell Erin that the same boy she is working to protect is actually about to be a father. The academy director is finished with her work, but as Clara carries her to the next spot, her mind is already soaring through the starlight toward the student she left behind. Apparently, a full week without seeing Corin is enough to trap her in a romantic daydream, and Clara can barely stand to watch a friend's longing while she hides a secret she can't quite find the words for. Meanwhile, Korin is blissfully unaware of the heartache as he snores the night away in his temporary quarters. In another part of the city, a brown-haired girl decides that her own plans are finally ready for tonight, and she clutches her pillow for comfort, promising to hold hands with her sister until the morning comes. Korinlok is down, and the only one who can save him is the last person he ever wanted to see again. When the room finally fills with the people he left behind, the silence says more than a scream ever could. The sister cries out as the door swings open, her heart jumping at the sudden sight of an uninvited guest. Her sister climbs through the window without a word. Just behind her, a massive jackal-headed creature enters the room, bringing Korinlok's limp body to the small group already gathered inside. The air turns heavy as the sisters lock eyes, each waiting for the other to speak first. Mariette watches the scene unfold, sensing the thin peace they had is about to break. Even the monster realizes he's walked into a private disaster, standing there awkwardly with no idea where to put his heavy burden.
Alicia Arden pushes the door open with a blush and an invitation she's been rehearsing, but the words die in her throat the moment she sees the crowd already waiting. Mariette has just climbed through the window, frozen halfway into the room, while Lunia stands in the shadows with a jackal monster holding an unconscious Korin like a piece of luggage. The silence in the room is heavy as everyone realizes they've all had the exact same idea at the exact same time. Mariette tries to offer a weak suggestion to fix the mood, but the Arden sisters are already radiating a pressure that says tonight is going to be anything but peaceful. Growing up under a father like that doesn't just leave scars, it rewrites your entire internal map. Alicia Arden was raised in an environment where dominance was the only language spoken, and it shaped her into someone who views every interaction as a test of strength. She wasn't taught how to love, she was taught how to endure, and that fundamental misunderstanding of what it means to be close to someone has left her sense of normalcy severely twisted. She looks around the room with a playful, dangerous tilt to her head and asks if they're going to take turns. Night settles over the academy dorms, but the silence doesn't last long. An explosion of frost shatters the peace, and Mariette calls out to her massive guardian, Dioku. In one violent motion, she has Korin pinned as they launch into the air, her face twisted with a terrifying possessive grit as she declares that Korin belongs with her. Alicia can only watch for a heartbeat as they vanish into the night sky, jumping across platforms of ice. Then the shock fades, replaced by a cold fury as she demands his return. Alicia Arden doesn't just chase them, she hunts with a cold, singular focus that cuts through the night air. Seeing Korinlok in their hands has snapped something inside her, and she throws her entire weight into a strike meant to shatter whatever gets in her way. She dives straight into the group, a blur of movement that catches Mariette and the monster off guard. The jackal lets out a frantic howl as the impact lands, the sheer force of Alicia's assault tearing through their defense and leaving Korinlok screaming in midair desperation as the world tilts out of control. Underneath the fury, there's a quiet, terrifying promise in her eyes. She isn't letting them take him. Not tonight. Not ever. Hwaran leaps into the night with Alicia Arden held tight in her arms, landing hard enough to shatter the ground beneath them. But the quiet doesn't last, and a sudden, sharp realization cuts through the moment. A massive blast of energy erupts, engulfing them both in light as the battlefield tears open. Through the chaos, Mariette screams for them to stop, her voice full of panic as she calls out to Hwaran and Korin, while Alicia presses her pursuit with a focused, heavy intent. She stops for a split second, confused by the interruption, as if she can't understand why anyone would try to step between her and the person she's finally claimed. Alicia freezes as the blade bites in, realizing her heavy strike didn't just land, it was sliced clean through midair. She tries to play it off, acknowledging the strength behind the hit, even as she claims it'll take more than that to actually move her. But the bravado dies the moment she hears a sharp crackle beneath her feet. Alchemy magic erupts in a jagged surge, catching her completely off guard and tearing her away from the confrontation. She can only watch, stunned, as her target is suddenly swept out of reach by a flying monster. The frustration finally overflows, and Alicia actually starts to break down, wondering why they can't just be civil and wait their turn. Meanwhile, Hwaran is sent tumbling back from the force of the blast, falling through the air as the entire chaotic skirmish resets once again. The academy director finds herself in the middle of a disaster she didn't see coming. Clutching a boy who shouldn't be here, Corinne is out cold, caught in a sleeping curse so thick she can practically feel the signature of the mage who cast it. She prepares to break the spell immediately, but a flash of steel stops her mid-breath. A young swordswoman stands in her path, blade drawn and ready to block any attempt to wake him. It isn't just one student. 3 of them surround her now, each radiating a heavy aura and a shared stubborn intent to keep Corin exactly where he is. The director can only watch in genuine shock as the children she's supposed to guide turn on her with the kind of focus usually reserved for a monster. Apparently, kids these days don't care much for authority when they've decided what's best for the boy they love. The academy director is genuinely shocked, unable to grasp why her own students are suddenly turning on her. Alicia Arden leads the charge with a cold demand to hand him over, while Mariette and the swordswoman stand their ground, warning the chairman that her authority doesn't matter here. Deep in the back of the room, Corinne finally stirs, his consciousness returning with a sharp jolt of pain. He's completely drained, his body aching as if he's been through a war, even though he can't remember anything past falling asleep. When he finally sits up and looks around, he finds himself in the eye of a storm, staring at the backs of the women who have been guarding his bedside. They look like they've been through hell overnight, and as the tension in the room hits him, he can only ask what he missed. Corin wakes up to a wall of silence and 3 very guilty faces. As he tries to piece together the night, the academy director, Alicia, and the swordswoman all drop the exact same line. Nothing happened. Their coordinated defense is almost too perfect, leaving Corin more suspicious than when he first opened his eyes. The director tries to play it off with a gentle, harmless smile, doubling down on her claim that the night was completely uneventful. Corin can feel the lie in the air, but his own memory is a total blank. He racks his brain for some mistake or some forgotten moment that could explain why they're all acting so strange. Looking out over the quiet academy town, he realizes the absurdity of his situation. Predicting this kind of chaos was impossible, but his internal panic hits a new peak when he finally notices something physically different about himself. The sky itself seems to fracture as the barrier around the academy fails, leaving a hole where the city's greatest defense used to be. Corin barely has time to process the sight before a frantic guard rushes through the rubble, shouting that their worst fears have finally come to life. The North Kingdom tribe has been waiting for this exact moment to strike. They are a massive force of hundreds, a brutal mix of half-giants and shamans who have spent their lives in the frozen wastes beyond the border. These are masters of pillaging who have survived the most barren lands on the continent, waiting years for any cracks in the wall. Even if the Academy's elite fighters win this battle, the city is caught in the crossfire, and the cost of that victory might be more than any of them can afford. Corin is ready for a fight, but what happens next pulls the air right out of the room. Instead of charging, the entire North Kingdom tribe drops to their knees in absolute submission. Their leader, a man who looks built for war, can barely keep his voice steady as he explains that they arrived just as the city walls fell. They had come to conquer, but they weren't prepared for what they saw. A clash of power so massive it didn't even look human. Watching the Academy's elite fighters tear through the battlefield was enough to break their spirit before a single spear was thrown. Standing before Corin and his group, the leader openly trembles, admitting that while there is honor in a fair fight, challenging monsters like them is just a path to a one-sided death. The leader of the North Kingdom tribe makes his plea, offering to fight side by side if it means a path to Valhalla for his people. He asks our hero to take command, but the offer is met with a shout of pure disgust from Germain. The guard can't wrap his head around trusting a tribe known only for looting and pillaging. Corin agrees to the alliance anyway, ignoring the shock on Germain's face as he steps forward to finalize the deal. He knows the city walls are already failing, and looking back at his allies, he explains that they simply don't have the luxury of turning away help. Germain is terrified of a knife in the back, but Corin places a steady hand on his shoulder and asks for his trust. He understands that while others see only dangerous pagans, the tribe follows a strict code of strength under their old god, Odin. The cultural gap is huge, but it's one Korin is willing to bridge to survive the coming disaster. Korin stands over the defeated tribe leader. The power dynamic between them completely shifted after their clash. He extends a hand to seal their new pact, demanding an audience with the legendary Valkyries. To Korin, they aren't just myths, they're the warriors of God he needs on his side. High in the mountains, the Valkyries have already set up their temporary quarters, a sprawling war camp guarded by spiked barricades and watchtowers. Peace doesn't last long, as a messenger receives a white hawk carrying a report that's about to change everything. Things at the war camp are falling apart. The scout brings a report that more of their kin have deserted. Through it all, the prophet holds her ground, insisting the vision hasn't shifted. Her orb reveals the same image it always does: a lone man with a spear, the only one who can change their destiny. The commander knows those prophecies are never wrong, and that's exactly why her sisters fled to join Tate's Balthazar. But she isn't leaving. Fate might be closing in, but she chooses to meet it with a weapon in her hand because a Valkyrie doesn't submit to destiny. She fights until the end. 3 days remain before they reach the north, and as the instructor swaps out to rest inside the transport, our protagonist pulls his master aside for a quiet conversation. He knows the journey ahead isn't just about travel. It's about a gap in his memory that has bothered him since he returned to the past. While he carries the knowledge of a previous life, he was a prisoner during the original final battle, forced to watch the hero Park Si-hoo fail while clutching onto fragments of information he'd heard before his capture. There was one detail in particular that always made Park lose his temper, a name that didn't fit the history the hero thought he knew. Looking for a way to bridge that missing piece, the MC asks his master to tell him everything she knows about the Valkyrie. The Valkyries were once the pride of the North, female warriors dedicated to protecting their god, Odin. They were a force that knew no fear, legendary for holding the line during the Great War against the Giants. But that era of glory ended 80 years ago when the conqueror Ohard Bress struck Odin down. The massacre that followed left the snowy plains stained red as the Valkyrie ranks were shattered. Inside the carriage, the weight of that history hangs heavy as our MC listens to the cost of that defeat. Out of over 500 warriors, barely 40 remain, scattered remnants of a legacy that's slowly being forgotten. It's a tragedy that hits close to home for the Danan, a people watching their own kind fade out of existence. But even as their numbers dwindle, the Valkyries aren't just dangerous because of their skill. They carry the blood of demigods, and their true power is something the world hasn't had to face in a long, long time. In the final act of the story, Balthazar's army is built on a terrifying mix of Valkyries, northern barbarians, and frost giants. This was the same massive force that originally turned the continent into a graveyard and left the world in ruins. It's a memory our MC can't shake, but things are moving differently this time. By taking down the magic tower, he has already stopped the frost giants from ever joining the fight. Everything that went wrong in the original timeline is being pulled apart, piece by piece. The threats that once felt insurmountable, like the dark influence of Dune Skias, have already been dealt with and buried. The politics of this world are shifting too. The demi-humans, who once turned to the barbarians because of how they were treated, are finally recognized as citizens of the city they used to fight against. Even the northern tribes have laid down their arms and joined the fold. But every plan has its cracks, and an unexpected disaster has already torn a hole right through the city's defenses. Still, Korinlach is doing the math. Without the monsters or the tribes to back him up, Balthazar's terrifying army has been whittled down to a single core group. He reaches out to seal the deal on his next move, ready to face the only ones left standing between him and the end, the legendary Valkyries. News of an attack on the fort usually wouldn't rattle a Valkyrie captain, especially when the reports say her sisters and the northern warriors are already handling it. A man named Korinlach simply appeared out of nowhere, demanding an audience. The captain assumes her sisters have already ended the threat, but the moment she reaches the scene, her confidence shatters. The camp is in ruins, her warriors scattered across the dirt like discarded toys amidst the smoke and wreckage. The devastation is impossible to process, and yet the man standing at the center of it is still trying to talk. Corin stands tall over the fallen Valkyries, apologizing for his rudeness with a calm that feels heavier than any threat. He didn't come to start a war. He came to make an offer. Looking at him now, the captain realizes she isn't just facing a trespasser. This is a man who neutralized her finest warriors alone, and she finally speaks the name of the man who just upended her world. Corin Locke. The Valkyrie captain brings up the rumors of a human who recently took down 3 demonic beasts, including the massive, saber-toothed creature that fell under a single blinding strike. To her, there's no such thing as being rude to the weak. In her world, the strong have every right to oppress anyone beneath them. The Valkyrie captain towers over him, her voice a cold challenge as she asks if he truly has what it takes to negotiate with her. Corin Locke doesn't flinch, insisting he isn't here for a pointless fight, but to offer a desperate alliance against Balthazar before they're all wiped out. Her eyes turn toward the memory of a blood-soaked battlefield, reminding him that joining forces with the man who killed their god is a bitter pill she's not sure her people can swallow. This is the weight she's been carrying, the knowledge that they were meant to protect their god, not outlive him. She looks at him with a gaze full of survivor's guilt, admitting that perhaps they should have all died on that field together. Now, their pride is gone, and her sisters are turning on each other, leaving her to face the reality that surviving a loss can be far more pathetic than dying in the struggle. Brunhilde is finished with the talking, her mind already set on dying with the same honor her fallen god once did. She turns her back on Corin Locke, dismissing his offer and walking away into the night as she wishes for a reunion in the halls of Valhalla. Corin doesn't move to follow, but his next words stop her cold. A sudden challenge for a test. He announces he will attempt the Wall of Fire, a move so reckless and specific that the Valkyrie captain freezes in place. She demands to know how a mere human could even know the name of such a trial, while Corin remains focused on the only path he has left to win her over. It's a secret that reaches back to the throne of Valhalla, where Odin himself once stood before a kneeling Brunhilde. He had gifted her a special set of armor as both a protection and a holy decree, an eternal flame designed to test any man who tried to claim her without his divine permission. The Valkyrie's command is simple. She will only serve a master strong enough to strip her of her armor and claim her. It's a lethal ultimatum, as anyone who fails to meet that standard is reduced to nothing but ash. Corin Locke listens as she recounts the long list of legends, shamans, warriors, and even a half-giant, who were all consumed by their own arrogance. Even Balthazar, a man of peerless strength, turned his back on the challenge rather than risk the cost of failure. Now, the same wall of divine fire towers over Corin, a final test of his worth and his will. He doesn't hesitate, a small smile playing on his lips as he gives his answer. He's going in, walking straight into the light that has ended so many others before him. He had always been told his bond with the sun was absolute, and that his weapon, Erget Lam, was a holy metal that not even solar heat could melt. But as he stands within the divine fire, the cold logic of his power begins to fail him. Even with every defense active, the heat is actually getting through. This isn't just fire. It's a trial left behind by a dead god, and for the first time, our hero is realizing that his divine protection might not be enough to keep him from burning alive. Standing before the towering shadow of Odin, the protagonist realizes there is no shortcut past this trial. He accepts the terms, bracing himself for the weight of the task ahead, while the gaze of the dead god pins him in place. Odin's presence demands a truth that goes deeper than skin, and as the trial begins, the young man screams through the sudden, crushing pressure. Even as he strains, he rejects the cold law of this world. He won't accept a path where only the strong have a right to exist. Odin's voice cuts deep, challenging Corin Locke's very reason to exist now that the one he lived to protect is gone. But Corin Locke isn't interested in a lecture on despair. He shuts the god down with a roar of pure defiance. His purpose hasn't vanished. It's just grown. If he can't protect a god, He'll protect those standing beside him. Even if he were completely alone, he'd find the strength to protect himself, because being strong means it's his duty to shield anyone weaker than he is. His conviction is so absolute it does the impossible, leaving the Valkyries in total shock as they witness the trial respond to him. Odin watches as the truth of Corinlach's heart finally manifests. Only a man without a single lie in his soul could ever pass through these flames. In the halls of power, a conviction takes root that this man, the spear-bearer currently radiating such overwhelming force, is exactly who the prophecies warned about. Brunhilde watches him, the air around her thick with a pressure that makes breathing feel like a luxury, as Corinlach speaks a truth that cuts deeper than any blade. He refuses to accept that anyone's life should end without meaning, standing his ground while the very atmosphere seems to warp around his presence. It's too much for even a captain of the Valkyries to withstand, her knees finally hitting the dirt as the weight of his resolve settles over the battlefield. Kneeling in the dust of the nocturnal battlefield, the Valkyrie captain speaks of a prophecy that has guided her entire life. She and her sisters offer themselves as tools of war, ready to take up his command as their new master. It's an offer of absolute power that most men would kill for, but Corinlach looks down at her and refuses to take it. He isn't looking for servants or a private army to command. He walks away from the kneeling warriors, turning his back on their submission to ask for something else entirely. He doesn't care if they flee to the south or choose to fight by his side, as long as they don't throw their lives away for a man like Balthazar. In a world that only sees them as weapons, his only wish is for them to simply stay alive. Corin pulls his attention to the horizon, his instincts flaring before the ground even begins to move. Beside him, the Valkyrie captain stumbles, her mind reaching for a natural disaster as an explanation for the sudden, violent rattling of the earth. Corin knows better. This isn't the world shifting. It's the rhythmic, soul-crushing march of something far worse. An army of frost giants is advancing, and every single soldier in their line is a first-rank threat on its own. Behind the wall, the defenders can only watch as the scale of the nightmare becomes clear. Standing at the heart of the mist is the worst of them all, Balor, a horned nightmare whose presence alone makes the air feel heavy enough to choke on. Corin has seen his share of impossible odds, but the look in that single red eye says, this isn't just a battle, it's an execution. The strike cuts through the line with enough force to shatter the earth, sending a shock wave that tears straight through the city gates. Leon and the other guards can only watch, frozen by the sheer scale of the destruction as the sun itself seems to vanish behind the encroaching dark. Before they can even raise their weapons, the beast is among them, leaving Corinlach to stare at the wreckage in a daze, wondering how everything could have fallen apart so fast. Fate arrived on the back of an eternal winter, descending upon the world as a force that couldn't be reasoned with. Balor loomed over the destruction, a horned nightmare with a single red eye that seemed to consume the very light around it. Even as the world froze and the screaming started, the giant looked down on the ruin he'd made with a jagged, crystalline grin. It wasn't just a conquest for him. It was a joke, and the worst part of the memory is how clearly he let me know it was funny. He didn't just break us. He mocked me. In the middle of a frozen wasteland, the massive giant Balor looms over Taranis, his voice a cold threat as he demands that their deal be honored. Taranis bows slightly, his tone thick with sycophantic respect as he promises the ancient being that once the intruders are wiped out, the true age of giants will return. Long ago, the world belonged to sky giants and their kin, but while their descendants still walk the earth, the original ancient ones have become nearly extinct. Colossal beings like Sharvan and the giant king Balor are all that remain of a power so vast that even their legends are fading. Loki believes the world needs to return to its original state, and once his current target falls, he's coming for what's left. With a cold command, he unleashes his legendary wolves, Skoll and Hati, to begin the hunt. Back in the north, rebuilding the Great Wall is about more than just hard labor. The people there are trapped in a bone-shattering cold. Without that artificial sun, Life in the frozen wastes of Bifrost would be a death sentence. The soldiers watching from the fortress wall know it, whispering prayers of gratitude for the light that finally broke through the endless clouds. They credit Corin Locke for their survival, but when one of them looks to Sir Bjorn for agreement, the man isn't interested in giving thanks. Bjorn only sees the cost, snapping that the food supplies from the south are running thin and accusing Corin of having no plan for the long winter ahead. His resentment is cut short by a sudden heavy shift in the air. The soldiers freeze, their eyes drawn upward as the sky itself seems to fracture. A command from Loki cuts through the silence, ordering the massive beast skull to feast. The artificial sun, their only source of warmth, is swallowed whole in a single terrifying strike. The light that once lit up Bifrost vanishes instantly, leaving the world to plunge back into a suffocating darkness. As Skoll lands, the heavy silence of the cold returns, and the brief dream of a warm future is gone. This is the age of darkness, where ancient behemoths emerge from the shadows to rain destruction upon anything left standing. Massive boulders tear through the air and collide with the Academy's defenses, throwing the students into a panic as they scramble for cover amidst the crumbling stone. In the chaos, they call out for the one person they've come to rely on, but their screams are drowned out by the sound of the world falling apart. Somewhere in the middle of the carnage, Corin grits his teeth, pushed to the absolute edge of his endurance. The Academy students can only watch in terror as the sky itself seems to fracture under the weight of the giants. Amidst the falling debris, Bjorn's voice cuts through the chaos, ordering the guards of the north to hold their positions. Fear has already taken root in his men, who shout that their strongest hope is gone, and they're all just waiting to die. Bjorn doesn't lie to them. He knows this is a losing battle, but he asks them to look at the men standing beside them and remember the promises they made when death was already at the door. They are caught between the horrors of the north and a continent that doesn't care if they live or die, but they aren't alone. If they're going to fall, they'll do it together, standing as the only thing between the giants and the people they sworn to protect. One of the monsters lets out a booming laugh, genuinely amused to find that these small doomed warriors still have enough spirit to make the end interesting. The battlefield is a chorus of desperate cries as Bjorn rallies his warriors for one final, suicide charge into the heart of the conflict. He's already accepted that this is where they die, but a sudden voice cuts through the noise, snapping his attention back to the front lines just as the tide begins to shift. On command, the heavy hitters of the Academy make their entrance, led by Ludin and his massive mechanical suit, who tears into the fray with enough force to leave the seasoned knight speechless. While the Guardians move to secure the gates, Mariette strikes with lethal precision, carving through the giants and beasts attempting to scale the walls. Bjorn watches, barely able to process that help has actually arrived in their darkest hour. But the real turning point lands when our protagonist steps forward, telling the knight to hold on to his life just a little longer. Bjorn manages a final word of thanks to Corin Locke, his face settling into the peace of a man who knows his legacy is safe. With his last breath, he rallies the Northern Guard to their positions, demanding they hold the line against the barbarians so they won't have to face the afterlife alone. As the battle rages, the protagonist sprints across the field, pushing his body to a breaking point while a sudden, unnatural chill washes over him. The heat of his own power begins to fade as he realizes he can no longer feel the sun. Charging through the mist are the beasts of demise, Skoll and Hattie, the twin wolves of the frost giant Loki that signal the start of an eternal winter. These are the mythical creatures born to devour the sun itself, making them the one threat he wasn't prepared to face. The realization lands hard. Against these monsters, his strongest ability is completely neutralized. The war against the giants was never supposed to happen like this. In the original scenario, a player had to trigger the event by venturing deep into the Northern Kingdom, but the game's logic has shattered as the giants launch an invasion of their own. Our protagonist is left completely exposed, his strongest weapon still sealed as an army far larger than anything he remembers, surges toward him. Among the ranks of the ancient giants, he spots something that shouldn't be there. Shadow beasts serving the frost giant and turning an already desperate fight into a nightmare. Korenlok sees the shape of it now. Every move he made to save the future back at the Harvest Festival has rippled out, forcing the enemy to adjust. The shadow beasts that were originally meant to fall easily at the Academy have been diverted here, strengthening the army he's currently facing. He curses his own oversight. He's altered history before, and he should have known the timeline would fight back. Leaving his position near the enemy was a mistake he can't afford to repeat, so he throws himself back into the center of the horde to fix it. The weight of it all finally settles on the protagonist. Every mistake, every choice, and every person he's put in danger by bringing this chaos to their doorstep. He's surrounded by a sea of shadow beasts that feels endless, a wall of teeth and claws standing between him and the only way to make this right. If he's going to survive this, he has to stop reacting and start driving forward, even if it means leaving himself wide open to every strike they throw. The world needs to narrow down to a single point, a gap in the swarm that he has to force open by sheer will. In this moment, the fear and the noise finally drop away. He has exactly one job left to do. Korenlok knows he only has one objective: break through the horde and get back to his allies. He doesn't need the sun when he has the unyielding heart of a warrior and the skills his master carved into him. Every commandment, every bit of duty and restraint, and the very will of the world itself flows into his grip. He focuses every ounce of that power into a single point at the tip of his spear, unleashing a shockwave that tears through the darkness. The shadow beasts let out a final mangled shriek as the force of the strike obliterates them where they stand. Standing alone on a field of carnage, Korenlok faces an army that should have broken him long ago. He's covered in blood and surrounded by monsters, but the noise of the battle has gone quiet in his head. He focuses every ounce of his will on a single command, screaming for everything in front of him to simply die. This is more than a fight. It's a search for the truth he set as his goal, reaching for a domain that exists beyond mere strength. In this moment, the boy unites his mind, heart, and body into one single point of pressure. He lets his imagination and his deepest beliefs bleed together, taking the final step into a state where thought and action are the same thing. As the last of the beasts fall, Korenlok lets out a long breath, finally arriving at the end of the path he's been carving with his own hands. Koren struggles to make sense of the gap between his effort and the results, even after arming himself with every power he could find. He stares down a wall of monstrous shadows that feels like an insurmountable mountain, a barrier that refuses to break no matter how hard he grinds his teeth. In desperation, he knows he isn't enough as he is. He thinks back to the kind of overwhelming power that can level a city in a single strike, longing for the strength to replicate it. If he could only reach that ultimate level of mastery, he wouldn't have to stand here watching the monsters close in. He could have finally saved the people he lost. Koren hears her voice cutting through the haze, a command to keep moving that he can't ignore. She tells him that rest is for Valhalla, while the winged figures of the battlefield rise to meet him. Looking back at him with a steady gaze, the Valkyrie captain urges him to trust the people standing at his back. A wall of ancient giants roars in the distance, a nightmare that should have been his alone to face. Bifrost, the northern wall city, is under a massive siege. The sheer scale of the invasion is staggering, with over 200,000 non-combatants and a seasoned army of 150,000 warriors pressing against the gates. Inside the city, the odds look impossible. Out of a native population of only 10,000, just 500 are actual guards. The enemy's frontline numbers more than twice the city's entire fighting force, and each barbarian is individually stronger than any normal human. Against these numbers, the city should have fallen in hours, yet the battle line along the wall hasn't moved back a single inch. The reason stands at the north gate, where the legendary Guan Yu holds the line alone. He has become the immovable wall the city needs, his massive blade waiting for the next wave to break against him. Arisha tears through the battlefield with a shout of pure defiance, confident that the monsters ahead aren't even worth the effort. She's one of 50 guardians who have survived countless missions, and in her eyes, this is just another day at the front. But the momentum breaks when a voice cuts through the adrenaline, commanding her to move aside. Manhwa, the academy director, steps forward as a force of nature in her younger years. A single swing of her staff releases a shockwave that carves through the charging barbarians, making the world see exactly why she is called the Danan of Justice. She doesn't even look back, as she orders Orisha to leave the rest to her and go support their ally Clara. Orisha can only manage a dazed response, completely overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the power standing in front of her. This is the weight of a special-class warrior. Erin raises her staff and begins to weave complex alchemy magic, manifesting a frozen garden of jagged petals that consumes every monster in its path. In a world where Orisha thought she was strong, she just found the ceiling. Over at the East Gate, Marie Dunaref catches her breath, leaning on her staff after a grueling fight she knows is far from over. Her enemies are scattered and broken, but as a special-class vampire, she can't afford to let a single one of them slip past her toward the south. Meanwhile, a heavy silence hangs over the West Gate, where the ground is littered with the fallen and Hua Ran stands ready for the next wave, her fists still clenched as she waits for someone else to step up. High above the chaos, the dragon-scaled warrior watches the defense unfold through a magical window, noting how every gate is being held by a powerhouse, while the Witch of Space handles the evacuation inside. It's a coordinated stand, and as he looks closer at the faces on the front lines, he reminds his companion that these aren't just soldiers, they're all his comrades. Erin steps beside him, her voice a quiet anchor in the chaos, urging him to keep moving because he isn't the only one fighting this war. He looks out at the line of barbarian warriors and knows the script has changed. These enemies are far more dangerous than anything he remembers from the original story. But the same is true for the people standing at his back, a line of comrades who have grown just as much as he has. He decides right then to stop trying to hold the world together by himself and just move forward. Trusting them is his only choice, and as he charges into the fray, his spear lit with a blinding white heat, he leaves the rest of the battlefield in their hands. The air is already thick with blood, and the darkness of the battlefield is lit only by the flash of steel and the growing pile of the fallen. Some of the northern warriors laugh as they tear through the enemy, shouting for their ancestors to watch them trade their lives for the next generation. Up on the ramparts, the archers rain down fire, swearing that not a single monster will set foot inside the city walls while they still draw breath. These men have already chosen this place as their grave, holding the line at the gates and along the high stone walls with a pride that has more than earned them a place in the halls of heroes. Our protagonist has lost count of how many enemies he's carved through, or how many of his own friends have been buried under the mounting pile of the dead. Every narrow escape feels less like luck and more like a delay, but the barbarian with the mohawk won't let the silence take over, shouting a rough taunt as he cuts down another creature. They've worked surprisingly well together for men from different worlds, and a grim joke about a Southern-style funeral is the only comfort left in the slaughter. If they can just keep holding this line, the battle has to end eventually, but a cold, heavy feeling is starting to take root in his chest. It isn't the sight of his brothers dying or the endless waves of monsters that scares him. It's the sense that something much worse is already on its way. Deep in the darkness, something moves with a weight that pulls at the air, a beast whose eyes hold a chill that has nothing to do with the winter. The battlefield is a storm of steel and bodies. But while the world burns around it, Astrius is only just beginning to stir. Marie stares into the chaos, her breath hitching as the reality of the situation sets in. Her grand spell, the one thing that was supposed to turn the tide, simply vanishes, leaving her defenseless against a sea of warriors. The sun has abandoned them, and as Astrius lets out a roar that shakes the very foundation of the city, young Erin plunges back into the fray to meet the incoming disaster. Erin grits her teeth as the tactical reality set in. This is a nightmare matchup. Even for special-class fighters, an enemy sniper firing from an unreachable distance is a death sentence, leaving the barbarian commander with no choice but to hunker down and defend. Those three elites were the only thing holding the line, but as the sniper's pressure mounts, that delicate balance begins to tip. The northern warriors can only watch in horror as their barricades give way and the entire battlefield finally collapses. The wind howls through the ruins of a broken city, He chokes on the rising smoke and blood, forcing himself upright for one last stand. It's funny how the mind clears when the end is close. He isn't thinking of glory or honor, just how much he'd love a drink. A line of silhouettes looms through the haze of the burning wall, watching him. This wasn't the end he had in mind. He always pictured himself dying alone while holding back a horde of barbarians, a hero's death that felt right for a man like him. But life doesn't care about a warrior's plans. He was right about the barbarians, and he was right about the death. He just didn't expect the real threat to be standing right behind him. The warriors of the North throw themselves into the slaughter with a single name on their lips: Valhalla. They fight like men who have already accepted the end, but for the veteran Bjorn Solberg, the final moment is arriving faster than he expected. A bitter, defiant laugh escapes him as he stares down the inevitable, welcoming the shadow of death looming over the ramparts. He is ready for the gates to open, but the air shatters with a strike so sudden it steals his breath. Before the giant can land his killing blow, a massive force hammers down from above, leaving Bjorn gasping in the sudden silence of the ruin. Disbelief washes over him as he struggles to process why he's still standing. Korin stands his ground on the frozen battlefield, breathing hard as he looks down at the veteran warrior, Bjorn. He'd made his position clear before, but he says it again with a look that says he isn't going anywhere. No one else is dying today. Bjorn can hardly process the sight of the boy still standing, but his eyes drift upward as a new light breaks through the haze of the war zone. Divine wings cut through the sky as the Valkyries descend, their arrival turning the tide of a battle that seemed already lost. The sight of the legendary shield maidens sends a surge of religious fervor through the surviving men, who roar with a sudden, desperate hope that they might actually be worthy of Valhalla. Marie watches the chaos of the cheering soldiers, a bit lost in the sudden shift from near death to celebration. That confusion only deepens when Hedda, one of the Valkyries, floats down with a cheerful smile and a terrifyingly casual threat to hit her in the neck for fighting so recklessly. Marie can only offer a deadpan response, realizing that even with the gods on their side, things are only going to get more complicated. The warriors cheer for a comrade they think has earned a glorious end, almost jealous of anyone who gets to see the halls of Valhalla early. But Marie isn't interested in the afterlife just yet. She's the type to fight until the very last second, refusing to let her life end for anything less than a victory. As the dust settles, Bjorn approaches to check the status of the field, and Marie's look says it all. The battle has been brutal. Bjorn analyzes the breach, certain the enemies flooded through the north and east gates when the barrier flickered out, likely led by the mage and her master. He urges Marie to go reinforce them, insisting the northerners can hold this ground on their own while she handles the real threat. But he stops mid-sentence, sensing a shift in the air that makes the order irrelevant. The attack has already stopped. Mariette descends from above with the news, leaving Marie to wonder exactly how the tide turned so quickly. The words hit like a physical shock. The enemies are pulling back. Korin stares out at the shifting lines, his mind struggling to catch up with the sudden silence on the horizon. But the Valkyrie beside him is already reading the field, reminding him that even an army has its limits. She gestures to the carnage he carved out on his way here, a path of destruction that made sustaining this offensive nearly impossible, especially with reinforcements finally closing in from every side. Looking at the exhausted, bloodied survivors around him, Korin lets out a long breath and tries to believe the nightmare is actually over. But the relief won't take root. Something feels wrong, a cold instinct humming under the surface of the victory. It makes no tactical sense for them to retreat now, not after they finally broke through the walls, and he knows they're missing the one piece of the puzzle that explains why the enemy would just walk away. Korin presses for details on the encounter, prompting a slightly startled look from the young woman. She recalls facing a sun-swallowing wolf, a creature that used intense heat to neutralize her magic before suddenly retreating. When she turns the question to her mentor, Josephine describes a massive archer with a mountain-like physique, identified as the frost giant Loki. The weight of these names lands on Korin, who stares into the distance as the realization begins to take shape. This isn't just a random assortment of monsters. These are figures from a legend he knows too well, and he calls out to her by the name that connects it all, Hwaran. Marie's voice shakes as she scans the battlefield, the realization hitting her that Hwaran is nowhere to be found. Korin stares into the distance, the shape of the disaster finally coming into focus. The enemy didn't stop their invasion. They simply finished their hunt. Bjorn confirms the nightmare. The moon-swallowing wolf, Hattie, has taken Hwaran. Josephine can't wrap her head around it, knowing Hwaran's body is supposed to be indestructible. But Korin knows the mythic math is different here. Hwaran is the literal embodiment of yin energy, and Hati has spent an eternity consuming nothing but the moon. To a beast that eats the light of the moon, Hwaran isn't an unbeatable warrior. She's the perfect meal. Korin can feel the clock ticking, and the frustration is starting to burn through. He orders the rest of the group to stay and guard their position, promising that reinforcements are on the way. But Josephine can't believe what she's hearing. She asks if he's really planning to storm the enemy camp alone, but he isn't waiting around for a siege. His only goal is to reach Hwaran and get her out before she ever touches enemy soil. Turning to Alicia, he gives a sudden, sharp command to bring out their trump card, leaving her stumbling to keep up with the pace of his decision. While he moves, the battle for Hwaran's soul is already reaching a breaking point. Her power is usually an unstoppable force that bypasses any defense, making her nearly invincible to anything this world can throw at her. But she's currently locked in a nightmare against Hati, an ancient wolf that doesn't just resist her energy, it thrives on it. All that power she relies on is being turned into a feast for the beast. Hwaran's energy was never meant for this world, but in the jaws of a monster, it's just fuel. She can feel it slipping away, a cold drain that doesn't make sense until she realizes her very essence is being used as a battery. She can hear her name being shouted through the haze, but the wolves are already changing, drawing on her power to tear across the battlefield at a speed that shouldn't be possible. They've moved past every physical limit, turning into blurs that outrun sound itself as they carry her further into the dark. Korin's voice is the only thing anchoring her, a desperate scream to snap her back to reality before the drain becomes permanent. The wolves don't even see him coming until it's too late, because even at the speed of sound, they aren't the fastest thing on this field anymore. Some gifts are never meant for human hands, yet the Danan left theirs behind anyway, buried deep within a mortal soul. Korin pushes forward on the back of Nemain's warhorse, Alicia right behind him as they finally close the distance on their target. The creature they're hunting is fast, but this steed belongs to a goddess of war, and it's built to run until its enemies feel nothing but pure dread. Alicia can only watch in shock as Korin calls on something he shouldn't have, the gay Dirg. It's a legendary weapon, a spear meant for a hero, and it's finally in his hands. He doesn't hesitate, unleashing his fifth step technique like a lightning strike. The spear finds its mark, tearing through the beast and leaving it with nowhere left to run. Alicia cheers as Korin's strike lands, but there's no time to celebrate while the beast is still standing. A voice rumbles through the storm, acknowledging the boy's skill with a chill that stops Korin's heart. Looking up, the scale of the threat finally hits, the massive frost giant looming over the battlefield like a mountain of ice and malice. It introduces itself as Loki of Utgard, an ancient being whose very presence feels like a heavy weight on the world. As the giant looms, its voice rattles Alicia's senses, leaving her ears ringing while Korin tries to steady her. Loki shares a cruel secret about victory, claiming that the only way to truly win is to tear away whatever the opponent holds most precious. Korin isn't listening to the lecture, pushing his mount to its absolute limit as he prepares to protect everyone the giant threatened. Loki watches with cold indifference, noting that even the ancient gods fell to this same truth as Korin launches himself into the final desperate charge. Korin tightens his grip on the spear, bracing as Loki's voice rumbles through the frozen air, mocking the weak who crown kings to lead them. Korin catches Hwaran as she collapses, her breath shallow, while Loki dismisses their kind as nothing more than a colony of ants. The giant claims he chose a king for them to target, but a sudden shift in the wind stops Korin cold. He looks up to find a swarm of winged figures descending through the mist, led by a blonde archer with a gaze like cold iron. Valkyries. The true hunt wasn't for the ants on the ground. The real prey just arrived. As the Valkyries descend through the chaos of the battlefield, Loki's gaze remains fixed on his true prize, watching as Korin Locke falls through the threshold of Valhalla's gate. Korin's eyes never leave Alicia as he plummets, screaming her name into the void. He can do nothing for her now, but Alicia isn't alone. Her counterpart sweeps in on horseback to catch her before she hits the ground. Looking back at the portal, she can't believe what she's seeing. She cries out for Korin as he vanishes, leaving her behind in a world that's just been torn apart. Alicia lunges forward with every ounce of strength she has left, but her desperate strike doesn't even make the Valkyrie warrior flinch. The massive, ornate shield meets her blade with an impact so violent it rattles her entire frame, forcing a jagged cough of blood from her lungs. As the other winged warriors watch from the edges of the frozen waste, Alicia collapses into the dirt, barely able to hold her sword upright while she tries to shield the unconscious Marie. The Valkyrie looks down at her with nothing but cold disdain, declaring that someone this pathetic has no right to even dream of entering Valhalla. The words land like a death sentence, leaving Alicia staring up at a power that she simply cannot bridge. Alicia pushes her horse through the chaos, catching the pursuit by surprise as she charges through the battlefield. She leans low, snatching her double from the path of the retreating lines before the enemy can close in. As they flee, the girl in her arms collapses into a mess of tears, sobbing out names for a world that feels like it's ending. Alicia snaps at her to be quiet, her own voice sharp with a desperation she can't quite hide. She's white-knuckling the reins, and it's a fight just to keep her own composure from shattering while she carries them both toward the edge of the screen. The provided images consist entirely of credit pages and promotional graphics for manga hosting sites. Per the instructions, since there is no story content or narrative progression to recap, I will emit nothing.